Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Underscore 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 underscore. A clever woman can hardly cook without rice. Recently, Li Xianxiao had fallen into financial difficulties. There was no other reason. He had been focusing on perfecting his skills within the sect. During this period, he couldn't leave the sect for fear of encountering the Empress de Nufeng and Lu Qiushui, who were desperately searching for him. So, when he finally realized it, he discovered that his resources had almost been depleted. This was one of the downsides of hiding one's cultivation level. The sect distributed resources monthly, but since they believed him to be at the qi refining stage, Li Xianxiao only received resources appropriate for that stage, which were useless for someone at the golden core stage like him. To solve this, Li Xianxiao made two preparations. On one hand, he sought tasks that suited him. On the other hand, he focused on alchemy. As an alchemist, Li Xianxiao was quite competent. He took a small loan from the sect. With this loan, he bought medicinal herbs and began refining pills. This way, the prices for the pills increased several times over. These pills couldn't be sold within the sect, so Li Xianxiao planned to sell them in the markets below the mountain. He had already prepared an excuse, visiting his parents below the mountain, since his elder brother had sent word that their parents had passed away. Though immortals and mortals were worlds apart, he still intended to visit their graves. Li Xiao's memory of his parents wasn't strong. He only remembered that his mother's hands were very soft. Leaving Mount Shushan, Li Xianxiao didn't travel too far. He spent 2 days making his way to a market called Qingshui. Disguised, he sold the pills in batches. He then moved on to another market and continued selling. Not only did he sell spirit pills, but also the magical artifacts he had crafted. Now that he was at the golden core stage, most of the artifacts made for the foundation establishment stage were useless to him. He gave some to his little junior sister, Zhao Lu, and sold the rest in batches. He repeated this process, visiting 4 markets in total. Only after selling all his pills did he stop, despite some people trying to buy more from him. Those who didn't know thought he was selling stolen goods. The markets were protected by various sects, but once outside, the vast, free world awaited. It was inevitable that some would harbor ill intentions. Fortunately, nothing happened on his journey. Next, Li Xianxiao headed straight for his hometown, Songyang Town. The elder couple from the Li family in the town had passed away. The Li family had kept their coffin for 7 days. Today was the last day, and the elders were to be buried. The Li family elders had passed away peacefully in their sleep, and people said they were blessed. They had a son and a daughter. The elder son had become successful, running a restaurant. The younger daughter had married a local scholar. However, what others didn't know was that the Li family actually had a younger son, who was the real support of the family. When Li Xianxiao first crossed over, he was still grateful that fate had given him a second chance. In his past life, he had suffered from ALS, enduring immense pain. This life, he still suffered. He had to gnaw on tree bark to stave off hunger and nearly froze to death. Fortunately, he encountered the wandering old sect leader. Li Xianxiao followed the old sect leader, and his family gained wealth, avoiding complete ruin. Though Li Xianxiao had been cultivating in the sect for many years, the sect had still taken good care of his family. But immortals and mortals were different. Li Xianxiao knew that once he walked the path of cultivation, he had completely severed ties with his former life. Moreover, if enemies came one day, unable to defeat him, they might take out their anger on his family. That would bring disaster upon them for no reason. So, over the years, other than writing letters, he had never returned home. Li Xianxiao hid behind a willow tree at the sect gate, watching the constant stream of people coming to mourn. The Li family was well known for their charity, and the whole town spoke highly of them. Those who heard the news came to cry. His grown-up little sister greeted guests at the door. The child by her side should be her son. Li Xianxiao looked at this scene, unsure of what he was feeling. He remembered when his sister used to follow him around to steal bird eggs. He only felt that time flew by, and it was all so fleeting. Fleeting years, touching and mysterious intentions. How many springs have passed since their last meeting? When the parents were buried, Li Xianxiao left 3 incense sticks. He bowed a few times and then left. He had originally planned to return directly to Mount Shushan, but seeing the place where he had lived as a child, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. So, he slowed his pace. Suddenly, Li Xiao's gaze fell upon a dry well in a courtyard. Even under the bright sunlight, it exuded a chilling aura. Through his spiritual eye, he could see the energy flowing within. Li Xianxiao silently appeared in front of the dry well and stumped his foot once. Come out. Suddenly, countless black snakes seemed to crawl out from the well, their heads emerging like a tidal wave of hair. A figure in a white robe slowly rose from the well, with a face as pale as paper, lacking any color, and eyes hollow and lifeless. This wasn't a vengeful ghost, but one who had never killed anyone. Facing this weak and pitiful ghost, Li Xianxiao formed a hand seal and began chanting a mantra to send the spirit on its way. Ah! The female ghost let out a struggling cry. Li Xianxiao said indifferently, since you are dead, quickly enter reincarnation. The longer you stay in the mortal world, the deeper your torment will be. No, no. Li Xianxiao said nothing, just finishing the mantra. When he looked again at the female ghost, she had managed to hold on, seemingly by her own will. What unfinished business do you have? I'm waiting for my husband. Li Xianxiao paused for a moment. This seemed like another melodramatic story. He was about to forcibly disperse this female ghost. The female ghost, knowing she couldn't resist, had already exhausted all her strength when she broke free from the reincarnation spell. Li Xianxiao paused his movements and suddenly asked, "You're too obsessed. Why didn't you kill people to gain cultivation, turning from a mortal into a ghost?" The female ghost weakly replied, "I dare not. I've never even killed a chicken in my life." "Then how did you die?" The story was simple. The female ghost was named Su Xiao, a woman who performed in a brothel but didn't sell her body. Later, she fell in love at first sight with a scholar and left the brothel to live here. It happened that the scholar was going to the capital to take the imperial exam, promising to return and marry her. But he never came back. Su Xiao waited for 2 years, and one heavy snowstorm. While fetching water, she slipped and fell into the well, dying just like that. Due to the special position of the well here, it gathered yin energy. That's why she became a female ghost, still waiting for the scholar. The story was a bit cliché. Li Xianxiao had heard stories like this at least 80 times, if not 100. He set up a formation around the well and said to the female ghost, "In a month, if your obsession isn't cleared, this formation will force you into reincarnation. Staying in this state in the mortal world, your soul will eventually scatter. Take care of yourself." After speaking, Li Xianxiao vanished from the spot. Underscore 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 underscore. Li Xianxiao left Songyang town. As he passed by a river, the water was rushing fiercely, and he saw a child tumbling in the river. People on the shore were shouting anxiously. Li Xianxiao was about to secretly cast a spell to save the child, but he saw a force lifting the child up from the river and throwing them back onto the shore. Interesting. The one who saved the child was a water ghost. A water ghost is a malicious spirit that dies accidentally in water, or suicides in rivers, lakes, or seas, and cannot reincarnate. They lurk under the water, luring or directly pulling living people down to drown and take their place, so they can be reincarnated. But this water ghost was quite strange. It didn't harm anyone, but instead, it had saved the person. Li Xianxiao could smell the scent of merit. Cultivators accumulate merit, which manifests each time they undergo tribulations. He landed on the opposite bank of the river. With a light tap of his finger on the water's surface, he performed a summoning spell. He forcibly called the water ghost over. The water ghost was startled and quickly bowed, calling out, "Immortal Master, you're quite strange for a water ghost. Instead of finding a substitute to reincarnate, you're saving people here." The water ghost forced a smile. "At first, I did think of doing that. I was eyeing a poor fellow. He fell into the river, and I thought it must be fate for me to reincarnate. But his daughter kept crying on the shore, and I couldn't bear to push him in." Li Xianxiao nodded. "How did you die?" The water ghost answered honestly, "I passed through here many years ago, and there was a flood. I couldn't get through and stayed to help the villagers rescue the water. Who would have thought I was swept into the water by accident?" Li Xianxiao asked for the water ghost's birth date and fortune and calculated it. He said, "You have some karmic virtue. After I report back to Mount Shushan, I'll try to have you appointed as a river god. I hope you can remain true to your original intention." Upon hearing this, the water ghost hurriedly kowtowed in gratitude. Before leaving, it stammered, "I have one more request. I hope Immortal Master can grant it." "What is it?" "I was orphaned when I was young, and there's no one left in my family. Years ago, I was on my way to the capital to take the exam. I still had an unmarried wife waiting for me at home. I planned to succeed in the exam and then return to marry her. But instead, I died here and couldn't leave this river. I just want to know how my wife is doing now. Is she happy? I ask Immortal Master to fulfill this wish." Li Xianxiao was slightly stunned. "Oh, this story sounded so familiar. Is your wife named Su Xiao, and does she live in Songyang town?" "Immortal Master has met my wife." Li Xianxiao spoke truthfully. "Your wife has died, and she can't leave the dry well at your home. Even if you become the river god, you won't be able to leave the river domain, and as for when Mount Shushan will confirm this matter, it's uncertain. Your wife won't be able to wait for that. If she stays in the mortal world any longer, her soul will scatter." The water ghost sighed. "I see. There's nothing to be done. I've wronged her in this life. If she hadn't followed me, a poor scholar, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Everything is fate, not a single thing is in our hands." Songyang town, alley. It started to rain. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, each step leaving a water-soaked footprint. The person pushed the door open, and Su Xiao, in the dry well, glanced at the overcast sky. Just as she was about to crawl back into the well, she suddenly froze. She burst into tears. "You've finally come back." The first words weren't a reprimand, but "you've finally come back. I thought you didn't want me anymore. I couldn't make it to the capital. I drowned in the water, became a water ghost, and couldn't return." Su Xiao cried and said, "We're both so foolish. I fell into the well, and I died. Sixiao's body began to dissipate. I have to go now. If you reach the underworld, and if there really is King Yama, just tell him your husband is becoming the river god, and ask him to show me some favor. I understand. You take care of yourself. I'm leaving this life. I've wronged you. The water ghost choked. Don't say that. Sixiao's obsession disappeared, and she re-entered reincarnation. Li Xianxiao exhaled lightly. Looking at the broken magical artifact in his hand, he clicked his tongue and muttered. What a loss, what a huge loss. This little merit isn't even worth the value of my magical artifact. He held the umbrella, and with the sound of his footsteps, he walked toward the distance. He suddenly remembered a niche game he had played in his past life. The developer, who loved to cause frustration, had set up 2 possible endings. The first ending was the easiest, where the protagonist saved the world, but everyone he cared about died, leaving only the crippled protagonist behind. The second ending was the hidden one, where the protagonist perfectly saved the world and everyone else. Li Xianxiao tried again and again, starting from scratch countless times. After 3 months of effort, he finally came up with the perfect strategy to clear the game. Watching the protagonist finally get the perfect ending, Li Xianxiao, lying in bed, smiled contentedly, as though the 3 months of effort hadn't been in vain. Thinking about this, Li Xianxiao couldn't help but smile. After more than 20 years of cultivation, he still hadn't changed. And he was glad he hadn't. After this journey, Li Xianxiao returned to Silver Sword Peak. This time, after subtracting the sect's small loan and interest, he probably earned around 40%. Of course, Li Xianxiao didn't keep this 40%. Instead, he bought spirit medicine and precious materials to continue refining pills. After refining the pills, he would sell them again, and with the proceeds, buy more. The more he repeated this process, the more his profit would grow, and his capital would increase. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that the alchemist had the necessary skills. Just thinking about how his days in cultivation could continue this peacefully, Li Xianxiao dreamt sweetly. In a few days, it would be the Mount Shushan sect's once in 10 years disciple selection. He wondered what kind of new disciples would join Silver Sword Peak. That night, Li Xianxiao had a nightmare. If you dare harm her in any way for the sake of your disciples, I'll slaughter your entire sect. If you dare harm her in any way for the sake of the world, I'll kill everyone in the world. Underscore 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 underscore. Mount Shushan recruits disciples every 10 years. Compared to other sects, this is actually a pretty short cycle. It also shows just how deep Mount Shushan's foundation is. They've got enough resources and manpower to train a large number of new disciples. So far, Li Xianxiao has only experienced 1 round of mass disciple recruitment. Looking back on it now, all he can remember is how exhausting it was. Afraid of letting weirdos sneak into Mount Shushan, Li Xianxiao did a full background check on every new disciple, their history, their personality, everything. But back then, he was still young. His methods and strength were both pretty immature. That ended up letting a lot of potential threats slip through and left behind some hidden dangers. This time, I'll strike at full strength. There's still some time left before Mount Shushan's disciple recruitment conference. Li Xianxiao planned to go into seclusion, locking himself in the alchemy room to focus on refining pills, to trade for the resources he needed for cultivation. After all, who knows what's going to happen next? With some resources in hand, he'd feel more at ease. Before going into seclusion, Li Xianxiao did his usual inspection of Mount Shushan. It looked like he was just taking a break to enjoy the view. But in truth, he was secretly checking for any potential threats. Nothing going on at Little Kying Peak. Li Xianxiao jotted it all down in his little notebook. Longzhou Peak has a couple of deist partners going through a breakup. The reason? The woman found out the man has always liked not her but her older brother. Li Xianxiao was a bit confused. A senior brother at Great Bamboo Peak failed to break through and is feeling really down. Keeps running off down the mountain. Note that 1, is there a chance he'll descend into darkness? A junior sister on Little Bamboo Peak is being isolated by other disciples because they're jealous of her looks. Her senior sister even led the group to exclude her. Major red flag? Mount Shushan fake sect leader, links Judaist. Real sect leader, Li Xianxiao. He dealt with all these trivial matters in record time. Then, Li Xianxiao headed to the servant peak. The moment the canteen aunt saw him, she hurriedly picked up her little mirror and touched up her makeup. The janitor uncle, who had been chatting with her, glanced over at Li Xianxiao, looking all bitter and resentful. Li Xianxiao could tell right away the janitor uncle had a crush on the aunt. Only thing was, the canteen aunt had some mental issues, like, really had issues. She was kind of slow. Word was her mental development had stopped at her teens, so she often got picked on. Other than the janitor uncle, Li Xianxiao was probably the only one who treated her kindly. As for why, well, it was kind of absurd. In Li Sungziao's mind, this janitor uncle was actually some hidden powerhouse in Mount Shushan, known to only a few. Tired of the endless bloodshed, he chose to live a quiet life sweeping the grounds. He fell in love at first sight with the simple-minded aunt. But the aunt, because of her mental state, kept getting bullied. Eventually, she even got killed. Driven by rage, the janitor uncle wiped Mount Shushan off the map. This story made a lot of sense. Li Xianxiao chatted with the aunt for a while. After making sure no one was bullying her, he finally left, feeling reassured, to check in on his next key observation target. And, finger hearts. She smiled shyly. Janitor uncle. This pisses me off. Since when do Mount Shushan disciples have this kind of kink? Stealing my woman? Animals. Scumbags. Shameless bastards. In a hidden cave somewhere in Mount Shushan, the janitor uncle was inside his own personal dimension. And with one punch, he flattened a mountain right in front of him. Only cultivators in the body fusion stage can have their own space. And judging by the range and size of his current domain, his strength far exceeded the body fusion stage. After venting, the janitor uncle returned to the cave, sat down dejectedly. What the HL is wrong with him? That disciple named Li Xianxiao definitely had problems and serious ones. There were so many beautiful female cultivators in the sect. Innocent little junior sisters, cold but warm inside senior sisters, seductive martial uncles. He didn't care about any of them, didn't even spare them a glance. But he went and fell for the canteen aunt. Every day, asking her if she's eaten, if she's cold, if she's tired. What kind of forbidden romance is this? He used to be the only one treating her nicely. Now there was someone else. That punk's younger than me, better looking than me, and a Mount Shushan disciple. And I'm just a plain old janitor. No, I can't let this kid keep slacking around. Gotta find something for him to do. That's what the janitor uncle was thinking as he sat down cross-legged. That night, Li Xianxiao had another nightmare. Same one as last time, a continuation. He couldn't see anything clearly. Everything was blurry. But he could vaguely hear a voice echoing across the heavens. If you dare harm her for the sake of your sect's disciples, I'll wipe out your entire sect. If you dare hurt her even slightly for the sake of the world, I'll kill everyone in it. Li Xianxiao jolted awake. Sitting on his meditation mat, his face was grim. There's no way he'd have the same dream twice for no reason. Thinking hard about what could be wrong, he figured the issue had to be related to this disciple recruitment event. Should I just pack my things and flee Mount Shushan tonight? Li Xianxiao thought helplessly. Of course, that was just a joke. The outside world was even more dangerous. Mount Shushan, as one of the 5 great immortal sects, was among the safest places around. Not to mention, the old man saved his life back then. During his time at Mount Shushan, his master had carefully guided and nurtured him. He couldn't forget that kindness. Now that he'd personally killed the old man, there was no way he'd let anything happen to Mount Shushan. Most importantly, without the protection of Mount Shushan, no doubt Lu Qiushui and Din Yufeng would tear him to pieces. Forget it? He'd just have to play it by ear when the disciple recruitment started. Time to go into seclusion and refine pills, no distractions allowed. Li Xianxiao quickly pushed down his unease and silently recited the purifying mind incantation 3 times. Taixing star of the grand stage, always ready to respond. Expel evil, bind spirits, protect life, guard the body. Clarity and wisdom, peace of mind and spirit. 2 months later, Li Xianxiao stepped out from the alchemy room, face full of vigilance. Special situations call for special treatment. Time was tight, so this time he'd actually used half of his power. People needed to understand refining pills is the most dangerous time for an alchemist. So many pill refiners had been stabbed in the back while they were working. Or they poured too much of themselves into the process, the furnace exploded, and they got caught in the blast. Normally, Li Xianxiao only used 30% of his strength when refining, hiding the other 70. What if the furnace exploded while he was refining, and just then the demon sect launched an attack on Mount Shushan? What if Mount Shushan got hit with a zombie apocalypse and everyone started killing each other? And right then, the once in 10,000 years world-ending flood appeared, followed by the 20,000-year Earth Dragon upheaval. What the HL would he do then? And this time, he'd actually used 50% of his power and only kept the other half in reserve. No choice, time was short. He had to take the risk. No one could possibly know just how much determination it took for Li Xianxiao to put in that extra 20%. Next, he'd have to sell these pills in batches to all the different marketplaces. Another headache? Underscore 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 underscore. Feng Mingwu Marketplace. An ordinary-looking rogue cultivator was setting up a stall. His pills were fair and honest, cheap and plentiful, and you'd get your fill for sure. So in no time at all, the front of his stall was packed with cultivators. Li Sungziao's first avatar wore a friendly smile. 500 meters underground, his second avatar, Li Xianxiao, was hiding there. 3 miles away, within a locust tree. His third avatar, Li Xianxiao, lay in wait. Obviously, those two were just his avatars. 10 miles away, the real Li Xianxiao was sitting by a river, fishing. In truth, all 3 of those were his avatars. This time, Li Xianxiao only used 3 locations to sell all his refined pills. Even with all that caution, he still got tailed when he left the marketplace. Sigh. Li Xianxiao let out a soft sigh. The cultivation world really is that brutal. This wasn't Mount Shushan's territory. The marketplace was jointly managed by several nearby sects, full of all sorts of people. 4 cultivators at the peak of foundation establishment. 1 at early golden core stage. Li Xianxiao quickly identified the number and level of the people tailing him. He'd already noticed them back in the marketplace. The moment he left, they started following in secret. He didn't act immediately, just pretended not to notice and kept up his pace. Avatar 1, even though only at chi refining stage, carried poison strong enough to kill Foundation establishment cultivators. The tricky part was the golden core cultivator. The poison made from the gold-silver blood serpent was with Avatar 2, which meant, to deal with those 5 people, Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 would need to strike together. Avatar 1 kept moving at a steady pace. Avatar 2 quietly followed the 5 stalkers. The mantis stalks the cicada unaware of the oriole behind. Avatar 1 reached the preset escape route. At that moment, the golden core cultivator sped up. Avatar 1 suddenly stopped and turned to look at the golden core cultivator flying on a magical artifact. Senior, why are you following me this far? A man without sin is still guilty if he holds treasure. A lowly chi refining cultivator with so many pills if you don't die, who should? The golden core cultivator left only that one sentence then dropped dead. His body plummeted from the sky. A silver needle stuck in his neck. It had pierced right through his body protection aura, slipped past his divine sense, and the poison from the gold-silver blood serpent spread instantly through his system. Li Xianxiao had 2 natal magical artifacts. One was the sword case left to him by the old man still not fully refined. The other was the crane beak silver needle. He'd refined 3 of them. Thinner than a hair, deadly and invisible, fast and ruthless. A magical treasure refined from red letter ore obtained from a heretic cultivator. The 4 Foundation establishment cultivators behind him froze, totally unaware of the danger. Their target was just a chi refining cultivator. Could he really take them all down? Right then, the prelayed 4 symbols formation activated. Raging flames roared out like hellfire, twisting and writhing as they surged toward the trapped enemies. Just as they dodged the fire, razor-sharp gales howled in next like blades. Then lightning crashed down like a storm of silver serpents, thunder roaring without end, followed by a torrential flood, sweeping toward them with unstoppable force. Before half a stick of incense burned out, the 5 were all dead, souls scattered for good. Avatars 1 and 2 swiftly looted the bodies, then scattered bone-eating powder. The 5 corpses quickly dissolved. While Avatar 1 and 2 calmly carried out this cleanup operation, a figure silently landed in front of the real Li Xianxiao, 100 miles away. Hehe, I've gotta admit, you're pretty cautious. Too bad you ran into me. Li Xianxiao raised his head and locked eyes with the man. It was a bald cultivator stronger than the earlier golden core one. More importantly, he had already killed Avatar 3. The bald cultivator grinned smugly. I noticed you in the marketplace. You had 2 avatars. One selling pills, one hiding underground, one hiding in a tree. Your real body was off fishing in the distance, and each avatar was stronger than the last. So most people would think the second one was the real you if they spotted the first. If they realized the second was fake, they'd think the third one was the real body. In fact, you had 3 avatars. Smooth. That was slick. The bald cultivator couldn't help but applaud. Too bad your tricks are crude enough to fool weaker cultivators, sure. But with me, you've got nowhere to hide. And your avatars weaken your real body. I already killed your strongest one. With this kind of avatar spell, the caster suffers backlash when one dies. I've seen right through you. With that, the bald cultivator waved his sleeve, and a treasure umbrella unfolded. This magic treasure was made to counter your silver needle. So, how will you respond now? Let me teach you one last lesson, kid. Those who try to outsmart others, will eventually be outsmarted themselves. Down below, Li Xingxiao's face was grim. His crane beak silver needle was powerful, but this umbrella just happened to counter it perfectly. The needle wasn't strong on its own, best used for sneak attacks, but the umbrella created a sort of spiritual energy turbulence around the man. The moment the needle got close, its trajectory would be thrown off. Die. The umbrella descended. Li Xianxiao drew his sword. Avatars 1 and 2 didn't have enough strength to influence the battle. Avatar 3 was already dead. He pointed his sword. Suddenly, 4 golden chains burst from behind the bald cultivator, catching him off guard and binding him. The sword had just been a feint. Its real purpose was to control the golden chains. But even the golden chains wouldn't hold him for long. Li Xianxiao pulled out another item. Activate treasure. It was a gleaming metal rod. The bald cultivator tilted his head to dodge only to see the gleaming hook at the end of the rod. What the HLY are all these underhanded tricks? Ayo. Li Xingxiao's real target was actually the umbrella the man controlled. Seeing the hook hit its mark, 2 crane beak silver needles struck from both sides. The real Li Xianxiao sat deep within an underground cavern. That bald cultivator had guessed wrong. There weren't just 3 avatars. There were 4. The man had never once seen the real Li Xianxiao from start to finish. From the very first marketplace to the last, Li Xianxiao had always been right here. From the moment the bald cultivator started tailing him at the first marketplace, Li Xianxiao had already set the trap. But even in victory, he felt no joy. That guy had nearly gotten close to his real body. He'd already identified 3 avatars. Terrifying. It forced me to use 50% of my power. Thankfully, nothing unexpected happened. This external body technique has way too many flaws. First, just like the bald cultivator said, all the power the avatars use comes from the real body. It's fine for tricking those weaker than you, but if you run into someone stronger, it's just not enough. And once an avatar is killed, the real body loses that portion of its strength and takes damage. If the enemy finds your real body at that moment, it's extremely dangerous. underscore 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 underscore. Li Xianxiao recalled all of his external bodies and returned to the sect with his gains from this trip. He didn't head straight back to Mount Shushan but took a detour instead. This time, 3 of his clones had been discovered in one go. It made Li Xianxiao realize the shortcomings of his external body technique. Too easy to detect, and too slow when fighting golden core cultivators. That bald cultivator had already been poisoned when he showed up in front of clone number 4. But even so, the battle still lasted a full 15 seconds. Li Xianxiao suddenly stopped walking. In the distance, there were signs of spiritual energy fluctuations. Someone's fighting? Wait, no, it's a spirit beast brawl. A waterfall cascaded down in torrents. In the water, an octopus was being righteously beaten up by 5 cultivators. Martial uncle, this octopus is really tough to deal with. This octopus has ancient blood in its veins and has already grown 8 full tentacles. That's extremely rare no matter what. We can't let it escape today. With that, the 5 cultivators each unleashed their divine powers. The octopus couldn't hold its own and was eventually knocked out by a spell seal. The 5 were overjoyed and quickly tied it up with a treasure rope, taking it with them in a hurry. This place wasn't safe to linger. But right after they left, the octopus's true body emerged from the water again. What the 5 cultivators had taken was merely one of its tails. Its disguise was so well done that even 2 cultivators much stronger than it hadn't noticed the trick. The octopus let out a sly chuckle and was about to swim off. But suddenly, it felt its body go numb and collapsed unconscious. A figure in the water swiftly dragged the octopus deeper. That figure darted away into the distance. It was none other than Li Liaoliu. Li Liaoliu had witnessed the entire scene. He had almost left already. After all, even he hadn't noticed that the octopus used a substitute. But being who he was, he had the habit of lingering a bit on the battlefield. And this time, it paid off. It's said that in ancient times, there were no such things as cultivation techniques. After the human race emerged, everything was learned from the myriad other races. For example, tiger demon fist, imitating tigers, dragon elephant bone refining technique, eagle claw strike, and so on. These were called bionic techniques. Maybe he could get some inspiration from the octopus to improve the flaws in his external body technique. Li Xianxiao picked up speed and headed to his planned emergency escape route, dismantling the formation and traps. Then he went to his backup escape route and took apart those formations and traps too. These arrays and traps couldn't be triggered without his activation, so he wasn't worried anyone else would fall into them. After making a big loop, Li Xianxiao returned to Mount Shushan. Then he suddenly used a movement technique to disappear. Only when a familiar figure passed by did Li Xianxiao dare to come out. That figure was none other than the abstract talent contestant, senior sister Suwan. As for such an abstract level existence, avoiding her was the best policy. Ever since Li Xianxiao had explained everything clearly to Suwan, she hadn't approached him again. Li Xianxiao had also been purposely avoiding her. So the two of them hadn't interacted much lately, which Li Xianxiao was very pleased about. After walking for a bit, Li Xianxiao once again slipped away. The second talented contestant, Zhang Luoshui, was skipping past looked like she was heading to find senior sister Suwan. These two really had a complicated relationship. Li Xianxiao sighed with emotion, then made it back to Silver Sword Peak without incident and entered his humble abode. Inside the secret room, Li Xianxiao sat down on the meditation cushion. He let out a long breath. Every time he came back from a trip, returning to his own little nest just felt way too good. This sense of safety and comfort was unbeatable. After resting a bit, Li Xianxiao laid out all his loot from the trip. First, the materials he had bartered for with refined pills, herbs, treasure materials, various spirit stones, and other cultivation resources. Then, the treasures looted from the attackers. All of those magical treasures couldn't be used directly. They had to be melted down to their raw state. And then there was a technique manual. Li Xianxiao flipped it open. Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Technique, a body refinement technique. Once fully mastered, it made your hair fall out completely. Li Xianxiao immediately gave up on the idea of practicing it. Not because he was worried about looks, but because a bald head stood out too much, it would draw attention. Can't learn that? Better find a chance to sell it. The last gain, in Li Songxiao's opinion, was the biggest one this time. He looked at the octopus in the cage. Li Xianxiao pulled it out. The 8-legged octopus stared at him in fear. Although it carried the bloodline of ancient spirit beasts, it hadn't invested its talents in combat, plus, it was timid by nature. It's over. I'm totally gonna become his supplement. My blood, my body, every part of me is a treasure. Li Xianxiao bowed respectfully. Apologies. I'm Li Xianxiao. I'd like to seek your guidance on a few things. 2 months later, Zhao Lu came to the hut and found that senior brother wasn't there. She took out her aphrodisiac powder, ready to sprinkle it on his pillow. This time, drawing from her last attempt, and the one before that, and the one before that. Zhao Lu carefully measured out a very small dose, intending to subtly influence her senior brother over time. She had no choice, her senior brother was too sensitive to poison. Just as she was about to lift his blanket, she spotted something sticky. What's this? Zhao Lu pulled back the blanket, an octopus popped into view. Zhao Lu, the sky is falling. Right then, Li Xianxiao walked in. Zhao Lu wiped her tears and said aggrievedly, Senior brother, you're actually with an octopus? I was so wrong about you. Li Xianxiao gave her a light knock on the head. Get rid of those dirty thoughts in your head. That's my spirit beast. Ah, Zhao Lu burst into a smile through her tears. I knew it. How could senior brother be into an octopus? So it was just my misunderstanding. Didn't I say I was going into seclusion for 3 months? It's only been 2. What's so urgent? Only then did Zhao Lu remember the important news. Senior brother, I heard this year's disciple recruitment is being moved up by a month. The sect's already started preparations. Oh, Li Xianxiao raised an eyebrow. A long road ahead. And one more thing, Silver Sword Peak is getting a new peak master. Li Xianxiao went silent. These two things happening together. Why did it suddenly feel like a chill ran down his spine? Underscore 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 underscore. Silver Sword Peak, formerly led by deist Lingxiu. After the old sect leader was righteously executed by Li Xianxiao, Lingxiu took over as the new sect leader. Logically speaking, the one who should have succeeded the position of Silver Sword Peak Master was the widely supported first senior brother of Silver Sword Peak, Shui Yun. However, Shui Yun decided to pursue love and left Mount Shushan. So for a while, Silver Sword Peak had no suitable candidate. Now, they finally had one. Lu Ziyan, once the youngest nascent soul cultivator of Mount Shushan, and also the youngest to reach spirit transformation. It's just that later this record was broken by Shui Yun. Lu Ziyan had entered closed-door life or death seclusion 15 years ago, and now, he had finally emerged. And the moment he did, he took over as Silver Sword Peak Master. Greetings, Peak Master. Lu Ziyan gave a small nod and swept his gaze across the crowd. Excluding outer sect disciples, Silver Sword Peak currently had 18 direct disciples. From now on, we must all work together to strengthen Silver Sword Peak, and strengthen Mount Shushan. Everyone spoke in unison. We will do our best to assist senior brother. Lu Ziyan was of the same generation as them, and was the first among the younger disciples to take up the position of Peak Master. He gave a few more instructions. With the sect's disciple recruitment approaching, and Lu Ziyan just taking over Silver Sword Peak, he naturally wanted to make an impression. He planned to take this opportunity to go down the mountain and seek out some talented cultivation seedlings, hoping for a stroke of luck. As for the other disciples, they would remain in the sect and search for suitable candidates among the newcomers who had made it up the mountain. Although people came from all corners of the land to attend Shushan's recruitment, inevitably, some gifted individuals might miss it for various reasons. So the Peak Master's journey down the mountain was partly to search for outstanding disciples. Junior brother Xianxiao, junior sister Zhao Lu, your cultivation is still in the qi refining stage. You should focus on cultivating well in your cave dwelling. Leave these matters to the other senior brothers and sisters. Lu Ziyan had considered everything thoroughly. On one hand, those in the qi refining stage should prioritize cultivation. On the other hand, sending 2 disciples in the qi refining stage out to recruit would be a bit embarrassing. Zhao Lu had no objections. But Li Xianxiao said, "Thank you for your concern, senior brother Peak Master. But I recently broke through the qi refining stage and have stepped into foundation establishment. Recruitment concerns the future of Silver Sword Peak. I would like to contribute what little I can." Several senior brothers and sisters turned their attention to him and swept him with their divine sense. Little junior brother's aura had indeed reached foundation establishment. Little junior brother, you've finally broken through qi refining. Congratulations. Little junior brother, keep it up. But don't get cocky, you're still far from your senior brother who's at golden core. Get lost. Little junior brother, don't listen to him. Don't rush things. Each one had something to say. It was clear they were genuinely happy for Li Xunxiao's breakthrough. Lu Ziyan said, "It's good that you have this intention." Li Xianxiao added, "Senior brother, if you're going down the mountain to find disciples, I'd like to accompany you." Li Xianxiao was worried Lu Ziyan might turn him down. So he added, "After this breakthrough, I was planning to go down the mountain to travel and steady my mindset. Since it just happens to coincide with Shushan's grand disciple recruitment, I thought I wouldn't get the chance. Thankfully, senior brother is going down the mountain now. This way, I can follow you and learn more." Sure enough, after hearing that, Lu Ziyan swallowed back the words he'd been about to say and changed his tone. "In that case, Xianxiao, you can come with me." Li Xunxiao's reason for wanting to follow Lu Ziyan was simple. He didn't know much about Lu Ziyan. After all, the man had been in seclusion for 15 years. What he did know was that Lu Ziyan was aloof and focused solely on cultivation. He had mastered the ruthless Dao. Dressed in a long robe as white as snow, his looks were flawless. His features carried a scholarly elegance, as though untouched by worldly dust. Every movement exuded an extraordinary aura, gentle and cultured like jade, yet relaxed and unrestrained like drifting clouds. Such elegance and grace, he was truly one of a kind. And that made him extremely dangerous? This kind of person was the most likely to descend into darkness. The next day, Li Xianxiao followed Lu Ziyan down the mountain. They headed west from Mount Shushan, traveling for several days. Lu Ziyan's sword flight was incredibly fast. He flew casually, and later the two of them landed on an official road to have some tea. They enjoyed the scenery along the way and continued walking leisurely. A few days later, they had passed through several towns but still hadn't found a suitable candidate. Just when Lu Ziyan thought the trip might be fruitless. That evening, as they passed through a village, they saw flames shooting into the sky. A fierce beast was wreaking havoc in the village. "Help! A sweet and delicate-looking girl clung to a tree branch, crying out in panic. The black wolf below calmly opened its bloodthirsty maw, just waiting for her to fall. At that critical moment, a figure flashed by and caught the girl in his arms. The girl stared blankly at the man who had caught her. That impossibly handsome face was seared into her memory. Lucian cradled the girl and spun as they descended. Cherry blossoms fluttered down from the trees. Li Xianxiao watched the scene. He blinked. His head felt itchy. Why did this scene feel so familiar? Watch out! In the girl's eyes, the reflection of the wolf demon approached. The next second, the wolf demon smoothly collapsed to the ground. Woof woof woof. Lucian casually waved his hand, killing the wolf demon, and then gently set the girl down. The girl stared at Lucian, unblinking. At that moment, two little boys ran over crying and calling for their sister. The girl hugged the boys. These are my little brothers, Fugui and Wangke. Are you an immortal? Thank you for saving me. To slay demons and uphold justice is the duty of all cultivators. The girl's bright eyes sparkled. My name is Feng Liulai. I still don't know your name. Li Xianxiao at the side. Oh, your two little brothers are named Fugui and Wangke. And your name is Feng Liulai? You selfish thing? Why couldn't you just be named Kuwa? Feng Liulai, you expect me to believe you're a background character with that name? Are you even in the same layer as the rest of this village? Excuse me, immortal master, are you a disciple of Mount Shushan? Feng Liulai asked curiously. I am. Before he passed, my grandfather told me that when I turned 16, I must join Mount Shushan. Who was your grandfather? My grandfather's name was Taizu. He was the village blacksmith. As they spoke, a group of villagers holding various farming tools surrounded them. Beat that Jinx to death. It's because of her that disasters keep striking our village. Jinx, it wasn't enough that you got your family killed, you still want to kill the rest of us. Underscore 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 underscore. Beat her to death. Beat her to death. Lucian shielded Feng Liulai behind him. Li Xianxiao frowned slightly, realizing something was off, and quietly retreated behind Lucian. Who are you? Get out of the way, today we're going to beat this Jinx to death, said the man leading the group. Jinx. Lucian's face was expressionless. The moment she was born, a meteor fell from the sky. Right after that, her grandfather died. And since then, wild beasts have attacked our village from time to time. If she's not a Jinx, who is? That whole Jinx talk is nonsense. There's no such thing as a Jinx in this world, it's pure fabrication. And who are you to say that? I am Lucian, Peak Master of Silver Sword Peak from Mount Shushan. Mount Shushan. Even country bumpkins knew the name of Mount Shushan. Looking at Lucian's appearance and attire, it was obvious he wasn't some ordinary person. Lucian added, if you don't believe me, I'll do a reading and prove it. He then asked Feng Liulai for her birth date and fortune, calculated on his fingers. Asterisk pft. Asterisk. Lucian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth without changing expression. You see, I told you, her fate is ordinary. Li Xianxiao. That didn't seem very ordinary. Due to Lucian's identity as a disciple of Mount Shushan, the villagers had no choice but to disperse. Lucian gave Feng Liulai another look. Both her talent and spiritual roots were very average. But her fate, why was it so strange? Just then, Li Xianxiao said, could she be a powerhouse reincarnated? Lucian nodded thoughtfully. Li Xianxiao continued, I checked the beast's corpse just now. That type of beast shouldn't be living in this area, and it's not migration season. There's no reason it would be here. This girl might have some kind of special bloodline that's attracting them. Lucian looked at Li Xianxiao with a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected this junior brother, whose cultivation and talent were only average, to be so observant. Some powerhouses, in their dying moments, would obscure the heavenly secrets to complete reincarnation, prearranging their next life's bloodline and talent. That wasn't uncommon. But in this girl's case, why was there only bloodline and no talent or spiritual roots? Then Feng Liulai said, my grandpa told me to go to Mount Shushan when I turned 16. Mount Shushan isn't a place you can just enter. With your talent and roots, forget it, Lucian said. No, I must join Mount Shushan. Why? To get stronger? Or to take revenge on those villagers who tried to kill you? Lucian asked. Feng Liulai shook her head. No, I want to protect more people. Grandpa said a true powerhouse is one who's willing to take the weak's freedom as their boundary. Grandpa also said that no matter what I face in the future, I must never lose hope in this world. Lucian nodded approvingly. Going to Mount Shushan won't be that easy. I'm not afraid. Lucian glanced at the burned-down straw hut behind the girl, torched by the villagers. There was still some time before the sect's disciple recruitment. He figured he might as well teach her a few techniques so she wouldn't get into trouble on the way. Just as he was about to speak, Li Xianxiao suddenly said, Senior brother, things are especially busy within the sect right now. Even though Silver Sword Peak has several senior brothers and sisters, there are too many affairs to handle without a leader. Now that you're the peak master, and since you haven't found any cultivation seedlings this trip, it's best to return to the sect as soon as possible. Lucian, leave things here to me, your junior brother. Since it was said so directly, Lucian really had no reason to refuse. He nodded. He had just taken over as Silver Sword Peak's peak master, and with disciple recruitment underway, he truly couldn't afford to waste too much time. so he gave Li Xianxiao a few simple instructions and left. Feng Liulai stared in the direction Lu Ziyan had gone for a long time before finally looking over at the plain and unremarkable Li Xianxiao beside her. Compared to Lu Ziyan, Li Xianxiao was like a total background character. You're also a Mount Shushan disciple. Feng Liulai hadn't dared ask before. She thought Li Xianxiao was just an attendant. I am Li Xianxiao, disciple of Mount Shushan. Li Xianxiao gave a daoist salute. This place is a ways from Mount Shushan, and there are bound to be dangers on the road. I'll teach you a few basic self-defense moves. Thank you. Earlier, when Lu Ziyan did the birth date reading, he coughed up blood. Li Xianxiao didn't dare try that himself. So over the next few days, Li Xianxiao helped Feng Liulai rebuild her straw hut. He used local materials, caught fish from the river, hunted wild animals in the mountains, and made sure Feng Liulai and her two younger brothers had delicious meat to eat. Coincidentally, one day happened to be Feng Liulai's birthday, so Li Xianxiao made a richer dinner and added a bowl of longevity noodles. Then he continued patiently teaching her sword techniques. All very normal, right? Then why was Feng Liulai looking at him so strangely? Illusion? Definitely just an illusion. Even if she were to like someone, she should be liking senior brother Lu Ziyan, right? I just ask, humbly, that if one day you destroy Mount Shushan, please remember today's kindness and spare me. Mount Shushan focuses on cultivating the ruthless Dao. Once you step into this path, you must take protecting all living beings as your duty and must not indulge in carnal desires. Do you understand? Li Xianxiao emphasized Mount Shushan's ruthless Dao. Feng Liulai nodded. True love is without attachment. Grandpa taught me that. Once Feng Liulai's father returned, Li Xianxiao prepared to take his leave. This Feng Liulai needs to be specially noted. In truth, if Li Xianxiao wanted to eliminate all danger, there was a simpler solution. He could have just taken care of Feng Liulai on the road, quietly and cleanly. No one would have noticed. But the problem is, doing that would basically make him no different from the demon sect. If you kill someone just because they might be dangerous, without proof, aren't you the real villain here? More importantly, you don't know if she's the reincarnation of a murderous demon lord, or the rebirth of someone with immense karmic virtue. If it's the former, like Fan Yu, killing her would earn you the blessing of the heavenly Dao, and when you face tribulation, you'd achieve a super-grade golden core. But if it's the latter, if you kill someone who's the reincarnation of immense virtue and carries the luck of the great Dao, then you're screwed. Just wait until your next tribulation. The heavenly Dao will smite you, and it'll definitely try to kill you. So at times like these, you absolutely cannot act rashly. Get close first. Feel things out. Could it be that the dream I had, the prophecy, was actually about Feng Liulai? I really hope that this time, Mount Shushan's disciple recruitment doesn't bring in any more weirdos. Li Xianxiao made a note in his little notebook. A possibly reincarnated powerhouse with a unique bloodline and a pure, naive nature Feng Liulai, likely to develop entanglement with Lu Ziyan. Typical traits of this kind of fantasy romance female lead, framed by petty villains, targeted by hateful martial uncles, accused by others, eventually gives up completely and becomes the demon sect leader. Underscore 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 underscore. When Li Xianxiao got back, he managed to catch the big selection for Mount Shushan disciples just in time. He rushed straight back to Silver Sword Peak, cleaned up a bit, and headed for Tongtian Peak. At this moment, the main peak of Tongtian Peak was bustling. A sea of people, loud and chaotic. Disciples from all 7 peaks were heading over, getting ready to welcome the new disciples joining Mount Shushan. Li Xianxiao arrived quietly at the spot where the Silver Sword Peak folks were gathering. Then, thoughtfully, he took over his senior brother's pen and helped record the names, places of origin, ages, home addresses, and other information of the assessment group. It's just that Li Xianxiao liked to ask a little more detail, always slipping in some personal questions. Imagine the current scenario, you need to refine a magical artifact, but it requires the lives of 100,000 people. Once completed, this treasure would sweep the world. What do you choose? Just a heads up, please answer according to your true thoughts. The truth stone in front of you will determine honesty. What do you think is the meaning of cultivation? Why do you want to become a cultivator? How much do you understand about cultivators? What are your views on a cultivator's professional ethics? What are your goals and development plans for the future? What's your view on love? Other disciples just reported their info with a swish swish. When it got to Li Songxiao's turn, he'd only just finished recording the third one. He didn't have the authority to accept or reject any disciples. He could only take notes of the ones that needed special attention. Li Xianxiao had a list. Risk levels came in 4 grades: low risk, moderate risk, high risk, and major risk. As for safety levels, none. There was no such thing as someone completely safe. Anyone, even himself, could descend into darkness. Li Xianxiao nodded. He thought this disciple gave decent answers. A promising seedling, he couldn't help but smile in relief. After all, one more normal cultivator in Mount Shushan was good for everyone. Right, what's your name? Yafan. Li Xianxiao. That's such an overpowered name. He glanced at the young man again and gave a slight nod. Young man, cultivate diligently. Next, name. I'm Hanli. Li Xianxiao once again showed a shocked face, then cleared his throat, realizing he was losing his composure. Probably just a coincidence with the name. The world's big, plenty of people share names. When did I get this jumpy? Careful not to let others notice something's off. What if this leads to leaving a bad impression on some future main character, especially those more cautious than himself who secretly holds a grudge later? Name, Wang Tang. My son Wang Tang has the bearing of the earth itself. Are you in the same group as that Ye-Fen just now? Li Xianxiao silently thought. But this Wang Tang had mixed spiritual roots, and why was his head so pointy? As for Ye-Fan and Han Li from earlier, only that Han Li had somewhat decent aptitude. But even that was just decent, far from the average standard. Plus, just now he saw the guy arguing with someone over their place in line. If it were the real Han old devil, he would never do something like that. Looks like I was overthinking again. It's just similar names. I'm way too cautious. Li Xianxiao couldn't help but laugh a little. Sometimes, it's okay to loosen up a bit. The world isn't that dangerous. It's just a name, after all. Thinking this, Li Xianxiao let out a breath, like he'd finally relaxed a bit. Next, name. Su Fengnian. Thud. Li Xianxiao toppled right off his stool. One hand braced against the table, his legs trembling slightly as he barely pulled himself back up. What the H*LL? Su Fengnian? What's this guy doing here? Li Xianxiao sat down again. From Northern Liang. Northern Liang is bitter, but the one who suffers most is the one in white. A good brother to a bunch of lunatics, yet claims to be full of great love. That Su Fengnian? The one who sacrificed 300,000 soldiers and then ran off into seclusion with a bunch of women? And this guy named Su Fengnian actually had great cultivation potential, high chance he'd become a Mount Shushan disciple. Junior brother Xianxiao, you don't look so well. Did the long journey wear you out? Maybe go take a rest. A senior sister nearby asked. Li Xianxiao waved his hand. It's nothing, just a sudden pain in my chest, old problem. Li Xianxiao pulled out his little notebook. Su Fengnian. Major risk? +3 exclamation marks. Brother Xianxiao, we meet again. Just then, a familiar face appeared. Li Xianxiao looked at Feng Liulai standing in front of him and forced a smile. Skillfully wrote down her information. By the time everything wrapped up, the sun was already setting. All the registered disciples were arranged to stay at Menial Peak. The official assessment would begin tomorrow. Why do I feel so uneasy all of a sudden? Inside his cave dwelling, Lu Ziyan, the peak master of Silver Sword Peak, ended his meditation. This time, he'd exited seclusion because he sensed his life and death tribulation was approaching. But where the tribulation lay he still didn't know. Lu Ziyan took out a treasure bead. It was an innate spiritual treasure that sect leader deist Lingxiu had gifted him not long ago. It could help him find his life and death tribulation, and right now, the treasure was glowing. Lu Ziyan frowned slightly and quietly left his cave dwelling. The closer he got, the brighter the spiritual pearl became. Until finally, he landed at Menial Peak. He looked toward a certain room where 3 not yet inducted disciples were sleeping. His gaze was instantly drawn to Feng Liulai, who was sleeping soundly, the treasure pearl glowing. So that's it, she's my life and death tribulation? The life and death tribulation is a kind of calamity that cultivators may face due to the backlash of the heavenly Dao. Once this tribulation is overcome, the path of cultivation becomes smooth and unhindered. But if two people who are each other's tribulation meet, misfortune will cling to them. If it cannot be resolved without death or serious harm, they will fall into demonic cultivation. Lu Ziyan let out a silent sigh. This is destiny. What can be done? He turned and left. He could have killed Feng Liulai, but he didn't. As a Mount Shushan cultivator, that would go against his Daoist principles. If he did such a thing, it would surely give rise to an inner demon and shake the foundation of his cultivation. He recalled something Feng Liulai had once said. A true powerhouse is willing to use the freedom of the weak as their boundary. Since this is my tribulation, then I shall accept it calmly. Meanwhile, inside Li Sungziao's secret chamber, through the twin recording stone, Li Xianxiao witnessed the entire scene. Mount Shushan really is a place I can't stay in for even one more day? He took a deep breath, then a second deep breath, then a third. Only then did he finally calm down again. Life and death tribulation? This kind of tribulation either ends with both sides passing through it safely, or both sides falling together, crushed into a tragedy of the mortal world. And these two aren't even heretic cultivators instead, both have pure hearts and are blessed with the fortunes of the heavenly Dao. They cannot be killed lightly. Li Xianxiao paced back and forth in the room. What to do? The assessment is tomorrow. If nothing unexpected happens, even if Feng Liulai's talent is average, she'll still be accepted into Mount Shushan. Then she'll be taken in as a disciple under Lu Ziyan, becoming the latest generation disciple of Silver Sword Peak. Also, Lu Ziyan's first official disciple, those two will inevitably be drawn into each other's lives. I suddenly have a great idea. Li Xianxiao snapped his fingers. Underscore 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 underscore. There were 3 trials in Mount Shushan's entrance assessment. The first trial was a test of talent. The second trial was the heart questioning stage. To question one's true heart, see if one possesses a pure heart for cultivation. The third trial was a duel among disciples, battling it out on the martial arena. During these 3 trials, Li Xianxiao crossed out quite a few names he had previously recorded. For example, those youths named Ye-Fan, Wang Tang, and Han Li. All 3 failed the heart questioning stage. Further follow-up investigation revealed none of them had a firm heart for cultivation. As expected, they were just namesakes. The world might be a bit flipped, but at least it's not a big mishmash. Actually, running into Yafan, Hanli, or Wang Tang wouldn't have been so bad. The real problem was that one Su Fengnian. That name was terrifying. And he actually passed the first 2 tests, showing considerable strength. What made Li Xianxiao truly panic was during the trial. While he was off to the side recording, Su Fengnian glanced at him. Li Xianxiao. Looking at me equals extreme malice equals serious threat to personal safety equals wants to refine me to improve his talent equals must eliminate enemy. But the next day during the trial, the other party acted like Li Xianxiao didn't exist. Li Xianxiao was even more certain now. Not looking at me? What are you hiding? Hiding something equals plotting sneak attack, ambush. Holding a grudge equals serious threat to personal safety equals must eliminate enemy. Not a moment to lose. That night, Li Xianxiao quietly snuck into Menial Peak. The janitor uncle at Menial Peak perked up alertly. What's this brat doing here in the middle of the night? Finally can't hold back and wants to make a move on my girl? B****. Li Xianxiao emerged from underground, looking at Su Fengnian still fast asleep. He slapped a talisman on the other's forehead and cast a spell. Su Fengnian, still in a dream, didn't notice a thing. Do you harbor any ill intent toward the disciple named Li Xianxiao? Li Xianxiao asked. Li Xianxiao? Don't know him. Su Fengnian's lips moved. Li Xianxiao let out a breath of relief. Have you ever gone around burning, killing, looting, and then claimed yourself to be the white-robed heir, the most pitiful man under the heavens? Am I some beast? My parents are alive and well, my family's harmonious. I'm not some kind of pervert. Li Xianxiao nodded, breathing easier again, and continued questioning. What would you do to repay kindness? For example, would you kill your benefactor's entire family? Kill your benefactor's parents? Wouldn't that make me a beast? Li Xianxiao nodded once more. He checked the other's body top to bottom, no hidden strength, no special items. Fourth question, are you someone reincarnated? No. Li Xianxiao nodded again. Is your life's dream to have 300,000 people die with you, then retire with your wives to a secluded place? Absolutely not. Thank goodness. I can finally relax. Li Xianxiao let out a breath of relief. 456th question, now listen carefully. There's a mother and 2 daughters. The mother dies, and the 2 sisters attend the funeral. At the funeral, the younger sister meets a very charming man and falls in love at first sight. After returning home, the younger sister kills the older one. Why? 459th question. There's a young man whose house is separated from a married couple's house by a patch of grass. Late at night, he's awakened by the sound of arguing next door, then hears the sound of chopping and cows grazing. After a while, he hears someone banging on his door. The next morning, he finds the female neighbor dead at his doorstep. Deduce what happened. Would you rather love a fellow disciple or love cultivation? Fellow disciple or talent? Fellow disciple or spiritual roots? Fellow disciple. All questions complete. You pass. All right then, I'm leaving. Li Xianxiao muttered to himself. Then his presence vanished from Menial Peak, and the disciples' quarters returned to silence. Su Fengnian didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. A moment later, Li Songziao's face appeared again at the window, silently watching him. If you were pretending to be under my control, answering on purpose, then let me ask, if I suddenly came back with a sneak attack, wouldn't you explode? Li Xianxiao stared at Su Fengnian. After a while. Yep. He really was under control. This time I'm really leaving. Li Songziao's presence vanished. Yet another while later, Li Songziao's face popped out from the roof beam, staring hard at Su Fengnian. Can't help it, your name is just too damn scary. It's practically taboo. I have to be cautious. All the questions were tested. Li Xianxiao finally let out a long sigh. Confirmed, just someone with the same name. The guy wasn't antisocial. Risk level downgraded to low risk. That name of yours, Li Xianxiao muttered, it's way too dangerous. He was just about to leave, when suddenly the other said, I'm not actually called Su Fengnian. You're not. Li Xianxiao was puzzled. My surname's Su, given name Feng. On the road to Mount Shushan, I ran into a senior cultivator. He heard my name and thought it was interesting. Told me, when I registered at Mount Shushan, to say my name was Su Fengnian. Li Xianxiao froze, cold sweat instantly breaking out down his back. What did you say? Think back carefully to what happened then. Under Li Songziao's guidance, the other fell into recollection. Haha, your name's really interesting, hilarious. Nothing, I just think your name would be even funnier with a slight change. When you get to Mount Shushan, just use the name I told you. Ha ha ha, trust me. If you use that name, Mount Shushan's bound to take you in. Back at Silver Sword Peak, Li Xianxiao burrowed into his straw hut. Afraid, weak, shivering, cold. This world is way too dangerous. Good news, Su Fengnian's not real. He's got nothing to do with the version I know. Bad news, I might have just discovered another transmigrator. The other person knew the name Su Fengnian. That makes it 90% likely they're from the same world as me. And yet I can't remember a single thing about their appearance or age. Logically, I shouldn't have forgotten everything useful. Only one possibility: he deliberately erased the memory of his appearance and age. Just like how I've subtly changed my own appearance over the years, until I ended up with an utterly average face. Li Xianxiao circled it heavily in his notes. Super ultra mega danger. There's very likely someone in this world, like me, from another world. Name unknown, gender unknown, age unknown, cultivation unknown. That sense of an unknown danger lurking in the dark, it's way too unsettling. Underscore 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 underscore. The third round of assessment was about to begin. The disciples who had passed the first 2 rounds headed to Tongtian Peak, filled with both nervousness and excitement. Feng Liulai looked at the dazzling Tongtian Peak, wide-eyed like a bumpkin entering a grand palace. She followed the crowd as they moved forward. Accidentally, she bumped into the person in front of her. Sorry. The female disciple turned around, looked Feng Liulai up and down, and said with disdain. What kind of country bumpkin are you? You think you belong in Mount Shushan? You. And what are you supposed to be? At that moment, a girl named Huang Peiying stepped forward to speak up for Feng Liulai. The two had met when they first entered the sect. Huang Peiying's family elder was an elder of Mount Shushan. She had connections, influence, and was among the top of her generation in cultivation. The female disciple glanced at Huang Peiying guiltily and didn't dare argue back. Feng Liulai looked at Huang Peiying with gratitude. Thank you, Sister Huang. Huang Peiying smiled and said, don't be scared, I've got your back. This whole scene was witnessed by Li Xianxiao. He had looked into Huang Peiying before. She wasn't a high-risk person, but her personality made her the perfect catalyst to turn a femme fatale black. She was narrow-minded, vain, and willful. Don't be fooled by her standing up for Feng Liulai now. She might seem close to Feng Liulai, but it was the condescending kind of closeness from someone in a higher position. If one day, Huang Peiying realized Feng Liulai had surpassed her, she'd most likely turn that into hatred. It's like tutoring someone only to see them score higher than you on a test. Or worse, both falling for the same guy. This Huang Peiying might just be one of the sparks that causes Feng Liulai's descent into darkness. Li Xianxiao analyzed, took notes, and ran simulations in his little notebook, trying to predict how things might play out. Soon, the crowd walked forward along the bridge and came across the water Kylin. The water Kylin shook its body and stood up. Even ants on Mount Shushan had to dress up before going out, let alone the water Kylin. Its fur stood up straight like it was blown by a fierce wind, each strand shimmering with crystalline water light. Thick jets of water gushed from its 4 hooves, intertwining and weaving together, forming a wide and sturdy road like a bridge made entirely of flowing water, stretching into the distance. The water Kylin stood tall and proud on this road of water jets. Its presence was majestic and awe-inspiring, exuding authority without anger. As a breeze passed by, the fur on its body gently fluttered, perfectly complementing the water bridge beneath its feet, forming a spectacular sight. Everyone who saw the divine beast had shocked expressions on their faces. They'd only heard of such a divine creature, none had seen one in person. The water Kylin suddenly stepped forward toward the crowd. The disciples who hadn't joined the sect yet instinctively took a few steps back. A nearby Mount Shushan disciple reminded them, don't worry, everyone. The Kylin has a gentle temperament. If it approaches you, it means you have a destined connection with immortality. Upon hearing this, those who were about to move aside stopped, hoping the Kylin would come to them. The Kylin walked through the crowd. Huang Peiying's eyes lit up. Was it coming toward her? Father said I was born with a blessed root. Even the water Kylin favors me now. Just as she was basking in her smugness, she saw the water Kylin bypass her and instead walk toward Feng Liulai. The water Kylin stuck out its tongue and licked Feng Liulai, looking quite pleased. Seeing this, even the Mount Shushan disciples nearby were surprised. Since when did the water Kylin act like this? Everyone turned to look. Feng Liulai looked confused. She didn't understand why, but there was a strange sense of familiarity when she looked at the water Kylin. Huang Peiying's gaze turned venomous as she stared at Feng Liulai. That friendliness from before? Gone in a flash? Girl, that switch in your expression is way too quick. Li Xianxiao silently observed Feng Liulai and Huang Peiying from the crowd. Looks like in her past life, Feng Liulai wasn't some unforgivable demon lord. On the contrary, she might have been blessed by the fortune of the heavenly Dao. Otherwise, the water Kylin wouldn't be this close to her. If someone like her were killed either directly or indirectly by him, he'd be in serious trouble. He had to be careful. Extra careful. This was just a small episode and quickly passed. But it made Li Xianxiao even more convinced his approach was the right one. The third round was a duel. Worried he might overlook something, Li Xianxiao brought his little junior sister Zhao Lu from Silver Sword Peak. He had her track the low-risk participants. As for himself, he focused on several high-risk ones. Just as he expected when Feng Liulai faced her first opponent. Even though she wasn't as strong, she still won the match. Same with the second round. No one thought she'd win. There weren't even many people watching her match. She just quietly won. The next few days played out in a similar pattern. Feng Liulai started off shaky, made some clumsy moves, fell into a tough battle, struggled to the brink of defeat, and then gave a victory speech. And just like that, she made it all the way into the final 4, going up against Huang Peiying. Huang Peiying looked like she wanted to eat her alive. Feng Liulai happily went to share the news with Li Xianxiao. Brother Xianxiao, if I win first place, can I become honored lord's disciple? She meant Luzian, of course. Li Xianxiao nodded. In theory, yes. But don't push yourself too hard. Just making it into the top 4 means you're already eligible to become Senior Brother Lu's disciple. Feng Liulai said, no, if I'm going to do it, I want to be number 1. I want Honored Lord as my master. Ambitious. Go for it. Thank you, Brother Xianxiao. Hey, with our relationship, there's no need for thanks. Lu Ziyan watched Feng Liulai from a distance, surprised she had made it into the top 4. Was this fate? It was destined to happen. From the day I met her, I'd already fallen into fate's trap. That evening, Lu Ziyan returned to his cave dwelling, feeling a bit conflicted and wanting to brew some calming tea. But he suddenly realized he was out of calming tea. Finished it already? Guess I'll go to Menial Peak to buy some. Just as Lu Ziyan was about to head to Menial Peak, he remembered a conversation he had with Li Xianxiao a few days back. There was calming tea in the back mountain of Silver Sword Peak. So, Lu Ziyan went to the back mountain of Silver Sword Peak. Even after all this time managing Silver Sword Peak, he'd never visited the back mountain. Now that he saw it truly breathtaking. Especially this back mountain. When he got to the tea grove in the back mountain, Lu Ziyan casually picked some tea leaves and brewed them using water from the nearby river. Just then, a bright red fruit on a tree caught his eye. Lu Ziyan plucked it and took a bite. Not bad. Using his magic power to boil the water, he slowly sipped his tea. Lu Ziyan was about to return to his cave dwelling, but as he walked, he suddenly realized he couldn't find the way out. Underscore. What's going on? After walking in circles a few times, Lu Ziyan finally confirmed he was trapped in an illusion formation. It must have been a unique formation in the back mountain of Silver Sword Peak, accidentally triggered. A mere small formation let me break it. Lu Ziyan actually found it amusing. He had studied formations since childhood. All formations stem from the same roots. There was once an elder in Mount Shushan who categorized all formations into one grand formation. It was called the Universal Formation. Disciples who studied formations in Mount Shushan all scrambled to try and break it. One solution meant you just stepped into the door of formations. 2 solutions meant you had some mastery of the art. In other words, the more solutions you found, the higher your formation skill. Before his last seclusion, Lu Ziyan had set a record. 9 solutions. No one had surpassed it to this day. Not even the highly cultivated elders or peak masters. Of course, the condition was that you couldn't use brute force and break it with sheer power. What Lu Ziyan didn't know was that someone behind the scenes had already figured out 11 solutions. 2 more than he had. Lu Ziyan paced through the formation, time ticking by. The corner of his eye twitched slightly. This. Back here again? Now this is getting interesting. Lu Ziyan tossed out 3 copper coins. Time to get serious. Much later, Lu Ziyan looked around, fingers calculating, muttering under his breath. He had fallen from a basic illusion formation into an even more complex one. No way in or out. Forget it, can't waste more time. Lu Ziyan prepared to forcibly break the formation. Though he had to admit, the formation was brilliantly crafted, the one who laid it was far less powerful than him. If he forced his way through, the formation would break. But soon, Lu Ziyan gave up that idea. Because he suddenly realized this formation was linked to the herb garden, tea grove, and other areas of the back mountain. If he destroyed it by force, all those areas would be damaged too. If word got out that the peak master of Silver Sword Peak was trapped by a formation on his own mountain, and had to force break it, ruining the herb garden and tea grove in the process. Do you even want your pride anymore? It was still early. He was sure he could find a flaw in the formation. From Lu Ziyan's perspective, the day was still young. But at that moment, the Mount Shushan Final 4 battle had already begun. The tea he drank, the fruit he ate, they were all part of the grand formation. It wasn't poison, but it subtly affected his perception of time. And combined with Li Songxiao's strategic layout within the formation, the goal was to make Lu Ziyan miss the final disciple selection assessment. The Final 4 battle began. Feng Liulai versus Huang Peiying. Huang Peiying stared at Feng Liulai in disbelief. She couldn't believe her opponent had improved so rapidly in just a few days. DMN it? Huang Peiying gritted her teeth. She'd trained bitterly since childhood, blessed with rare talent. How could she lose to some bumpkin from the mountains? Fueled by that thought, her attacks grew fiercer. Li Xianxiao once again witnessed the blessing of a child of destiny. He couldn't imagine how Feng Liulai could win. Yet every time, she managed to catch Huang Peiying's moves at just the right moment. Though she was being pushed back continuously, her spiritual energy kept recovering quickly. Meanwhile, Huang Peiying grew weaker and weaker. In the end, Huang Peiying only managed to win by relying on a magical artifact her father had given her. Disciples who made the top 8 had priority in being chosen. The top 2 could choose which peak to join. Even though Feng Liulai lost, many peak masters saw her potential and extended invitations. But Feng Liulai kept her eyes fixed firmly in the direction of the Silver Sword Peak crowd. The person she wanted to see wasn't there. Peak Master Lu was missing. Where's Senior Brother Lu? No idea. Where did he go? That disciple Feng Liulai is cultivation seed material. We can't let another peak steal her. It's too late already. Why would Senior Brother Lu disappear at such a critical moment? Feng Liulai, which peak do you wish to join? I wish to become a disciple under Peak Master Lu of Silver Sword Peak. Lu Ziyan. Daoist Lingxiu's gaze fell on the Silver Sword Peak seats, but they were empty. At such an important event, how could Lu Ziyan not show up? Sect leader, by the rules, since Lu Ziyan didn't appear, can we accept this disciple first? Said the head of Little Kying Peak. Clearly, none of them wanted to miss out on this disciple. Indeed, and don't say us old folks are bullying the younger generation. Lu nephew isn't even present at such an important occasion. The head of Little Bamboo Peak was the first to extend an olive branch. Feng Liulai, our Little Bamboo Peak is all female disciples. Interested? We don't pay any mind to those smelly men. Feng Liulai cupped her hands. Thank you, Peak Masters, for your kindness. But I have long admired Peak Master Lu and only wish to join Silver Sword Peak. If you had beaten Huang Peiying, you'd have the right to choose. But you didn't. And now that Lu Ziyan isn't here, if you miss this disciple recruitment ceremony, you'll have to become an outer disciple and wait 10 more years. The Peak Master of Little Bamboo Peak reminded her. Feng Liulai's face turned anxious. She kept glancing toward Silver Sword Peak's seats. All right, make your decision quickly. Otherwise, you really will become an outer disciple. Feng Liulai couldn't decide. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Feng Liulai, I'll accept you on behalf of my master. Will you join Silver Sword Peak under me? The moment those words came out, not just the Peak Masters, even Sect Leader Lingxiu froze. They all turned to look in surprise at the speaker Li Xianxiao. Old man is your master, right? Accepting disciples on my behalf? Did you ask for my permission? Li Xianxiao held up a jade slip. Lingxiu immediately remembered. That was from before he became Sect Leader, when he lost a bet to this kid over a game of chess. He lost 2 jade slips. According to the bet, Li Xianxiao could use them to ask Lingxiu for one thing so long as it didn't violate morality. Lingxiu hadn't expected him to use it now. He glanced at the disciple named Feng Liulai average talent, but she made it into the top 4. Maybe it reminded Xianxiao of himself. Ordinary talent, yet unrelenting perseverance. The Peak Masters all turned to look at Sect Leader Lingxiu. Lingxiu had no choice but to nod. Everyone assumed it was his silent approval. Feng Liulai stared blankly at Li Xianxiao. A soft smile played on Li Songziao's lips. He would personally train Feng Liulai, turn her into what a Mount Shushan disciple should be. After all, no other peak felt safe. Better to keep her by his side and stay in control. What's wrong? Speechless. Li Xianxiao raised an eyebrow. By the way, the sect leader is busy. Since I'm accepting you on his behalf, I'll be your direct teacher. Will you come to Silver Sword Peak with me? Liulai is willing. Greetings, senior brother Li. Feng Liulai then gave a slight bow toward Daoist Lingxiu. Greetings, master. Daoist Lingxiu waved his hand and closed his eyes again. Whatever. Underscore. Achieve refining stage cultivator recruiting disciples on behalf of his master? No, that's not right. Li Xianxiao is already at the foundation establishment stage. That really does sound a bit ridiculous. But then again, on second thought, it makes sense. Among the 7 peaks, Silver Sword Peak has the fewest disciples to begin with. After Daoist Lingxiu became the sect leader, Lu Ziyan took over, and just happened to be absent at this time. The sect leader had his own plans for Silver Sword Peak, so he had Li Xianxiao take disciples in his stead, counting them as disciples of Silver Sword Peak. It's still within reason. At this moment, inside the Grand Formation, Lu Ziyan's rage had him banging his head against the ground. Impossible? How could this happen? How could I be so stupid, falling into another illusion formation again? This formation was just 2 cleverly designed large traps enclosing smaller ones, each layer locking into the next, as if it were impossible to ever escape. Lu Ziyan cursed himself for not being skilled enough, falling for trap after trap. His Daoist robe, once spotless and white as snow, was now covered in dry, yellow leaves and muddy grime, clinging wetly to his clothes, making him look utterly disheveled. And not only that, but his entire aura had become chaotic. Lu Ziyan had long forgotten about the whole Mount Shushan disciple recruitment thing. He stared at the formation in front of him. If he didn't break this formation, he wouldn't leave. This was about his dignity. Lu Ziyan chanted under his breath, continuing to deduce. Logically, if one entered through the life gate in the due east, exited through the rest gate in the southwest, then re-entered through the open gate in the due north, the formation could be broken. Yes, this was the most basic formation. But now, after entering through the life gate, Lu Ziyan didn't find the rest gate. Instead, he fell into another grand formation. Lu Ziyan calmed his mind. No telling how much time passed. Lu Ziyan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Finally, he'd found the formation's core. He exhaled deeply and felt the world open wide. It felt as though he had accomplished something monumental. His gaze suddenly landed on a blue-covered book on a rock. He picked it up and examined it closely. It turned out to be the 10th solution to world formations? How could this be? Someone broke my record? Only then did Lu Ziyan realize this wasn't the real formation core, but a fake one someone had deliberately set up. And inside this fake formation core, they'd deliberately placed this book outlining the 10th solution, helping him crack the formation right in front of him. Silver Sword Peak. Feng Liulai followed Li Xianxiao to Silver Sword Peak. Standing on a massive sword over 10 meters long, Feng Liulai blinked and stared blankly at senior brother Song Xiao's lone back. Li Xianxiao inhaled, then exhaled. This might be the boldest decision of his life. But this was already the best method he could think of to take control of the situation. Back at Silver Sword Peak, to his surprise, Suwon and Zhang Luoshui were also there. Only after asking did he find out it was because Silver Sword Peak had too few disciples, so they'd been brought in to help. Suwon looked at Li Xianxiao with slightly awkward eyes. Ever since they returned from the Wuvong Mountains, the two had barely seen each other. Suwon had already guessed that Li Xianxiao might be deliberately avoiding her. What surprised Li Xianxiao even more was that third senior sister Lin Wangqing had returned too. She hadn't found Fan Yu at the foot of the mountain. Now that Mount Shushan was recruiting disciples, she had come back to help. Li Xianxiao glanced again at Feng Liulai behind him. He nodded. Yes, the moment humanity's stars shine. What virtue or capability does Mount Shushan have to gather so many legendary figures at once? Li Xianxiao looked up at the sky. I've lived my life treading on thin ice, who knows if I can make it to the other side. This is the Ruthless Dao manual. This is real-life cases of love-brain meltdowns. This is 100 tragic tales of love-brained fools. This is how to identify scumbags and homewreckers. This is how to spot fake besties. This is countermeasures after being schemed against. This is 1,000 scripts to use after being falsely accused. This is don't just endure when bullied. One book after another, compiled by Li Xianxiao, stacked in front of Feng Liulai. Feng Liulai, oh, as senior brother, what are these? These are all the things you're going to study next. Feng Liulai pressed her lips together. Senior brother, is this really a cultivation sect? Feng Liulai felt like she'd somehow joined a really weird organization. Of course. Cultivation starts with cultivating the heart, build a solid foundation, or else even if your cultivation soars in the future, it'll all be for nothing if you fall. One misstep and you're finished. Do you understand? I understand. Good. Next, I'll tell you the first real case. Feng Liulai hadn't expected that she'd start attending class the moment she arrived at Silver Sword Peak. The first case is from Great Bamboo Peak's Miaolu. She was once an outstanding disciple of Great Bamboo Peak. But she left Mount Shushan for the sake of her childhood sweetheart fiancé and became an elder in some low-tier sect. She had to handle sect affairs while also dealing with a shortage of resources. Later, that small sect got absorbed by a bigger one. Miaolu, too focused on managing things, missed her best chance to break through. In the end, she was abandoned by her fiancé, who then married a senior sister from the big sect. Miaolu was heartbroken, her Dao heart shattered, and she ultimately declined into obscurity, dying old and bitter. Li Xianxiao paused and asked, after hearing this real story, what do you feel? Feng Liulai blinked. That guy was so heartless. And Miaolu did nothing wrong. Wasn't she the victim? She kept blindly trusting her fiancé. That was her biggest mistake. Because she enabled him, he kept pushing her limits again and again. In the end, he drained every ounce of her worth and tossed her aside. Remember, in this world, there's no one you can rely on completely, only yourself. Feng Liulai bit her lip. Now the second case. Lu Yun, a female disciple from Tongtian Peak, fell in love with a demon sect disciple during one of her trips down the mountain. The demon sect disciple claimed he needed to access Mount Shushan's sacred pool to cure his illness. Lu Yun willingly helped him sneak in. Who would have thought his true goal was to steal Mount Shushan's secret techniques? Luckily, an unknown passerby stopped him. Almost a catastrophe. Unknown passerby equals Li Xianxiao. After the plan was exposed, that demon sect disciple convinced Lu Yun to flee the sect with him. She thought he wanted to retire together deep in the forest, but instead, he used a soul-searching technique to forcibly extract her memories. He obtained tons of intel on Mount Shushan, while Lu Yun, having had her 3 souls and 6 spirits damaged, became a fool. The girl's brows furrowed. Seeing that his words had the intended effect, Li Xianxiao nodded. That's it for today. When you get back, write 2 reflection essays based on these stories, no fewer than 2,000 words each. Next, we'll study how to spot fake besties and 1,000 scripts to use after being falsely accused. Tonight, I'll teach you the Ruthless Dao manual. Underscore 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 underscore. Lucian really felt like he was facing a life and death tribulation. First of all, being trapped in the formation behind Mount Shushan for half a month was already bad enough. Then he went on to study the 10th formation method for another 2 months. By the time he finally mastered it, Lucian wanted nothing more than to slap himself. How could the peak master of Silver Sword Peak be so negligent in his duties? The disciple recruitment event at Mount Shushan had already ended. Silver Sword Peak hadn't received a single new disciple. According to the rules, the other disciples of Silver Sword Peak weren't qualified to accept new students. Only he, the peak master, was. But he just so happened to miss the recruitment assembly. Still, there was a piece of good news. Li Xianxiao had accepted Feng Liulai as a disciple on his behalf. Was this fate? Even without attending the recruitment event himself, Feng Liulai still ended up joining Silver Sword Peak. Lucian understood now this was his destiny. A life and death tribulation he couldn't escape. Since that's the case, then bring it on. Li Xianxiao was only a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Training disciples should still be the peak master's job. Lucian prepared to personally instruct Feng Liulai, and the moment he had that thought, the next day, Lucian was poisoned. Honestly, Lucian didn't even realize he was poisoned at first, because while meditating, he ended up falling asleep. He thought he'd reached some new state of enlightenment, only to realize the truth later. Once he did, he quickly used his cultivation to purge the discomfort. Then, Lucian accidentally got injured by the Mount Shushan sword formation. It was, admittedly, an accident. The formation core of Silver Sword Peak's sword array was located right inside the Peak Master's cave dwelling. Maybe it was because the formation hadn't been maintained in years, or perhaps because Lucian had only just taken charge of the sword array and wasn't familiar with it yet. Somehow, the formation was triggered. In an instant, sword aura flooded the cave. Lucian protected Silver Sword Peak from being harmed by the sword formation by quickly using his Peak Master Jade token to shut it down. But he himself was injured by the sword aura. Not severely, but not lightly either. Without at least a year or more of recovery, he wouldn't fully heal. Lucian started wondering if his birth date clashed with Silver Sword Peak's fate. Ever since he became Peak Master, he encountered a life and death tribulation, missed the disciple recruitment, and then got hurt by the sword formation. He couldn't shake the feeling that some invisible hand was controlling his every move, or some pair of unseen eyes were watching him. Maybe it was just his imagination. Lucian entered seclusion to recover, and there was no helping that. The sword aura of Mount Shushan's formation was extremely pure. Any injury from it had to be taken seriously. He ended up staying in seclusion for half a year. 1 year later, Lucian finally came out. His injuries were fully healed. The reason he ended up staying in his cave for an extra half year was because, during a casual conversation with Li Xianxiao said something offhandedly that sparked a new idea for the 11th formation solution. Offhandedly equals meticulously planned. Lucian had a eureka moment, and spent another half year studying it, so his reappearance was delayed. Now, 1 year since he'd last emerged, he stepped back out. Silver Sword Peak hadn't changed much. Suddenly, Lucian paused, his gaze drawn to a figure in the distance. Feng Liulai? After a year apart, the girl had grown even more stunning. She wore a light blue dress, graceful and refined, with an air of purity and otherworldliness. Her figure was graceful, her long, jet-black hair cascading like a waterfall. Her eyes were ethereal, her lips soft as cherry petals, innocent and untouched. Lucian didn't know why this was supposed to be his life and death tribulation. Yet he couldn't help but want to get closer. Just then, a few figures landed in front of Feng Liulai. Huang Peiying pointed and said, "It's her? She's the one who stole the 7 treasure gourd from our peak. I saw it with my own eyes." Lucian frowned slightly. Didn't he remember that Huang Peiying and Feng Liulai were on good terms? Huang Peiying said smugly, "Feng Liulai, hand over our peak's 7 treasure gourd." "What gourd? I don't know what you're talking about." Still pretending. Huang Peiying's little sidekick, another female disciple from the sect, chimed in. "I saw it too. She's the one who did it." Feng Liulai looked completely confused. "Me? What gourd? What are you talking about?" Still pretending. Huang Linking raised a hand to stop his daughter Huang Peiying, then said, "Feng Liulai, did you go to my Longshao Peak just now?" Feng Liulai nodded. "Yes, senior brother asked me to deliver medicine to the herb garden at Longshao Peak." Huang Linking, it was during that time that the 7 treasure gourd from one of our herb gardens went missing. What's going on? I didn't take it. Humph. Huang Peiying snorted coldly. You think saying you didn't take it is enough? Let's search her cave dwelling. Yeah, make her hand over her storage ring. What if she's hiding it in her clothes? Her sidekick quickly added. I didn't steal anything. You have no evidence. Why are you falsely accusing me? Feng Liulai looked utterly wronged. Soon, the noise drew a crowd of disciples. Some had come to Silver Sword Peak to collect medicine, some were just passing by, and some were just there for the drama. What's going on? Not sure, seems like they're saying Feng Liulai from Silver Sword Peak stole something. Huh? How could she do that? Stealing a treasure really is too immoral. I heard someone saw it with their own eyes. The truth was, the treasure was hidden inside Huang Peiying's own sleeve. Next, Feng Liulai would definitely take them to her cave dwelling to prove her innocence. At that point, Huang Peiying would pretend to discover the treasure. Then with all the gossip, Feng Liulai would be branded a thief. Huang Peiying folded her arms triumphantly and looked at Feng Liulai with contempt. Trying to fight me? A country bumpkin like you, trying to get into Mount Shushan with me? You think you deserve to be one of the final 4? You're nothing? Lucian frowned deeply as he watched from afar. Then he looked at Feng Liulai. She had her fists clenched, face flushed red under all the accusations. Such a kind, simple girl facing false accusations like this, she must be completely at a loss. Of course, how could she have seen the dark side of human nature before? She kept her head down, sniffling, like she was already crying. Seeing the poor girl being condemned by everyone, Lucian felt something stir in his heart. He was just about to step forward and speak up for Feng Liulai. Then Feng Liulai suddenly looked up, pointed with her small hand, and shouted, Huang Peiying, you're a bare butt on a wooden bench talking like everything's solid and in place. But I say you're chili from the gutter, sneaky and spicy. Today I'll be a tiny knife slicing your butt just to open your eyes. The moment she finished, everyone present went silent. Lucian, who had been eager to step out and defend the pitiful girl, suddenly found himself stunned after hearing that whole string of colorful metaphors. Enhance. Underscore 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 underscore. Before anyone could react, Feng Liulai suddenly stepped forward. She grabbed Huang Peiying's wrist and lifted her hand. The sleeve fell, revealing the treasure hidden within. Huang Peiying's face changed. Feng Liulai smiled. Isn't this the 7 treasure gourd? It's been in your hand this whole time, and you're still pretending to look for it? Oh, could it be you deliberately framed me? Then came to my cave dwelling, pretending to search, but actually sneakily raised the treasure and claimed it was found in my place. You. The crowd burst into commotion. Feng Liulai looked at Huang Peiying smugly. Huang Peiying, you know what? The new road Dragonhead Peak just paved is flat. Huang Peiying looked completely confused. No gravel at all. And you still want to set people up with that IQ? Go home and get your dad to buy you some brain supplements. No strength. You. Huang Peiying's eyes bulged wide. She stared at Feng Liulai in disbelief. Was this the Feng Liulai she knew? Wasn't Feng Liulai supposed to be speechless with no way to defend herself, then take everyone to her cave dwelling to prove her innocence? Or, after being framed, just keep saying, it wasn't me, sob, then cry her heart out. That was the Feng Liulai she knew. Now look at the one standing in front of her. Huang Peiying couldn't hold back and slapped her. Pa? But the slap landed on Huang Peiying's face. Feng Liulai grabbed Huang Peiying's wrist with one hand and slapped her with the other. Oh, she's mad. Look at her, totally losing it. She couldn't frame me, so now she wants to hit me. I got slapped? It took Huang Peiying a moment to react. She was furious out of shame, but found she couldn't struggle free at all. Feng Liulai was gripping her wrist so tightly that she couldn't break away. Just then, Huang Linking on the side saw someone hit his daughter and immediately flew into a rage. He threw a punch, roaring. Outrageous. Huang Linking had already reached the nascent soul stage. This punch, of course, wasn't full force. Feng Liulai only staggered back a few steps after receiving it. You think this old man's dead? Huang Linking's eyes were wide with fury. Feng Liulai looked at him and suddenly curled her lips. Then, she collapsed to the ground. Somebody. Is there no one on Silver Sword Peak? Go get the law enforcement elder. Please, someone stand up for me. I can't take it anymore. They're ganging up to bully me. I'm gonna die. A nascent soul cultivator is bullying a mere chi refining stage disciple. Have they no shame? Veins popped out on Huang Linking's face. He was so angry his snot was bubbling. Lucian. Is this really Feng Liulai? Did he get the wrong person? What the HL happened during this year of closed-door cultivation? The situation quickly escalated to the law enforcement hall. The Huang father and daughter were clearly at fault. They started the conflict, and Huang Linking attacked a fellow sect disciple. Soon, the punishment was announced. Huang Linking was removed from his position as an elder of Mount Shushan and confined for 10 years. Huang Peiying, for sowing discord, was fined 3 years of salary and ordered to do hard labor at the menial peak for a year. When she heard the outcome, Huang Peiying was completely stunned. As Feng Liulai walked past her, she softly said, "Crack open a pomegranate, no flesh inside, still no strength, sister." Then she hopped away cheerfully. A face-to-face taunt, and Feng Liulai felt completely refreshed. Just then, she ran into Lucian, who had finally ended his seclusion. Feng Liulai exclaimed joyfully, "Feng Liulai of Silver Sword Peak greets the Peak Master. Senior brother Lu, you've come out of seclusion." Lucian stayed silent, then silent again. "I heard you entered Silver Sword Peak. I was in closed-door cultivation during this time, so I don't know, have you adapted to life here?" Feng Liulai nodded. "Very well. Senior brothers and sisters have been taking great care of me, especially senior brother Xianxiao, who's taught me a lot." "Very well adapted? That's putting it lightly. Why does it feel like you're already thriving?" Lucian said. "Junior brother Xianxiao is only at foundation establishment. His cultivation duties are heavy. If you're willing, you can come cultivate by my side." Feng Liulai hesitated slightly and politely declined. "Thank you for your care, senior brother Lu, but as Peak Master you must be very busy. I'll stick with senior brother Xianxiao for now." "All right then." Since that was the case, Lucian didn't press further. He looked at Feng Liulai, eyes filled with complexity. She really has changed a lot. Feng Liulai's lips curved into a soft, spring blossom smile. Her beautiful eyes looked like 2 crescent moons, bright and sparkling. But what came out of her mouth didn't quite match the look. That BH Huang Peiying, I've got to keep my guard up around her. And the rest of her family too. What if they retaliate during the next mission? I can't sleep at night with her still alive. Lucian swallowed his saliva. Feng Liulai bid him farewell and returned to Silver Sword Peak. Come to think of it, even she hadn't noticed. She joined Silver Sword Peak mostly because of Lucian. She thought that as long as she worked hard with senior brother Xianxiao, one day she'd be qualified to be near Lucian, to cultivate by his side. But as time passed, she seemed to have almost forgotten about him. If she hadn't seen him today, she might not even have remembered that Silver Sword Peak had a Peak Master. Feng Liulai shook her head and muttered softly, "Why don't I feel the same as when I first met senior brother Lu?" She could never forget that moment. The first time she saw Lucian, it was like fate itself moved her heart. At that moment, she understood what Grandpa meant by Heaven Chosen One. And yet, just a year later, nothing had changed. So why had that feeling disappeared? Back in her own cave dwelling, Feng Liulai resumed her cultivation for the day. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. "This is Li Xianxiao. Open up. Time to check your Dao heart." Feng Liulai instinctively tidied her bangs, glanced in the mirror, and then opened the door. Senior brother Lu has come out of seclusion, did you know? Li Xianxiao asked the moment the door opened. I know, I saw him not long ago, Feng Liulai replied. Li Xianxiao nodded. Let's continue today's lesson, how the steel Dao heart is tempered. Recite the 5th paragraph. Feng Liulai pressed her lips together and said seriously. A cultivator's most precious thing is life. Life comes only once. Therefore, a cultivator's life should be lived like this. When a Mount Shushan cultivator looks back, she does not regret wasted time, nor feel ashamed of achieving nothing. Thus, when she dies, she can say that she gave her entire life and energy to the most valuable undertaking, to strive for the peaceful development of the 9 provinces, and the happiness of the people. Paul Korchuk Feng Liulai. Underscore 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 underscore. Kill. I'm going to kill her. Young miss, please calm down, she's a Mount Shushan disciple now. So what if she's a Mount Shushan disciple? That BH humiliated me and caused my father to lose his elder position. I will kill her. Huang Peiying shouted angrily. The maid tried to reason with her. Young miss, she's a Mount Shushan disciple. According to sect rules, you will be executed too, and the whole family will be implicated. Then what? I just swallow this anger. The maid smirked slyly. Miss, don't forget where she comes from, a backwater village woman. Just get someone to pose as mountain bandits, kill off her whole family, and the young miss will have her revenge. Huang Peiying suddenly understood and lit up with joy. Great idea. Day Feng village. It had to be said, ever since Feng Liulai left, the village had become a lot quieter. But Feng Liulai's family still lived on the outskirts of the village. They were long used to it. Under the night sky, a few shadows moved swiftly toward Day Feng village. Kill, leave no one alive. The village. Not sure if they still have relatives inside, so wipe out the whole place. Yes. Not long after, 5 figures landed one after another at Feng Liulai's house. At that moment, Feng Liulai's father, Erguze, was forging iron. Her younger brothers, Wang Ke and Fugui, were playing in the courtyard. When they suddenly saw 5 people drop from the sky, they were all startled. Before the 5 could even speak, several large hands burst out from the ground, dragging them all beneath it. Moments later, the courtyard returned to its calm state. The whole process took only a split second. Suddenly appeared, then vanished. As if nothing had ever happened. Erguze and his 2 sons were stunned. Erguze rubbed his eyes, thinking something was wrong with them. What the FK? Elsewhere. Li Xianxiao quickly dealt with the 5 attackers. He didn't kill them, just tied them up. He planned to hand them over to the sect, and had already used the recording stone to collect evidence of Huang Peiying hiring assassins. With both physical evidence and witness statements, Huang Peiying and the entire Huang family would be implicated. How despicable. Good thing I prepared 21 backup plans. Family blessed by the heavens, my magic is boundless. You want to push Feng Liulai into darkness? I won't let you get your way. Then Li Xianxiao stomped his foot, casting the soul summoning technique. Moments later, the local land deity poked his head out. Greetings, immortal, greetings, immortal. Land deities, city gods, and river gods were all appointed by the imperial court. Of course, many sects had the authority too, Mount Shushan included. Seeing a Mount Shushan disciple, this little land deity called him immortal with every sentence. Did you remember what I told you? The land deity nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, immortal, rest assured. I will do everything I can to protect this family from harm. Li Xianxiao handed him a talisman. Use this if anything happens. This is your payment. To serve an immortal is this humble god's honor. We're all just helping each other. Just call me deist friend. Humble god wouldn't dare. The land deity pretended to accept the bag of spirit stones reluctantly. He smiled and reached in, pulling out a sheet of paper. Upon closer inspection, survey questionnaire. Also fill out this survey while you're at it. Li Sungziao's voice came from nearby. The land deity looked at the first question. Your enemy is hanging onto a branch at the edge of a cliff, struggling to stay up. How would you make them fall? 1. Step on them. 2. Set the branch on fire. 3. Pry their fingers off one by one. Land deity. Oh. Meanwhile, in the alchemy room, Li Xianxiao, piloting his external body, took a sip of enlightenment tea. He had never actually left Mount Shushan. After interacting with Xiao Bie, a creature with ancient spirit beast bloodline, Li Xianxiao improved the external body technique. He even formed a contract with Xiao Bie. With a spirit beast contract, Li Xianxiao could use Xiao Ba's bloodline to perfect the technique. Now, the external body resembled a severed tentacle of Xiao Bie, which meant the clone was now part of Li Sungziao's own body, making it harder to tell real from fake, or rather, the fake was real. The distance it could move had also increased. Much safer for travel in the future. Li Xianxiao rubbed Xiao Ba's little head with satisfaction. Xiao Bie was gnawing on a cabbage. Don't underestimate that cabbage cost a fortune. With Xiao Bie around, Li Xianxiao burned through materials much faster. Even the precious resources he'd stockpiled were almost gone. Looks like once this matter's settled, it's time to start a personal savings plan. Xiao Bie, when you've got time, let's work on version 12 of the questionnaire. Xiao Bie suddenly froze. Li Xianxiao had already handed over a questionnaire. Remember, answer with your true heart. I'll sense it otherwise. Don't worry, it's just a regular questionnaire. Even if you answer wrong, it's okay. No pressure. Li Xianxiao smiled kindly. Xiao Bie, why does it feel like one wrong answer means instant death? Not long after, the 4 assassins sent by Huang Peiying turned themselves into Mount Shushan. Why only 4? Because one had already died from poison. According to a mysterious source, they could live if they confessed the mastermind at Mount Shushan. Otherwise, without the antidote, death awaited. Soon, Huang Peiying was summoned for direct confrontation. Already feeling guilty, she completely collapsed when the recording stone evidence was produced. It contained her entire plotting session with her maid. Huang Peiying immediately collapsed to the ground. This time, not only her, but the entire Huang family was dragged down. Knowing it was over, Huang Peiying knelt in the main hall, begging Feng Liulai, "Please, let me go, I was just blinded for a moment. We were such good friends once, remember? I even helped you before, don't you remember? I was just foolish. I deserve death, I deserve death." No one said a word. Feng Liulai looked at her and couldn't help but sigh and shake her head. Huang Peiying clung to her hand, crying her eyes out. Liulai, as a cultivator, one must be generous. A prime minister's mind should be as vast as the sea. Learning to forgive is a life lesson. An elder advised. The Huang family may not have achievements, but they've suffered too. Now that Huang Peiying has done wrong, let merit cancel out the fault. Liulai, give her a chance to turn over a new leaf. Yes. Someone agreed. After a long pause, Feng Liulai opened her eyes again. Endless revenge leads nowhere. I forgive you. Thank you, Liulai. We're still friends, right? Thank you. Huang Peiying burst into tears of joy, clinging to Feng Liulai's hand. I was really foolish, so stupid, really. Lu Ziyan smiled with relief. Yes, this was still the Feng Liulai he knew. He patted her shoulder gently and said softly, "Giving someone else a chance is also giving yourself a chance. You did well, Liulai." In the next second, Feng Liulai pierced Huang Peiying's chest with her sword. "I forgave you. So you'll forgive me too, right? Underscore 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 underscore." Huang Peiying coughed up fresh blood, her expression dazed. Feng Liulai leaned close to her ear and whispered, "I forgive you. I hope you can be magnanimous too, and forgive me. One must be magnanimous in life, not petty." Feng Liulai drew her sword. Huang Peiying clutched her wound, staggered, and collapsed to the ground. She struggled a few times, then quickly stopped breathing. Feng Liulai wiped the blade, sheathed the sword, her movements smooth and fluid, her eyes calm. Dante always tolerate humiliation. Section 2 of Chapter 2, if someone once tried to kill you, and you found out about it, then don't let her go easily. Because even if you forgive her, she will still wonder in her heart. Will you hold a grudge? Will you wait for the right time to take revenge on her? That alone will cause her to start calculating. And in the end, she might just think, might as well kill you first. That Feng Liulai personally killed Huang Peiying was something no one present had expected. According to sect rules, what Huang Peiying committed was indeed a capital offense. Now that she was killed by Feng Liulai, it was within reason. It was just that no one expected that the seemingly gentle and delicate Feng Liulai could make such a clean and decisive move, without a trace of hesitation. Lu Ziyan silently withdrew the hand he had placed on Feng Liulai's shoulder. "Someone tell me what the HL happened during the year I was gone?" Silver Sword Peak, inside the straw hut. After learning what Feng Liulai had done, Li Xianxiao couldn't help but nod in approval, and at the same time, let out a breath of relief. Looks like all the effort he had put in over the past year hadn't been in vain. He could finally rest easy for a while. The asset accumulation plan couldn't wait any longer. Li Xianxiao calculated what he currently needed to do. The sword case the old man left him held 4 treasure swords. He had already completely refined the spring sword. Now he was stuck on the summer sword. He needed more resources. The process of refining a flying sword was extremely dangerous. One slip, and he could accidentally injure himself, leading to death and complete erasure. The Cranebeak silver needle was also due for an upgrade. Ever since becoming a golden core, this life-bound magical artifact still hadn't been upgraded, and Li Xianxiao felt that 3 Cranebeak silver needles weren't enough. Now, with his current divine sense, he could control at least double the number. As for other magical artifacts, there was no rush to upgrade. After advancing to golden core, although his cultivation level had stabilized, his techniques and divine abilities hadn't been effectively improved or reviewed. Only reviewed them a little over 300 times. Quite unsettling. Li Sungziao's main techniques. Dao, ruthless Dao. Cultivation techniques. Longevity scripture, greatly extends life. In the cultivation world, the goal is to seek the Dao and longevity. Let him be strong, the breeze brushes the hill. Let him be wild, the bright moon lights the river. 5 poisons heart eroding technique, toxin scripture, increases lifespan. 7-star soul returning technique, toxin scripture, effectively increases lifespan. Great mercy body refining technique. A Buddhist cultivation technique, used to neutralize baleful energy in the body. Since he had killed too much, evil and heretical forces might have left traces of baleful aura inside. There should be some, even just a little. So out of caution, Li Xianxiao learned this body refining technique. Not a technique ordinary cultivators can learn, requires extreme pain endurance and immense willpower. Increases lifespan. Turtle defense technique, tempers the body, increases lifespan. Burning technique, fire attribute cultivation technique, increases lifespan. Mount Shushan sword manual, essential for Mount Shushan disciples. Mount Shushan sword formation, one person becomes the sword formation, essential for Mount Shushan disciples. Mount Shushan sword formation 2.0, improved by Li Xianxiao, more suitable for himself. Divine abilities. External body technique, creates clones, greatly increases survival odds. Divine sense cultivation technique. Support type divine ability, trains divine sense. Divine sense allows control over self and surroundings, scans other cultivators' cultivation levels, manipulates spiritual energy, casts spells, and drives magical artifacts, also increases lifespan. Difference between divine abilities and cultivation techniques. Divine abilities are powers that manifest from intense refinement of body and spirit. They are personal accomplishments, extensions of oneself. In addition, Li Xianxiao focused on 3 major paths: alchemy, formations, and artifacts. Not a single one left out. Because he had 5 element spiritual roots, also called mixed spiritual roots. This kind of root covers all 5 elements, making it harder to draw in spiritual energy almost like a regular person. Back in the day, the old man opened his heaven gate, giving him the chance to pursue immortality. Single spiritual roots, also known as heavenly roots, have the fastest cultivation speed in their element and break through bottlenecks more easily. But trying to train other elements is inefficient, even impossible. People like Zhao Lu and Suwan had single spiritual roots. Some even had mutated spiritual roots, extremely powerful. Mutated roots, formed from elemental synergy or enhancement, like light, wind, lightning, ice, etc. But Li Xianxiao had found his own path. Having 5 element roots meant he had to train in metal, wood, water, fire, and earth simultaneously. Each element restricts and complements the others. It was no easy task to balance and integrate them. In early cultivation stages, people with 5 element roots often lagged behind due to scattered focus. However, once they overcame those challenges and broke through bottlenecks, their prolonged multi-element training gave them far superior control over spiritual energy. They could cast spells and divine abilities with ease, even adapt their spiritual energy on the fly during battle, completely unpredictable to enemies. All that slow build-up leads to explosive power. As the saying goes, if you're weak, just train more. Li Xianxiao stepped out of the straw hut, looked up toward the sky above Silver Sword Peak. There's no such thing as a peaceful life, it's just that his current self was carrying the burdens for his future self. The asset accumulation plan officially began. Goal, amass a huge fortune. Then retreat into seclusion and cultivate like crazy. Underscore 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 underscore. Stupid senior brother, bad senior brother. Now that you have a new junior sister, you don't care about me anymore. Zhao Lu stomped her foot angrily by the riverbank. Lately, Li Xianxiao had indeed been neglecting junior sister Zhao Lu's care because of Feng Liulai. This made Zhao Lu very jealous, so she was sulking here by herself. At this moment, inside the straw hut, all of Silver Sword Peak was under Li Xingziao's control, so Zhao Lu's complaints naturally fell word for word into his ears. He needed to strengthen emotional guidance for junior sister Zhao Lu soon, to prevent her from descending into darkness. Li Xianxiao felt a bit helpless. Fortunately, thanks to his years of nurturing, junior sister Zhao Lu had both good character and conduct. Her danger level was low. As long as he paid attention to regular guidance, everything would be fine. Moments later, Li Xianxiao transmitted his voice into her ear. Go back and copy If I Had 3 Days of Dao Heart and How the Steel Dao Heart Was Forged 10 times each. Zhao Lu shuddered and gave a pitiful look. Senior brother, those 2 books are way too long. If you don't finish copying, no food. Bad senior brother, fine, I'll copy them. Zhao Lu muttered quietly. Just then, Li Xianxiao added. Feng Liulai copied them 20 times. Then I'll copy them 30 times. Zhao Lu didn't hesitate at all. Very good. Then it's 30 times. Zhao Lu blinked. Why did it feel like she just walked into a trap? Li Xingziao's asset accumulation plan officially began. For cultivators to make money, there were a few ways. It all came down to doing missions or selling pills and magical artifacts. But the tasks from the sword-bearing pavilion were troublesome and very inefficient. The most important thing was that, within the sect, his cultivation level was only at the foundation establishment stage. So if he took missions meant for the golden core stage, it would easily raise suspicion. Selling pills and magical artifacts could work, but that required taking loans from the sect. He'd borrow frequently and repay quickly. People would definitely question his motives. It would still draw attention. Given all that, only one path remained. Li Xianxiao had already received word. The Ziohan secret realm was about to open. It was a secret realm with a maximum cultivation limit of golden core stage. Secret realms were blessings granted by the heavenly Dao to cultivators. They were filled with rare spiritual treasures, but also rife with both opportunity and danger. A secret realm only opens for a limited period of time. Once time's up, it automatically expels all cultivators inside. For Li Xianxiao, the biggest advantage of a secret realm was this. The strongest cultivators inside would only be at the golden core stage. This avoided the danger of cross-realm combat. Remember, the entrance to a secret realm is never just one. They appear simultaneously in different places. It's not strange wherever one turns up. Before it appears, the area will have strange fluctuations of spiritual energy. Li Xianxiao had already sent out a clone and found a suitable and safe entrance. This trip could last as short as a month, or as long as several months. Li Xianxiao was still a little uneasy. After all, Lu Ziyan was always hanging around Silver Sword Peak. So, while he was still around, Li Xianxiao ramped up his lectures. Today's real-life case happened to a disciple of Xiantian Sword Sect. 10 years ago, this disciple saw a dying white snake. He felt sorry for it and gave it a wild chicken. 10 years later, a graceful, stunning white-robed woman appeared before him. She asked, "Deist friend, do you still remember giving a wild chicken to a white snake 10 years ago?" The disciple was overjoyed, thinking it was the white snake who had cultivated and come to repay him. So he asked, "You're that white snake?" But then the woman's expression turned angry. She drew her sword and stabbed him, shouting, "I'm the daughter of that chicken. It's been 10 years. I've finally avenged my father." After telling the story, Li Xianxiao looked at the only 2 students in class, Zhao Lu and Feng Liyulai. That story. What a bizarre plot twist. After class, each of you write an essay reflecting on your understanding and insights from this story. Use real examples. No less than 5,000 words. I'll check when I get back. Senior brother. At that moment, Zhao Lu raised her hand. Do you have a question? No, it's that senior brother Lu is organizing a training trip down the mountain for the Foundation Establishment Disciples of Silver Sword Peak. Oh. Li Xianxiao raised an eyebrow slightly. When was this announced? This morning. Li Xianxiao complained internally. That Lu Ziyan really knows how to cause trouble for me. Foundation establishment, that means Feng Liyulai and Zhao Lu will both be going. When do they leave? They said tomorrow. Tomorrow, huh? Li Xianxiao fell into thought. So that night, Li Xianxiao equipped Zhao Lu and Feng Liyulai with a full set of old 6 slowed out. This looks like a storage ring, but if it detects another person's presence, it automatically releases poisonous mist. If someone tries to ambush you, pretend you're handing over the ring. This looks like regular clothing, but if someone tries to remove it, it fires poison silver needles anti-pervert defense. This is antidote. This powder works on Foundation Establishment stage enemies. This one works on Golden Core stage enemies. Use them carefully. Alright, now repeat the rules for going down the mountain. Zhao Lu and Feng Liyulai exchanged a glance and said in unison. Safety, safety, that's our creed. Put safety first in thought and deed. Safety first, prevent instead. Don't start drama, don't stir dread. Life is long, with love to share. If framed, speak up, leave the scene with care. When facing foes, work as a team. First aid and rescue take the lead. If your heart shakes, don't panic, still check IDs, alert the sect with skill. Handsome face, just a disguise. Acts of kindness, all just lies. Strangers' words don't fall for tricks. Guard yourself from getting nicked. Always recall what we've been taught. Peace and joy for every lot. Li Xianxiao nodded in satisfaction. By the way, who's leading the team this time? Feng Liyulai, senior brother Lu is leading personally. Li Xianxiao nodded again. Now I'm really not reassured. That night, Silver Sword Peak's peak master, Lu Ziyan's cave collapsed, destroying his cave dwelling. Lu Ziyan stared at the rubble while a nearby disciple offered. Senior brother Lu, let me lead the team down the mountain this time. It's just 2 Foundation Establishment disciples. No, I must lead the team myself. Lu Ziyan insisted. The disciple couldn't understand why would Peak Master Lu Ziyan lead 2 Foundation Establishment disciples on a training trip. It felt like using a divine technique to swat a mosquito. The next day, a spirit monkey from the Spirit Beast area of Silver Sword Peak sneaked into Lu Ziyan's temporary room. It peed on all his clothes. The smell of monkey urine lingered for months and couldn't be removed, not even with spells. Now Lu Ziyan was lying in bed, wearing only a belt. And so, the mission had to be handed off to someone else. Underscore 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 underscore. The date had been set. There wasn't much time left before the Ziohan secret realm opened. Li Xianxiao left the sect and boarded a flying boat belonging to the Merchant Association. The reason for leaving the sect this time was that he had accepted a Foundation Establishment stage mission from the Sword-Bearing Pavilion. Li Xianxiao planned to complete the mission quickly and then head straight for the Ziohan secret realm. As for why he took the Merchant Association's flying boat, recently, the Gold Coin Merchant Association had just closed a deal with Mount Shushan. Taking the Gold Coin Merchant Association's flying boat meant he could get reimbursed. 0 spiritual energy consumption per 100 kilometers, and rumor had it there were even free meal allowances. Inside the sect, Li Xianxiao claimed he was in the Foundation Establishment stage, but outside, he disguised himself as being in the Qi refining stage. Generally, high-level cultivators wouldn't randomly make a move against a lowly Qi refining stage cultivator. Not to mention, there were experts stationed aboard the flying boat. Because attacking like that brings karmic entanglement, and even if you kill a Qi refining stage cultivator, you gain nothing. Li Xianxiao tested every dish for poison before he began eating in small bites. At this moment, he was seated peacefully in his private room. With his left hand, He delicately picked up an exquisite pastry and placed it in his mouth, savoring the sweet and delicious flavor. In his right hand, he held a steaming, fragrant cup of tea, occasionally taking gentle sips, letting the rich, mellow taste slowly spread across his tongue. His gaze, meanwhile, extended out through the window beyond the flying boat. Outside, clouds drifted lazily, sometimes stretching like cotton, sometimes curling like waves. Li Xianxiao couldn't help but feel refreshed and content. His eyes gently narrowed in comfort, and the corners of his mouth curved into an utterly relaxed smile. The next second, Li Xianxiao slapped himself. This wasn't Mount Shushan. This was the outside world, full of constant danger and schemes. How could he afford to be so careless? He punished himself by copying the steady life of an ordinary cultivator 10 times. A few days later, Li Xianxiao arrived at the location of this mission. Mission target, a Foundation establishment stage black bear, causing trouble all over the place, currently no reports of killing. Main goal is discipline and reformation. If it resists fiercely, you may eliminate it. Li Xianxiao quickly locked onto his target. A small forest path, a large black bear was leisurely strolling along. Haha, today's haul was good. The wife and kids won't go hungry. As it walked, suddenly a merciless iron hand sprang from the ground and dragged it below. A big OL bear just vanished into thin air. Underground, the black bear was brutally beaten. Not long after, Li Songxiao's devilish voice rang beside its ears. You committed a crime, you know that. Spare me, immortal master? Ever since I gained sentience, I've never killed anyone. The black bear covered its head and begged for mercy. I've got a wife and kids at home, please don't kill me. Li Xianxiao knocked it on the head. I know you haven't killed anyone. If there was even a trace of bloodthirsty aura on you, I'd have run you through with my sword already. Bear knows it was wrong? Bear will change for sure? I just couldn't help it. There's not enough to eat in this forest. Can't go somewhere else. Other places belong to other demons. This is the agricultural record. The soil here is fertile, you could grow enough to feed your whole family. Many thanks, immortal master, thank you. The black bear kowtowed repeatedly in gratitude. Having swiftly dealt with the bear demon problem, Li Xianxiao left and headed straight for the Zhaohan secret realm. After Li Xianxiao left, the beaten-up bear demon hurried back. Husband, why are you back so late today? What happened to your face? Inside a cave, another black bear rushed out to meet him. Don't even ask. Got beat up by some cultivator. Another righteous cultivator? That's too dangerous. Husband, let's leave this place. The black bear said confidently. What's there to be afraid of? With this 100-beast fire, no matter how many people I kill, I won't be tainted by bloodthirsty aura. 100-beast fire was a divine ability that the black bear naturally possessed. Just like when Li Xianxiao met Octopus Xiao Ba, this black bear also had a trace of ancient spirit beast bloodline in its body. Though it was a branch lineage, it had accidentally mastered the 100-beast fire, so it started on its cultivation path. It knew that the more people it killed, the more likely it was to be targeted by sects or the dynasty's demon subjugation bureau. Even if the 100-beast fire could digest the blood aura, it still acted very cautiously. Once it had killed enough and felt it was time, it would quickly move to another location, never leaving survivors. It didn't roar pointlessly, and would even erase its own tracks. Just as the bear had predicted, it had indeed encountered several people who came to apprehend it. But upon seeing no blood aura, they thought they'd caught the wrong guy. Plus, it was fast at kneeling, so every time, it got away unscathed. Today was the same. But the black bear still had a vague sense of unease. So it told its wife they'd leave tomorrow and find another place. The black bear looked around. What's wrong, husband? I don't know. Just got a really bad feeling inside. No more fresh meat anyway, since we're leaving. How about grabbing a few more to eat? The black bear nodded. Yeah, At that moment, two merciless iron hands reached from the ground and dragged both bears underground. You actually tricked my feelings. And to think I was only planning to monitor you for 3 months. Too cruel? Do you know how much that hurt my heart? Once again, Li Xianxiao was reminded of the sinister nature of people in the cultivation world. Know of bears. Bare-hearted and sinister. Zhaohan secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm was about to open, and many cultivators had gathered here. This particular entrance was located at the intersection of 3 sects. Upon learning the Zhaohan secret realm was about to open, the 3 sects had come to an agreement to station their disciples here. As a result, this entrance wasn't filled with bloody conflict. Compared to here, the other entrances were a mess, chaotic before even stepping into the secret realm. Everyone nervously stared ahead. The once calm space suddenly began to tremble, as if some invisible force was awakening. Next, a faint glow gradually appeared in the void, becoming brighter and more dazzling. As the glow intensified, a huge circular portal silently formed in front of them. The portal looked like a deep vortex, endlessly spinning. It had appeared the entrance to the Zhaohan secret realm. Immediately, someone charged in head first. Secret treasures go to the swift. Whoever entered first would undoubtedly have the advantage, but also the highest risk. So everyone pushed and shoved their way toward the entrance, with plenty of cursing in the air. After a while, the entrance to the Zhaohan secret realm quieted down. Now and then, a few latecomers hurried over. After another while, the entrance fell completely silent. Just as it was about to close, a figure darted inside at lightning speed, faster than the ear could hear or the eye could see. Underscore 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 underscore. Li Xianxiao opened his eyes. He sensed that his real body had already entered the secret realm. Li Xianxiao poked his head out from underground, secretly watching Feng Liulai and Zhao Lu as they moved farther away. Still uneasy, he had deliberately sent a clone to monitor them. There wasn't anything too dangerous in the qi refining stage. Originally, it was supposed to be Lu Ziyan leading the group, but due to an accident, the leader this time was 11th senior brother. A sincere and honest man. This journey started off surprisingly smooth, but a minor mishap occurred in the second half. They encountered a beast tide. A beast tide meant a large-scale riot of fierce beasts. Luckily, both Feng Liulai and Zhao Lu were carrying poison that Li Xianxiao had prepared for them. Hide behind me, 11th senior brother shouted. Feng Liulai and Zhao Lu had already each taken out a small bottle of poison powder. With just one sprinkle from each bottle, the fierce beasts dropped one after another. 11th senior brother gave them a surprised glance, but there was no time to ask questions. He took the two of them and ran like mad. Thankfully, it all ended without danger, but Feng Liulai, Zhao Lu, and 11th senior brother got separated. Feng Liulai walked alone along a mountain path, following it forward. She didn't even know where she was anymore. At this moment, a full moon hung in the sky. Up ahead in a small mountain village, a sudden glow of fire appeared. It looked lively, so Feng Liulai walked toward it. She saw many villagers kneeling and kowtowing to a single person in the center of the village. Feng Liulai's gaze was immediately drawn to that person in the middle. That was a very, very beautiful person, though it was unclear whether they were male or female. Too beautiful to be a man, but no chest at all, too flat to be a woman. That person also noticed Feng Liulai and looked at her with a playful smile. Feng Liulai pursed her lips and blurted out instinctively, "Big sister. Big sister? You called me big sister." The person chuckled. "How interesting that you called me big sister. No one's called me that in years." "Big sister, you look so pretty," Feng Liulai said honestly. The person moved, slowly rising from their seat. His posture was upright, his movements graceful and fluid, as if every motion carried a unique rhythm. He wore a bright red robe. The robe was made of fine material, dazzlingly vibrant like flames, flickering brightly under the moonlight. Though clearly a man, he was dressed as a woman. His face was delicate, skin as pale as snow, willow brows arched like a crescent moon, eyes bright like stars, lips naturally red without makeup, and long, glossy black hair cascading like a waterfall over his shoulders. With the flaming red robe and exquisite makeup, it was truly hard to tell if he was male or female. "You're not afraid of me. Why should I be afraid of you?" Feng Liulai asked back. "They're all afraid of me." With a wave of his hand. In an instant, a terrifying surge of power erupted from his palm like a torrential flood, sweeping in all directions. The villagers, still standing just moments before, didn't even have time to scream before they were utterly consumed by the terrifying force. In the blink of an eye, their bodies exploded, scattering into countless fragments of ash, black smoke swirling through the air. At the same time, blazing fire roared skyward, spreading like wildfire. The flames licked every inch of land and building, reducing everything they touched to charred black. With just one casual sweep, the entire village collapsed as if hit by an apocalyptic disaster. The once peaceful and harmonious village no longer existed, only ruins and drifting dust remained. The streets once filled with laughter, the houses that held memories all vanished in flame and destruction. A gust of wind blew, carrying ash into the air like a mournful, tragic funeral. In this dead silence, no cries of pain could be heard, no signs of life felt. Everything happened so fast that for the people and livestock of this village, death arrived in the blink of an eye. Just like that, a complete village and all living beings within it vanished without a trace. "Are you afraid of me now?" he asked with a soft laugh. Feng Liulai froze, her body trembling slightly. You killed them." "Yeah, I killed them." "So what? Why did you kill them?" Feng Liulai asked. "Why? Then why do you eat meat, eat chicken, eat duck, eat pork? Why do you kill them?" Feng Liulai was speechless. "Because you're stronger. Because you're strong, so you can eat their meat. To me, they're no different from pigs or dogs. I wanted to kill them, so I did." He smiled. "Are you afraid of me now?" Feng Liulai hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. "Why not?" His voice was low. "I don't know. I just feel you're really kind." Feng Liulai said seriously. He narrowed his eyes slightly. "I'm Shangguan Suiyun, Ghost King of Supreme City. I'm Feng Liulai, a disciple of Mount Shushan." Feng Liulai, Shangguan Suiyun murmured, "You really look like my younger sister. No one's called me younger sister in a long time. You had an older brother." "Yeah, my brother really loved me, but later he got sick and passed away," Feng Liulai said with sadness. Shangguan Suiyun asked cautiously, "Then, how about I be your older brother from now on?" "Really? Really?" Shangguan Suiyun reached out and patted Feng Liulai's head. "I will use my life to protect you, my little sister." Brother. Feng Liulai nodded. "Where are you going?" "I got separated from my fellow disciples. I'm heading back to Mount Shushan." "Don't go back just yet. Let's go have some fun together, okay?" Shangguan Suiyun suggested. Okay, I'll listen to brother." Shangguan Suiyun and Feng Liulai ran in the rain. Under the moonlit sky, they shared their thoughts and feelings. They walked along the ancient road, listening to the sound of couriers galloping by, listening to passing merchants sing mountain songs they couldn't understand. They ate sugar figures and sat in tea houses listening to storytellers speak of legends. They met people from across the land, then parted ways again. Underscore 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 underscore. Sister, look at this rain born from the heavens, dying on the earth. Every drop of rain sees a different view. Isn't the journey in between just like life itself? Feng Liulai asked with concern. Brother, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly saying something so emotional? It's nothing, I just know we're about to part ways. The closer that day gets, the sadder I feel. Shang Guan Suiyun sighed, then suddenly said, Sister, come with me. Come back with me to Supreme City. There, just the two of us siblings can live free and happy for the rest of our lives. Wouldn't that be great? But I'm a Mount Shushan disciple. I still have family. I can't just do that. So what if you're a Mount Shushan disciple? Do you look down on me because I'm someone from the heretic path? Shang Guan Suiyun's expression darkened. Of course not, you're my brother. But I can't bear to leave the people of Mount Shushan. They've all been so kind to me. They're nothing but a bunch of hypocrites, calling themselves righteous cultivators. If you want to go, go. I won't stop you. Shang Guan Suiyun stood up and turned away. He looked just like a sulky child throwing a tantrum. Feng Liulai tugged at his sleeve helplessly and said, You're a grown man and still throwing tantrums like a kid. I don't want to part from you either. How about this? I'll go back for a bit. I at least need to say goodbye to my senior brothers and sisters, and to Master. Shang Guan Suiyun said in surprise, Really? You're really willing to come back to Supreme City with me? As long as I'm with brother, that's enough. Shang Guan Suiyun pulled Feng Liulai into a hug. My good sister, all my care for you wasn't in vain. Night fell. Looking at Feng Liulai sleeping soundly, Shang Guan Suiyun rested his head on one hand, watching her dotingly. The scorching summer sun burned fiercely, the temperature rising higher and higher, heat waves rolling in endlessly, making it feel like one was trapped in a massive steamer. The air was thick with sweltering heat, every breath felt boiling hot, as if it could scorch one's throat. Shang Guan Suiyun gently waved his palm, and after a moment, a cool breeze rolled in. Then, worried that the wind was too strong and might chill his dear sister, he thoughtfully pulled out a blanket to cover Feng Liulai. This blanket wasn't an ordinary item, but a top-grade magical artifact. And now, it was being used as a mere sunshade. A few days later, Shang Guan Suiyun and Feng Liulai arrived at the outskirts of Mount Shushan. I can't go any farther, Shang Guan Suiyun said. The Mount Shushan sword formation could sense cultivators at the nascent soul stage. The moment Shang Guan Suiyun stepped in, Mount Shushan would detect it. With someone of his level approaching Mount Shushan's territory, they would definitely send disciples out immediately. Feng Liulai nodded, all right. Then you just stay here, I'll be right back. Shang Guan Suiyun nodded firmly, no matter what happens, I'll wait for you. Feng Liulai walked a few steps, then suddenly turned around and hugged Shang Guan Suiyun. If you really were my brother, that would be so nice. What kind of silly thing is that to say? I am your brother. Shang Guan Suiyun wiped away the tears at the corners of Feng Liulai's eyes. Why are you crying all of a sudden? It's nothing. Feng Liulai wiped her eyes, then skipped away. Shang Guan Suiyun sat down in the pavilion where he had agreed to wait with Feng Liulai. Feng Liulai called out loudly, Brother, wait for me here. Shang Guan Suiyun shouted back, Don't worry. No matter what happens, I'll be right here waiting for you. Even if the heavens collapse or the seas dry up, I'll be right here, waiting for my sister. Mount Shushan sword formation, activate. Shang Guan Suiyun's expression shifted slightly as he watched over 10 figures appear before him. Demon scum dares to enter Mount Shushan. Attack. Shang Guan Suiyun began chanting under his breath, his fingers forming hand seals. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from his hands, transforming into a magical artifact radiating a strange aura. The moment it appeared, the surrounding skies changed, evil energy surged forth like a tide, darkening the skies. That powerful demonic aura instantly swept across the surrounding Mount Shushan disciples, making them feel as if an irresistible force was crashing into them. The flying swords rushing toward him were like fragile branches, easily knocked aside by the force. All kinds of powerful talismans and magical artifacts lost control, scattering like kites with broken strings, falling far to the ground. Cries of alarm echoed through the area as the cultivators' faces turned pale with shock. No one expected Shang Guan Suiyun's magical artifact to be this terrifying. I'm waiting for my sister here. Anyone who tries to stop me dies. Shang Guan Suiyun snorted coldly. Mount Shushan cultivators are nothing special. Arrogant. Just then, a majestic voice resounded from the heavens. Shang Guan Suiyun looked up. The sea of clouds, previously calm like a mirror, suddenly churned as if stirred by an invisible giant hand, rapidly dispersing in all directions. In an instant, a brilliant light shone from deep within the sky, like the first ray of dawn piercing through thick fog. Next, a massive sword emerged from the sky, its sharp edge gleaming cold and bright. The moment it appeared, it released an overwhelming pressure that struck terror into the heart. It came straight down toward Shang Guan Suiyun. Shang Guan Suiyun felt like he was standing beneath a volcano about to erupt. Blistering and violent power poured down from above, nearly suffocating him. He activated his full magical power. I'm waiting for my sister. Anyone who blocks me dies. Ra-amble. The two forces collided fiercely, and Shangguan Suiyun was clearly at a disadvantage. To dare come alone to Mount Shushan's territory, his courage was something else. At the same time, on Tongtian Peak, Feng Liulai watched the battlefield closely through the divine mirror. Her fists clenched tightly as she watched Shangguan Suiyun struggle. Her body trembled slightly, lips pressed tight. No, no, no. Stop struggling already. Go, hurry. Kill him, now. If he doesn't die, I'll never be able to sleep well again. Senior brother Sung Xiao's words echoed in her ears. Never let emotions blind you. Don't naively think a demon lord will only ever love you. And don't abet the wicked. Once you discover their true identity, don't act on impulse. Plan before taking action. If one day, you really do meet a demon lord who shows special feelings for you, stall him, trick him. With your strength, you can't fight him. Only by luring him into the sect and striking with everyone at once is the safest option. At the time, Feng Liulai had bowed her head and whispered, "Doesn't that count as deceiving someone's feelings? Maybe he has his own reasons too." Li Xianxiao said seriously, "No amount of reasons or tragedy justifies harming innocent people. If you pity him, then who will pity the innocent citizens he's harmed? Since he's made this choice, he must be prepared to face the consequences." Feng Liulai nodded, half understanding. "Senior brother, I still don't really feel it," Li Xianxiao calmly said. "One day, you will." Now, after witnessing a village of innocent people slaughtered without hesitation, Feng Liulai finally understood senior brother Sung Xiao's words. She couldn't help but shout, "Quick! Don't let him live!" Underscore 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 underscore. Not bad, not bad. You've graduated? Inside the Ziohan secret realm. After witnessing Feng Liulai's actions, Li Xianxiao, as the teacher, couldn't help but nod in approval, full of a sense of accomplishment. All his teachings over the past year weren't in vain. She hadn't been swayed by temptation. Now he could finally focus on his own affairs in peace. At this moment, old Sect Leader was hiding 500 meters underground. His spiritual sense picked up that someone nearby was fighting. The battle was fierce. There were people dueling in the southwest, in the northeast, and in the northwest direction. Anyone who didn't know better would think this was a beast fighting arena. Li Xianxiao calmed his spirit and mind. The real Li Xianxiao was hidden 1,000 meters underground, controlling his external bodies. Only after the battle ended did he emerge from the earth. At this moment, 5 or 6 corpses lay sprawled across the ground. Li Xianxiao quickly looted the corpses. There were still some valuables on them. Looting done, he bolted without a second of hesitation. With a sweep of divine sense, 2 external bodies to his front left and right front, 2 more to his rear left and rear right. Like migrating geese, the strong guarded the sides. The weak, pitiful, helpless Li Xianxiao was protected in the center. Only, this goose was a little big. Li Xianxiao headed north, deliberately avoiding crowded areas. The haul so far wasn't huge, mainly because he was too cautious, avoiding fights with anyone. Whenever he saw someone, he stayed far away, and because of that missed out on many treasure hunting chances. Still, Li Xianxiao wasn't in a rush. Sure, if he hurried, he might find some treasures that could help with cultivation. But he might also die, body and soul destroyed. The gains and risks just didn't balance out. A few more days passed. Li Xianxiao crouched beside a stream, eyeing the herbs growing nearby. It was fish mint, an important ingredient in refining soul pills. Li Xianxiao carefully dug it up, pulling out the entire root system. He glanced at his storage ring. It was already filled with plenty of precious materials. As expected, secret realms were something else. Li Xianxiao was quite satisfied. He continued hurrying along, searching for valuable resources. As a competent alchemist, how could he not recognize raw materials? Under Li Sungxiao's spiritual eyes, no treasure could hide. He casually plucked a spiritual fruit, made sure it wasn't poisonous, then took a big bite. The feeling of collecting materials like this was amazing, pure safety. It was just like playing an online game in his past life. Li Xianxiao never liked fighting others. He preferred quietly lurking in some desolate corner, killing weak monsters with no danger, and collecting all sorts of loot. Seeing them neatly lined up in his warehouse, that was a comfort beyond words. After another 50+ li, Li Xianxiao sensed someone's presence from a distance. He immediately hid. "Help, help. Someone save me." A massive spider web stretched out, and on that web lay a curvy woman. Her body trembled slightly, her once fair skin now pale from fear and cold. Her limbs were tightly bound by strong spider silk, unable to move at all. The strands seemed almost alive, tightening and shrinking continuously. A giant brown spider was slowly crawling toward her. Its hideous face was chilling, and its sharp fangs glinted coldly. As it drew closer, the woman's breathing grew rapid, her eyes full of despair and helplessness. The huge spider reached her side, beginning to wrap her in more layers of silk, binding her tightly like a carefully made cocoon. "Help! Save me! Someone, please save me!" As the woman cried out again and again, her voice gradually grew weak. "Someone, save me, please, I don't want to die. I just picked up a bone-washing flower. I can't die like this." Even now, her hand still clutched the bone-washing flower. Bone-washing flower, a key ingredient for refining marrow cleansing pills. Judging from its color, this one was top grade even in the Ziohan secret realm. It was among the best herbs. At that moment, a figure who'd been hiding in the shadows for years finally made his move. Li Xianxiao stepped out without hesitation. He was fast. A blur of movement and even the female cultivator didn't catch his face. The woman's lips curved into a faint smile. Come save this damsel in distress. And then, the bone-washing flower in her hand vanished. Woman. Motherf? You motherf. Li Xianxiao, clutching the bone-washing flower, instantly used earth escape technique and vanished. The female cultivator's mouth twitched, her eyes blazing with fury. In a flash, she broke free of her bindings. The spider that had been about to attack her froze. The woman flipped onto the spider's back. Chase him. Don't let him get away. The spider was her spirit beast. She had been planning to use the bone-washing flower as bait. Stage a damsel in distress act to lure in a hero. Then she'd catch him off guard and steal his loot. But she hadn't expected the other guy to be even worse than her. Not only did he not help, he struck while she was down. She swept her divine sense, but the thief's aura had completely vanished. He ran fast. She trembled in rage, patted her chest, and muttered, "Don't be mad. Don't be mad. Sometimes things just go wrong. Stay calm. I already lost the bone-washing flower. I can't afford to lose more over this." Once she got her emotions in check, she had her spider respin the web and wrap her up again. Then she pulled out another treasure from her storage ring. Aya. Help. Someone save me. I just obtained a longevity fruit. It can be used to refine longevity spirit pills, which extend lifespan. I can't die now. The female cultivator's pitiful voice rang out. The next second, a black shadow flashed by. She blinked and the longevity fruit in her hand was gone. Now she was truly furious. You're not done yet, huh? Fleece one sheep till it's bald. This time, she reacted instantly and gave chase. She summoned a magical artifact and locked onto the black figure ahead. Die. A silver hairpin turned into a streak of light and pierced the shadow. She felt like she had finally avenged herself, adding a poison palm strike to his back, knocking him to the ground. Took my poison palm? Don't even think about walking away alive. The person collapsed, convulsing, face turning a deep purple. Huh? Where's my longevity fruit? Why doesn't he have a storage ring? With a poof, the person turned into an octopus tentacle. Such a brilliant technique. The woman knew things had gone wrong. She turned her head and saw, in the distance, a figure struck down her spirit beast spider with a single blow, hoisted its corpse, and ran. Woman. BD? Stop right there. Underscore 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 underscore. Gone? That fast. The female cultivator's face flushed with anger, her eyes almost bulging. She had just lost 2 precious herbs and even the spirit beast she had tamed. Clenching her teeth, she held her aching chest. B** starred, you won't die a good death. She cursed under her breath, turning to leave. At that moment, a hand suddenly slipped silently out of the ground and snatched the silver hairpin magical artifact from her hair. Her aura was immediately sealed. Then came the small poison vials strapped to her waist. She noticed nothing and kept on cursing. Li Xianxiao emerged again from the soil, appearing at a safe spot. He quickly processed the spider. Legs, eyes, fur, every part was a treasure. He worked fast, done within half a stick of incense. Li Xianxiao activated the fan technique, summoning fire to reduce the body to ashes. Then he used a small bottle to collect the ashes, also a valuable item. This female cultivator had some real skill in poison techniques. Li Xianxiao studied her concocted poisons briefly. To take her down, he sacrificed a Foundation establishment stage clone worth it. After all, the clone existed to take death in his place. Li Xianxiao believed in do not offend unless offended. He tried to avoid killing unless absolutely necessary. Taking lives brought karmic burden. Who knew how much virtue the other person had? Peace? Li Xianxiao quickly cleaned up, erased all traces, and escaped swiftly. In the days that followed, he didn't encounter anyone else. He mostly explored alone. This time, his goal was to find some essence refining stones. To refine his life-bound magical artifact, the cranebeak silver needle. But after all this time searching, there was still no sign of those stones. The Xiantian Sword Sex Treasure Pavilion did sell essence refining stones. But buying them would leave a record. It would reveal the grade of his life-bound magical artifact. People could deduce its size from the quantity bought. What if someone plotted against him? Not to mention it was expensive. Suddenly, the dispersed spirit stones picked up a signal. Essence refining stones? And quite a lot. Li Xianxiao halted. Something was off. The divine sense only detected the essence refining stones. But everything else nearby was blocked. Moments later, a puppet squeezed through a stone crevice. Inside the underground cave lay several corpses, either dead from poison or from fatal wounds. The puppet scouted around and eventually found a hidden mechanism in the cave. It must have been a trap left by a Mahist mechanism cultivator. The puppet quickly destroyed the trap. In the end, the puppet and the trap were destroyed together. 2 more scorpion puppets crawled in to double-check for anything missed. Just then, a snake puppet launched a silent sneak attack on one of the scorpion puppets. It was laced with potent poison, and Li Xianxiao immediately lost another scorpion puppet. Controlling his puppets, Li Xianxiao frowned slightly and formed a hand seal. He ordered the scorpion puppet to engage the snake puppet in combat. It was a battle between Mahist puppet masters. The opponent's snake puppet was strong, but couldn't hold out against Li Sungziao's numbers. He threw in 3 more at once. For some reason, the opposing puppet master slipped up. Li Xianxiao seized the opportunity, and 3 scorpion puppets shredded the snake puppet. Swish swish swish. A figure darted rapidly through the forest. He held a magical artifact brick, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk. Today, your uncle Deist will show you what a true puppet master is. Puppet versus puppet? Why not just knock out the master directly? Reverse tracking technique. Catch this brick from your uncle Deist. He already spotted the puppet master and almost shouted in excitement. Bang! A cloud of poison mist suddenly erupted underfoot. The puppet master stiffened and collapsed straight to the ground. And no, when the puppet master came to, all he felt was cold. He looked down. Good news, the enemy spared his life. Bad news, all he had left was a pair of underwear. The puppet master tugged at them. His puppets, storage ring, clothes, even the corpses in the cave, all the treasures, gone without a trace. Huh? That aura, a Xiantian sword sect disciple? Li Xianxiao had a nose plug to block poison, a poison-proof robe draped on his body, a detox bead in his mouth, and anti-poison talisman stuck to his forehead and shoulders. This was a poison forest. The mist in the air was all toxic. Whenever the outermost poison shield, i.e., the talisman, changed color, it meant its effectiveness had dropped below 10%. He would immediately switch to another. As he passed through the poison forest, Li Xianxiao was surprised to detect the aura of a fellow Xiantian disciple. He examined the person's face, recalling the sect personnel records he had compiled himself. Sheng Linking. Female, 93 years old. Peak Foundation Establishment Stage Cultivator. Low threat level. Average personality, average talent, average looks, average background. In summary, average. For some reason, the Xiantian disciples hadn't participated in this Ziohan secret realm. This Sheng Linking had likely snuck in. Foundation Establishment cultivators had a lifespan of 200 years. But once past 100, forming a golden core was nearly impossible. She was probably trying to make a final push. That was the reality for most cultivators. Even within an immortal sect, there were tiers. Li Xianxiao carried her out of the poison forest. She was a fellow disciple after all, he wouldn't just leave her. He placed her in a safe spot. A while later, Li Xianxiao circled back. Kind-hearted as he was, he couldn't quite let it go. So he left behind a twin recording stone on her. The chance of the two meeting here was very small, which meant she might soon encounter some kind of fortuitous event. Or maybe discover an evil cultivation method and rapidly advance. All rare possibilities but worth guarding against. No harm in it. Li Xianxiao finally left with peace of mind. Moments later, he returned again, placing a few extra treasures beside her. Sheng Linking slowly woke up. I'm still alive? She looked around at where she was, then saw the materials beside her. There was a message left on the ground. Cultivation should not be rushed. Remember, only by nurturing great clumsiness can one become truly skillful. One must appear truly foolish to know true wisdom. A warm-hearted passerby. P.S. Stick to the righteous path. Underscore 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 underscore. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The Ziohan secret realm was about to close. Li Xianxiao was hiding inside a certain cave. This time, the harvest had been bountiful. These resources hadn't been refined yet, they were still raw materials. Once turned into pills, the value could double. Just like the difference between a watermelon and watermelon juice. You could buy a watermelon for 20 spirit stones, but probably couldn't afford a glass of juice. Looked like he wouldn't need to leave Silver Sword Peak for years. Li Xianxiao exhaled in satisfaction. It had been hard work, but deeply fulfilling. Finally, he could breathe easy. Calm down? He was still inside the secret realm. Better to relax once he returned to Silver Sword Peak. So Li Xianxiao patiently waited for Ziohan realm to close. At the same time, Li Xianxiao was using a clone to remotely observe the battles of other Golden Core cultivators. The more you see, the more you learn. Real combat improves your odds. Just then, all cultivators inside Ziohan realm felt a powerful force. Everyone froze involuntarily, including Li Xianxiao. His hair stood on end, and in an instant, he used the earth escape technique to burrow underground. At that moment, golden glowing text appeared in front of him. Fellow deists, welcome to Ziohan secret realm. IVE left behind a treasure trove within this secret realm, containing rare resources, techniques. Consider it a special reward for you all. But to gain access, you must answer my questions. What the hell? What is this? A treasure trove? I've been through so many secret realms and never seen something like this. Could it be a legacy left behind by some powerhouse? The crowd buzzed with excitement and anticipation. Li Xianxiao quickly scanned the golden text, his face turning a little grim. Alright, now please listen to the questions carefully. First question, odd changes, even remains unchanged. Please give the next line. Second question, Palace Jade Liquor Wine, please give the next line. Third question, how are you, please give the next line. Answer out loud to qualify for entry into the treasure trove. Li Xianxiao, Omega Omega. Previously, from the intel he got from Guyu back at Mount Shushan, he had already suspected there might be another transmigrator. Now he was 100% sure. There was someone else who had transmigrated here besides him. No, maybe not just one. Based on his experience reading hundreds of female protagonist novels and countless male protagonist ones. In the female stories, fellow countrymen reunite, tears in their eyes, fall in love and everything's sweet. In the male stories, kill the fellow transmigrator first. And this transmigrator had deliberately left this treasure site and these specific questions. It seemed like they were trying to find someone else like them. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Treasure site? More like a burial ground. Li Xianxiao ignored it and started chanting the clear heart mantra, clearing away distracting thoughts. Otherwise, he might have accidentally spoken the answers aloud. Odd changes, even remains unchanged. Check the quadrant of the sign, even though the instructions said to say the answer out loud. Who knew if that was a trap too? Maybe even thinking the answer would be enough to get caught. Those who scheme must always guard against being schemed against. After repeating the clear heart mantra a few more times, Li Xianxiao opened his eyes again. The golden text had disappeared. Looked like he needed to be more careful in the future, never reveal anything from his original world. The Ziohan secret realm began sealing up, rejecting outsiders. Li Xianxiao left the Ziohan realm without incident and returned to the sect. This time, he made an exception and used the Wind Rider card he had gotten from Fan Yu. It was insanely fast. Originally, Fan Yu had left it for Lin Wangqing before reincarnating, but it ended up with Li Xianxiao. Riding the Wind Rider cart, he got back to Mount Shushan in half the time. He went to the sword-bearing pavilion to hand in his mission and placed his jade slip. Then, turned around and used Earth escape technique. Perfectly avoided the incoming Suwan, the abstract queen herself. Li Xianxiao had sensed that Suwan's aura seemed off, restless, even. What's going on? His internal alarms rang again. He returned to his straw hut on Silver Sword Peak. Senior brother, you're back. Zhao Lu emerged from the warm spring. She had draped only a snow-white bath towel over herself, just barely covering her delicate figure, yet accentuating her curvaceous silhouette. Her long, damp hair clung to her fair shoulders, and water droplets slid down the strands, landing on her porcelain-like skin like dew on morning lotus leaves, crystal clear and shimmering. Her tender skin, freshly bathed, looked extra smooth and delicate, like it would leak water if touched, glowing with a seductive sheen. Honestly, she'd been soaking in the hot spring every day these past days. All for this one moment, this one scene. She'd waited forever for senior brother to return. She was about to get waterlogged. And just today, he finally came back. Zhao Lu had already spotted him. So she quickly stripped and swam around in the Silver Sword Peak hot spring, then pretended to just notice him. Of course, none of this escaped Li Sungziao's eyes. He couldn't be bothered to expose her. He tossed her the treasures he'd prepared long ago. Train properly. Wait, you've reached Foundation Establishment. Li Xianxiao suddenly sensed a shift in her aura. Yup. Zhao Lu beamed. I did, but I'm still far from your golden core. Li Sungziao's expression darkened. Who told you I'm golden core? Guessed. Zhao Lu replied honestly. With senior brother's cautious nature, hiding a realm or two is normal, right? Li Xianxiao fell silent. Senior brother, tell me, what grade is your golden core? 3rd grade? Don't tell me it's 1st grade. What golden core? Li Xianxiao waved it off. This golden core isn't the same as Mount Shushan's definition, nor the cultivation worlds. I just made some improvements on the Foundation Establishment stage. He spoke while walking. Golden core's not that easy to form, others spend 20, 30 years. I'm not even planning to condense one yet. Just breathing on it and it forms? That's impossible. Back in the straw hut, Li Xianxiao planned to check Feng Liulai's homework later that night. But he figured it probably didn't need his attention anymore. He could focus on other things. Like preparing for potential transmigrators? He needed to go into seclusion for a while to absorb the materials he'd just obtained. But before that, there was one more thing to deal with. Earlier today, senior sister Suwan's aura had been unstable. Li Xianxiao opened the twin recording stone linked to Suwan's cave and started watching the replay. He had no idea what had happened while he was away from Mount Shushan these days. Underscore 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 underscore. Deo heart unsteady. Inside the cave dwelling, Suwan took a deep breath. Another failed breakthrough. She seemed to be stuck on something in her heart, which kept her from forming her golden core. A rather delicate face appeared before her eyes. Suwan shook her head and murmured softly, Li Xianxiao really doesn't feel anything for me. Then why did he treat me that way? Why did he help me back then, when I was being falsely accused, when everyone pointed fingers and no one dared to speak up for me? Through the twin recording stone, Li Xianxiao frowned. Could Suwan be developing a heart demon just because he rejected her? That'd be bad. Deo heart unsteady, turning into a demon? Descend into darkness? Li Xianxiao started getting nervous. Suwan's personality really did make her prone to overthinking? Thinking back to what he'd said to Suwan, the rejection had probably been a bit too blunt. Mirong Mo had died, and he'd still rejected Suwan. That gave her a double blow. Her confidence had completely collapsed. At that moment, Suwan sat quietly in the cave for a moment, then slowly spoke to herself. Why would he protect me to the point of even killing senior brother Mirong? He's been avoiding me, even going so far as to say all those things. Was it all just to distance himself on purpose? Yes, that must be it. He deliberately distanced himself from me, but why? Because he wants to protect me in secret. He's afraid of the Murong family's revenge, afraid of punishment from the sect. That's why he stays silent when he sees me, only quietly watching over me. Yes, that's it. He said he doesn't like me, but that just means he's willing to sacrifice everything for me. I'm such a fool, really. I only heard those rejection words he said, and thought I misunderstood, that he didn't have feelings for me. I never thought until now he just hides his love deeper. Watching the whole scene unfold through the twin recording stone, Li Xianxiao lay on the ground in silence. I want to die. So smart, yet outsmarted himself. Even though he calculated every possibility and prepared for everything, he still couldn't beat the wild imagination of a wild card like Suwan. Good news, Suwan's Dao heart suddenly stabilized. Bad news, Li Xianxiao was about to lose it. Just then, a woman in purple walked into Suwan's cave. She wasn't from Mount Shushan. The purple-clothed woman bowed to Suwan. Young miss, about your engagement to the young master of the Xiao family, the Lord said unless he's dead, you must keep your promise. Suwan snapped, that's an engagement he arranged behind my back? Why should I marry someone I don't even know just because he insists on keeping his word? Tell that old man I already have someone I like. That person treats me really well. Thinking of Li Xianxiao, and how he silently protected her, Suwan couldn't help but let tears fall. But the Lord won't agree. Young miss, please think this over. Give me 3 years. Once I form my golden core, I'll personally go to the Xiao family and call off the engagement. No need for that old man's approval. Inside the straw hut, Li Xianxiao might as well pick out a nicer coffin. Maybe fleeing Mount Shushan overnight is the best option. He thought she was running on a White Lotus female-led script from a female-centric novel. Didn't expect she's actually Nailin Yanran. Calling off an engagement? Xiao family? Li Xianxiao repeated the clear heart mantra several times to calm his agitated feelings. Stay calm, it's just a similar surname, that's all. He'd even run into Hanli and Yefan before. No big deal. As for calling off engagements, that wasn't anything rare. He just needed to handle it carefully, and everything could still be solved. 3 years, he still had 3 years. The top priority now was to deal with the treasure materials he'd obtained this time. Refine magical artifacts. Then fiercely reinforce his cultivation base again. Thinking of that, Li Xianxiao got up and started moving. But before that, he planned to pay a visit to Feng Liulai. Luzian, wearing a brand new outfit, finally stepped out of the cave. Once again dressed in flowing white robes, looking every bit the immortal. He went to find Feng Liulai alone. Feng Liulai sat by herself in a pavilion on the peak of Silver Sword Peak. She gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle, tears slipping down from the corners of her eyes. The wind stirred her long hair. Feng Liulai exhaled, and Shang Guan Suiyun's voice echoed in her ears. Little sister. Looking at her sorrowful figure, Luzian let out a soft sigh. He'd already heard about what happened between Feng Liulai and Shang Guan Suiyun. Even though the guy was from the demon sect and everything was a lie, the love had been real. He reached out and patted Feng Liulai's shoulder, gently comforting her. Different paths lead to different goals. Don't be too sad. I know how hard it was for you to do what you did. You've already done your best. Feng Liulai cried and shook her head. I'm still too young. Don't regret the things you've done. Luzian said seriously, his voice gentle. There are 3 keys in life: accept, change, or leave. If you can't accept it, then change it. If you can't change it, then leave. He reached out and gently patted the girl's head. Cry. Let it out. Even though he was part of the demon sect and wronged the world, but he didn't wrong you. Feng Liulai looked up at Luzian with tear-filled eyes. Senior brother Lu, I've failed senior brother Sung Xiao's teachings. It's okay, it's okay. If you're feeling down, I can teach you myself. Luzian felt that since this was his own tribulation, he had to resolve it himself. He couldn't just dump it on Li Xianxiao. Feng Liulai shook her head. No, I just failed too badly. I should have lured Shangguan Suiyun in deeper and caught him in a trap, instead of acting in the outskirts of Mount Shushan, which led to him getting away badly injured. I'm really useless. What if he comes back to get revenge on me? Just thinking about that makes me want to cry. Luzian went silent, looking up at the sky. He almost shed a tear himself. Where had that pure, kind, innocent Feng Liulai gone? Watching in the shadows, Li Xianxiao gave a nod of approval and even gave Feng Liulai a big thumbs up. Knowing how to review and reflect afterward, promising future ahead, even though she'd made some mistakes this time and hadn't taken Shangguan Suiyun down completely, she still made him suffer. He probably wouldn't dare show his face for at least 100 years. Underscore 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 underscore. Feng Liulai returned to her cave dwelling and found the treasure materials that senior brother Xianxiao had left for her. Her eyes lit up, and she ran over happily to examine them one by one. Senior brother really does dote on me the most? At the bottom of the pile of treasure materials was a note left by Li Xianxiao. Write a 10,000-word argumentative essay using this incident as the topic. Theme is up to you. Style is your choice, except poetry. You may title it as you like. No copying, no plagiarism. Content must be healthy, positive, in line with mainstream values, and full of positive energy. Inside the alchemy room, Li Xianxiao pasted a sign on the door: idle persons keep out. He entered the room and activated the surrounding formations. In the center of the room sat an old, battered pill furnace already damaged beyond repair. Even the color was patchy, clearly having been repaired. Li Xianxiao pressed a mechanism. Soon, a brand new, higher-grade furnace appeared. Taller, bigger, stronger. Li Xianxiao sat cross-legged and prepared to begin refining pills. He put on the postnatal spiritual treasure, flood dragon armor, and bowed to the three pure ones. Please bless your disciple, don't let the furnace explode. Actually, refining pills wasn't all that complicated. The most important goal was to extract and preserve the medicinal properties from the raw materials, and bind them as much as possible to the newly infused spiritual energy, maximizing the formation of high-value medicine spirit energy. The second goal of refining pills was to eliminate as many harmful substances as possible. So the main problems to solve were: 1. How to fully integrate the medicinal components with spiritual energy to maximize conversion into medicine spirit energy. 2. How to control the process so the pill can handle the increasing amount of spirit energy and not explode from internal repulsion due to homogeneity in energy. Alright, you've now learned how to refine pills. Time to begin? 3-step process. This round of pill refining was different from before. It would take about 6 months to complete the asset accumulation plan. Step 2 would be using the materials to refine his life-bound magical artifact. Step 3 was to advance his cultivation level and strengthen his foundation. Then exit seclusion. As soon as senior brother came back, he went into seclusion. I heard he even left a message for little junior sister Liulai. He left me one too, but hers had 5 more words, 5 whole words. Zhao Lu lay slumped over the table, looking utterly defeated. So love really does fade away, huh? Just then, Zhao Lu caught a glimpse of a figure flying in from the sky. She didn't think much of it at first, but as the person got closer, she saw clearly. Her heart sounded the alarm. It was senior sister Sawan. Zhao Lu immediately stood up. She's not here to look for senior brother, is she? Sure enough, Sawan's first words to her were, "Is junior brother Xianxiao here?" Zhao Lu replied, "My senior brother is in seclusion. He said no outsiders should disturb him." Oh, Sawan nodded. Zhao Lu let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Sawan knew how to take a hint and wasn't too shameless. Sawan, since that's the case, junior sister Zhao Lu, you can go. Don't disturb your senior brother. I'll go see him myself. Zhao Lu, confused face? Senior sister, my senior brother is in seclusion. He said no outsiders should disturb him. Thinking Sawan hadn't understood her, Zhao Lu repeated herself. Sawan smiled and thought to herself, how could I be an outsider? I'm the one he holds in his heart. Zhao Lu handed the tea she brewed to senior sister Sawan, then glanced at junior sister Zhang Luoshui beside her. She couldn't understand why wherever Sawan went, Zhang Luoshui always followed. Feng Liulai and Zhao Lu sat across from them. 4 of the top 10 beauties of Mount Shushan sat looking at each other. The atmosphere turned awkward. Zhao Lu stayed on alert. Senior sister Sawan, rumored romantic interest of senior brother. Her chest weapon grade extremely rare. Zhang Luoshui cute, lively, clever with a dark heart. She'd also come to Silver Sword Peak before, looking for senior brother. As for Feng Liulai, her fiercest rival, too hard. Zhao Lu couldn't help but sigh. The competition wasn't just fierce, it was elite tier. Eventually Zhao Lu couldn't take the awkwardness anymore and broke the silence. Senior sister Sawan, junior sister Luoshui, may I ask what business you have with my senior brother? Sawan's expression changed slightly. She said softly, there are some things I want to say to him face to face. Then maybe you can tell me, and I'll pass it on when he finishes seclusion. Sawan shook her head, it's not convenient. I should tell him myself. But my senior brother's seclusion will last a long time. Sawan gently replied, that's alright. Seclusion? Most likely just avoiding me, Sawan guessed in her heart. So the 4 fell silent again. Feng Liulai didn't know what kind of relationship Sawan had with senior brother Xianxiao. At the moment, she was zoning out, thinking about the assignment he gave her. Inside the alchemy room, Li Xianxiao paused his pill refining. What are the 4 of you doing together? Brewing goo poison? 4 toxic women in one place, whoever's the most poisonous wins? And survives? After a little while, to break the silence, Zhao Lu suggested they have a drink together. She'd grab some snacks too. Li Xianxiao figured it wasn't a big deal and continued refining pills, while also splitting his focus to monitor the refining process. Several days later, dawn was just breaking. The room reeked of alcohol. Clothes were scattered everywhere. Zhao Lu lay flat on the ground in a big X shape. Zhang Luoshui hugged Sawan's leg. Sawan's head dangled from the beam in a bizarre pose. Feng Liulai had her head stuck in the floor. Even weirder, it was just a few drinks. Splitting a bit of his focus, Li Xianxiao checked the scene outside. Couldn't help but laugh, he'd scared himself for nothing. Before long, the 4 of them woke up one by one. Well then, I won't see you off, big sis, Zhao Lu said. Sawan nodded, no need, second sis. Next time, third sis, and I will come drink with you, and fourth sis again. Feng Liulai added, let's drink together again next time. I had so much fun today. Zhang Luoshui threw her arms around all 3, we're the best sisters ever. Li Xianxiao, oh, his CPU nearly fried. Li Xianxiao propped his head in his hand, deep in thought for a long while, then continued refining pills as if nothing had happened. Sworn sisterhood? This kind of thing who the H*LL could have predicted? underscore 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 underscore. Heavenly Deo blesses us. The pill refining this time went smoothly all the way. After finishing the pill refinement, Li Xianxiao went out for a trip. He spent over a month selling all the pills in his hands and exchanging them for cultivation resources. Surprisingly smooth too, he had expected it to take much longer. After returning to the sect, Li Xianxiao went into seclusion once again. The alchemy room was completely transformed into a magical artifact refining room. From time to time, clanging sounds of hammering iron could be heard. The crane beak silver needle was originally a top-grade spiritual artifact. Spiritual artifacts come in lower, middle, upper, and top grades. Beyond spiritual artifacts, they can be classified as magical artifacts. Magical artifacts also come in lower, middle, upper, and top grades. As for innate spiritual treasures and postnatal spiritual treasures, they are not included in these ranks. These correspond to cultivator stages, from chi refining, all the way to great ascension. Magical artifacts that exceed the cultivator's stage require stronger and more precise divine sense. So magical artifacts are never about being higher level, but about what suits you best. Li Xianxiao was originally at the foundation establishment stage, so theoretically, the magical artifacts he could control should only be at the middle grade spiritual artifact level. But because his divine abilities evolved into divine sense cultivation techniques, and his divine sense was strong, he could use magical artifacts one level higher. Now that he had advanced to the golden core stage, his magical artifacts naturally needed to level up as well. Only, the resource consumption, he had to use all the savings he'd accumulated over the years. Just like that, 3 years passed in a flash. For cultivators, 3 years really isn't that long. Shushan, Tongtian Peak, Council Hall. The peak masters of the 7 peaks, along with sect leader Daoist Lingxiu, were all gathered. This time, they were discussing the business of Shushan's flying boats. Once the discussion was nearly complete, the peak master of Little Kying Peak suddenly brought something up. 5 disciples from Little Kying Peak have gone missing in the Daxia dynasty, all at the same time. If they had been killed, their jade tokens would have shattered, and Shushan would have known right away. But their jade tokens are intact. Instead, there's no trace of their presence at all. Could they have been deliberately hidden by someone? That's possible. Most likely, they ran into some kind of accident. What does the Daxia dynasty say? They told us to wait for news, saying they're doing everything they can to search. By the time they find them, even the yellow daily leaves will be cold. Someone snorted coldly. Just then, a soft voice spoke up. If the elders are willing, let me take on this task. Everyone turned to look at the speaker Luzian. Luzian, Peak Master of Silver Sword Peak. Since he took on the position of Silver Sword Peak's Peak Master, he had been accidentally injured by the Shushan sword formation 3 times. Got peed on by a spirit monkey once. Got lost in the back mountain once. Got poisoned twice. Had a cave collapse on him twice. Destroyed the back mountain orchard of Silver Sword Peak once. You could say he hadn't managed to accomplish a single thing for Silver Sword Peak. The good news was, Luzian's cultivation level had improved, so the way many disciples looked at their peak master Luzian was complicated, which made Luzian feel he had to do something already. Give me a chance? Luzian's gaze was full of sincerity. Several peak masters nodded thoughtfully. After leaving Tongtian Peak, Luzian was full of fighting spirit. This time, only success is allowed, no failure. He had to get the job done beautifully. He couldn't go alone. Ever since coming to Silver Sword Peak, anything he tried to do alone would encounter all sorts of unexpected problems. As if there was a hidden hand deliberately messing with him. This time, he had to bring a helper. Li Xianxiao? Luzian suddenly thought of this little junior brother. Back when he took Li Xianxiao down the mountain, he had noticed it. Although Li Songxiao's cultivation wasn't high, he was extremely meticulous in his actions. However, Li Xianxiao had apparently been in seclusion for a long time now. Just as he was thinking that, he saw that familiar figure the moment he returned to Silver Sword Peak. Li Xianxiao had emerged from seclusion. Thank you, Heavenly Deo. Everything had gone smoothly. Pill refining, pill selling, magical artifact refining went well, and the cranebeak silver needle had already evolved into a top-grade spiritual artifact. Cultivation had also gone smoothly, no loose ends. Shushan is still alive too. That's great. Li Xianxiao was just about to relax a bit when he saw a figure land in front of him. Senior brother Lu, Li Xianxiao greeted respectfully. Luzian nodded. Junior brother Xianxiao, you've finally come out of seclusion. All is well. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. All is well. Junior brother Xianxiao, do you have time recently? Oh, does senior brother have a task for me? Luzian then explained the situation to Li Xianxiao, emphasizing that the reward for this mission would go entirely to him. Li Songxiao's expression didn't change, but his heart stirred slightly. This time, should I plan an accident for senior brother Lu? No. This time it seems to have nothing to do with Feng Liulai. Shockingly, he wasn't planning to bring Feng Liulai along on the mission. Li Xianxiao silently apologized to senior brother Lu in his heart. Pranking senior brother Lu had become an unconscious habit. Li Xianxiao quickly thought it through. Going on this mission with senior brother Lu would actually make a great excuse. After all, the 3-year mark had arrived, and senior sister Suan had already formed her golden core. Senior sister Suan was going to annul her engagement. and the Xiao family she was annulling with was located in the Daxia dynasty. Perfect, he didn't need to make up any excuses. Plus, going to the Daxia dynasty with senior brother Lu on a mission. First of all, the safety aspect could be guaranteed. Li Xianxiao was very confident in Lu Xian's strength. So, he agreed. Lu Xian nodded with satisfaction and set a departure date with Li Xianxiao. Li Xianxiao then returned to make preparations. Although he had just finished his seclusion, there weren't many miscellaneous affairs to handle at Silver Sword Peak. First, although he was in seclusion, he hadn't fully immersed himself. His clone and puppet had still been diligently working. Second, he had little junior sister Zhao Lu, the gossip expert. When Zhao Lu had nothing to do, she liked to brew a pot of tea, munch on melon seeds, and chat about gossip with others. Then she would relay the gossip she heard back to Li Xianxiao. That way, Li Xianxiao could make sure he hadn't missed any important happenings. Of course, most importantly, he had his own Shushan surveillance system. Looking at the disciples who needed extra monitoring through the twin recording stone, he recorded everything in detail. For example, which disciple from which peak failed to break through. First, he'd study that disciple's cultivation technique, deeply analyze its secrets and core principles, dissect the disciple's cultivation habits, and think about their potential weaknesses and strengths. Other noteworthy factors were also carefully considered. In the end, using his precise grasp of various elements, he would subtly guide the disciple toward discovering the key to their breakthrough. He kept all the credit and fame to himself. Another example, when a disciple had a streak of bad luck and ended up in a foul mood, Li Xianxiao would deliberately let that disciple encounter a few good things over the next few days, to lower their chances of descending into darkness. Once, a disciple from Tongtian Peak. First, at a celebration banquet, he ate some deep-sea seafood and had an allergic reaction. Then, when he took an antidote, he happened to get a fake one and was bedridden for a month. Finally got better, went to Menial Peak to get food, trying to save some money. While picking out cheap food, he knocked over an entire rack of dishes. Lost a month's worth of income. Then, while out on a mission, got surrounded and attacked by heretic cultivators. Fortunately, after that long string of misfortunes, Li Xianxiao had noticed him. So, when he was ambushed and nearly died, Li Xianxiao stepped in and saved him. Just goes to show it's all fate. If not for that series of unlucky events, Li Xianxiao wouldn't have been paying special attention to him. That disciple would have likely died at the hands of the heretic cultivators. Underscore 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 underscore. The next day, a small flying boat departed from Mount Shushan, heading toward the Daxia dynasty. There were 4 people on the flying boat: Lu Xian, Li Xianxiao, Suan, and Zhao Lu. Suan was heading to the Xiao family in the Daxia dynasty to annul her engagement. Upon learning that Li Xianxiao was also going to the Daxia dynasty, she decided to come along. As for Zhao Lu, the Zhao family was the royal family of the Daxia dynasty. This time, 5 disciples from Mount Shushan went missing in the Daxia territory, and they were bound to make contact with the Daxia dynasty. Having Princess Zhao Lu's status made things easier. Zhao Lu also happened to want to visit home. Lu Xian stood on the flying boat. Not far from him, Li Xianxiao was quietly meditating. He appeared to be relaxed, but his body remained tense. He sensed Suwan's gaze lingering on him, so to avoid eye contact, he simply closed his eyes. Suwan's move this time was within his expectations. Rather than let Suwan act alone, it was better to go together. Suwan's fiancé. The Xiao family in Panlong City of the Daxia dynasty. The Xiao family used to be one of the top powers in the Daxia dynasty. But after a great war, the Xiao family's ancestor died and was erased from existence. The Xiao family's elites were also entirely lost, leading to the family's decline. Suwan's grandfather had once been close friends with the Xiao family's ancestor. The two of them had arranged a marriage between their grandchildren. And Suwan's fiancé was Xiaoran, the son of the current patriarch of the Xiao family. Xiaoran was born with exceptional talent, a once-in-a-million cultivation genius. But a few years ago, he entered a mysterious forbidden area and returned. His cultivation had been completely destroyed and he could no longer cultivate, the reason unknown. Li Xianxiao rubbed his brow. It already sounded like a million-word wish-fulfillment novel. At the current speed of the small flying boat, it would take 2 days and 2 nights to reach the destination. Coincidentally, the location where the 5 Mount Shushan cultivators went missing was also in Panlong City, where the Xiao family resided. No unnecessary words were exchanged, the journey was smooth. A little ahead of schedule, the flying boat arrived at Panlong City. At this moment, there was one more person on the boat. It was a sword cultivator heading home, whom they had met on the way. According to the sword cultivator, he had left home to cultivate in his early years, and now that his lifespan was nearing its end, knowing he had no hope of breaking through, he just wanted to return home. The aged sword cultivator hugged his wine gourd and shouted, "We've arrived, we've arrived. This old man should say farewell to you fellow deists. Thank you for bringing me along this stretch, otherwise who knows how much longer it would have taken." The old sword cultivator stood up, only to find the 4 people on the flying boat looking at him with strange expressions. The old sword cultivator scratched his head and joked, "What? Don't tell me you expect this old man to pay up. I do have a few valuables on me, just not sure if they're good enough for your tastes." The four still didn't speak, only silently looked at him. The old sword cultivator was a little confused. Lucian said, "Senior, you can't enter the city. It's time for you to go." You're already dead. When we saw you, you didn't have much time left. Senior, it's time to go, Lucian reminded. The old sword cultivator gradually realized the truth. He looked at his own corpse not far away and suddenly smiled in relief. So I got it mixed up. Then I'll trouble you all. If you have the time, could you check on my family for me? After receiving Lucian's agreement, the old sword cultivator's spirit dispersed into the air. The group arrived in Panlong City, and the city lord was already waiting. Welcome, princess. The city lord brought officials of all ranks to greet them outside the city. Zhao Lu put her hands on her hips and instinctively lifted her chin. After spending so long in Mount Shushan, she had nearly forgotten she was a princess. Zhao Lu proudly looked at her senior brother. Well, you're marrying a princess, and you still hesitate? Li Xianxiao gave her a look, telling her to reflect on it herself. Out here, don't act overly familiar. Unless absolutely necessary, don't communicate even with your eyes. Zhao Lu sheepishly withdrew her gaze. The crowd of people lining the streets to welcome them went without saying. They all proceeded to the city lord's mansion. Li Xianxiao told senior brother Lu he'd leave the group for a while. He went alone to the place the old sword cultivator had mentioned. He intended to deliver a message, but the place was already deserted. Li Xianxiao, still uneasy, tried to ask the neighbors, but found there weren't any around. After walking for a while, he finally saw a passerby. People? No idea. Li Xianxiao assumed the family had moved and was about to leave. Then he heard the passerby continue. Strange, actually. This area used to have a lot of residents, but one by one, they all vanished. A lot of people disappeared. Li Xianxiao asked. Some people went to the magistrate to make a fuss about it. The same thing happened in the west part of the city too. Lots of people went missing. But the cases all went cold. This was just a random comment about something seemingly unimportant. But it made alarm bells go off in Li Songziao's heart. Being cautious by nature, especially when outside, Li Xianxiao quickly conducted a basic investigation. And that investigation uncovered far too many shady details. Take the disappearances in Panlong City, for instance. According to the townsfolk, there had been no fewer than dozens of mass disappearance cases. At first, when the numbers were small, no one paid much attention. But as more and more people went missing, the magistrate and the demon subjugation division both got involved, but the cases all ended inconclusively. Even though the townsfolk's stories might be exaggerated, the many empty houses around town couldn't be faked. And this was just what Li Xianxiao found in less than half a day. Li Songziao's brow furrowed tightly. Then he thought of the 5 missing Mount Shushan disciples. Also missing, could they have vanished the same way as the people of Panlong City? Li Xianxiao suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. It was getting late, best not to stay out too long. Li Xianxiao returned to the city lord's mansion. At that moment, the city lord was hosting a grand banquet for the group from Mount Shushan. Li Xianxiao silently took a seat at the end of the table, cursing in his mind. Why is everything happening at once? Senior sister Suan was annulling her engagement. Now, it seemed the missing Mount Shushan disciples might be linked to the mass disappearances in Panlong City. Li Songziao's expression grew serious. Just then, a servant stepped forward to announce. Reporting to the princess, Xiao family patriarch Xiao Chengshan has arrived with his son Xiao Ran. Suan put down her wine cup, her willow brows arching. Li Xianxiao, senior sister, you're going to do it? Now? Right here? Underscore 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 underscore. Reporting to the princess, Xiao family patriarch Xiao Chengshan has arrived with his son Xiao Ran. A tall middle-aged man entered the main hall with a handsome young man in tow. Xiao Chengshan first bowed to the city lord, then looked toward Zhao Lu who was seated in the main position. Xiao Chengshan greets Her Highness the Princess. Zhao Lu returned the greeting with proper etiquette. Then Xiao Chengshan saluted Mount Shushan Peak Master Lucian. Truly, he left no one out. Only after that did he look at Suan. "Niece, long time no see. You've grown more and more beautiful. My father asked me to pass on his greetings. How are Uncle Xiao and Aunt Xiao?" "Good, good, everything is good." Though Suan was speaking to Xiao Chengshan, her eyes had already landed on the young man beside him. Xiao Ran. They had met in childhood, but had little impression of each other. Suan stood up. It looked like she was going to speak of the annulment right here. Li Songziao's expression grew heavy. Right here in the city lord's mansion, in front of so many people, an annulment? This seemed just a bit too inappropriate. No one could stomach this. Even someone shameless would find it humiliating. "Uncle Xiao, I've come this time with something to discuss," Suan said. "Speak freely." Lucian and Zhao Lu both knew the purpose of Suan's trip, but it still surprised them. Suan was really going to bring it up now. Suan opened her mouth. Alulu. Everyone in the hall, oh, what kind of bird language is that? Suan blinked, her tongue. No, her whole mouth had gone numb. The next moment, Suan's steps faltered and her body swayed. She fell straight onto the table. In that moment, from the corner of the hall, Li Xianxiao gave a faint smile and said, "Looks like senior sister Suan is drunk. She'd already had a lot to drink before we got here. Everyone, I'll take senior sister Suan to her room to rest." As he spoke, Li Xianxiao helped Suwan up and left the banquet, heading to the rooms arranged for them by the city lord. Good thing I came prepared. As for the matter of the missing Mount Shushan disciples, our Panlong City will fully cooperate with the investigation. In the main hall, Panlong City Lord Yu Tiankai expressed the city's stance to Lu Ziyan. With the Mount Shushan Peak Master personally present, it clearly showed how seriously Mount Shushan regarded the matter. Lu Ziyan nodded, "We'll be troubling you then. To be honest, there are 3 mountain peaks near Panlong City, full of fierce beasts, and there are even heretic cults hiding in the city," said Yu Tiankai. "I'm afraid those 5 Mount Shushan disciples have met with misfortune." Lu Ziyan said in a deep voice, "Rest assured, Mount Shushan is not unreasonable. We won't wrongly accuse Panlong City. But no matter who it is, if they chose to kill Mount Shushan disciples, then they have chosen to become enemies of Mount Shushan." The city lord smiled and took a sip of tea. The next day, after sobering up, Suwan learned that the Xiao father and son had already left the city lord's mansion and returned to the Xiao residence. So she immediately decided to go to the Xiao family to annul the engagement. As if she couldn't wait a single moment longer. "I want to show my stance. I'll use my actions to tell junior brother Xian Xiao that I understand his feelings and I'm responding to him." Suwan swung her long legs and quickly left the city lord's mansion. Just as she stepped out, her eyes happened to catch a sign by the side. "Courtesy requires reciprocity, communication connects the world." Suwan suddenly remembered. Even if she was annulling the engagement, she couldn't go empty-handed. Thinking deeper, she realized she might have been a bit too impulsive. As for the engagement, Xiaoran had done no wrong. He was a victim too. Going in with such a confrontational attitude, wasn't that just hurting him? At the very least, she should give him something in return. Thinking this, Suwan checked her storage ring. There wasn't anything particularly valuable inside. Senior brother Lu Ziyan definitely had something. With that, Suwan turned to look for Lu Ziyan. After she left, a hand emerged from the ground and took back the sign that read, "Courtesy requires reciprocity, communication connects the world." Xiao residence. Xiaoran lay on his bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. After meeting Suwan yesterday, he had a vague bad feeling. "Young master, the patriarch asks for you in the reception hall." Just then, a maid entered. "Reception hall? Who's here?" The maid shook her head. Xiaoran already had the answer in his heart. He sat up and did a quick wash. The simple pendant around his neck shimmered with a faint, eerie light. Xiaoran left his room and headed toward the clan's reception hall. Along the way, many of the Xiao family's disciples looked at him strangely. Reception hall. At this moment, all the elders of the Xiao family were gathered in the reception hall. In the main seat was the current patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Chengshan, and seated across from him was Suwan. Suwan wore a purple brocade dress with delicate hidden patterns. She was still young, but every move she made exuded a distinct elegance. And coupled with the pair of weapons on her chest, Li Xianxiao had once commented that Suwan had the natural physique of a perfect wife. Xiaoran looked at Suwan, and that bad feeling resurfaced. No, it wasn't just a feeling anymore. "Xiaoran, what are you doing here?" one of the clan elders asked in surprise. Xiaoran stood in place, confused. "Xiaoran, no one called for you," said the second elder. Xiaoran glanced around. Only now did he realize there wasn't even an extra chair in the hall. Huh? Xiaoran couldn't help but sneer inwardly. So this is how low my status in the clan has become. The warmth of human relations? Back in the day, when I reached foundation establishment at 12, everyone in the clan tried to curry favor with me. And now, at that moment, Suwan spoke up. "This time, I came to discuss something with young Master Xiao." "Someone, bring a chair," Xiao Chengshan said coldly. No matter what, Xiaoran was still his son. To see the elders treat him this way, how could he not be angry? Xiao Chengshan was a seasoned man who always put the bigger picture first. Ever since becoming patriarch, he had been suppressed by the family elders. Especially after his son Xiaoran became a cripple. Many were ready to replace him. "I've long heard that Suwan niece is incredibly gifted, and now that you've joined Mount Shushan and reached the Golden Core stage at such a young age, your future is limitless, truly limitless." Several elders laid on the flattery, making Suwan feel a little embarrassed. After some small talk, Suwan finally got to the point. "Uncle Xiao, the engagement between me and Xiaoran was arranged years ago by my grandfather and the Xiao family's ancestor, without seeking my consent. I was too young back then, my voice carried no weight. Now I've come to the Xiao family, intending to dissolve the engagement." As the words fell, time seemed to freeze for a few seconds. The stiff smile on Xiao Qinshan's face could no longer be maintained. His expression turned unsightly. The hand clenched into a fist trembled slightly. Underscore 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 underscore. Bang! Xiao Chengshan slammed his palm down and shattered the table in front of him. Several elders in the hall immediately turned to look at him and said in unison, "Chengshan, mind your manners." The other party were Mount Shushan disciples, and the Su family was currently in its prime. How could the current Xiao family afford to offend them? All the humiliation over the years seemed to condense into that one palm strike. His wife had passed away. The beloved son had fallen from a favored genius to a laughingstock in others' mouths. He was ostracized within the family. As the clan leader, the father could only keep enduring it all for the greater good. Xiao Chengshan let out a weary sigh. He knew this was already unavoidable. From now on, the father and son would truly become the laughingstock of the entire Panlong city. I'm truly sorry. Suwon is willing to compensate the Xiao family, but the engagement must not go on. After saying this, Suwon added another line. This isn't because Xiao Ran's cultivation was crippled and he can no longer cultivate. Nor is it because I've become a Mount Shushan disciple, and now that the Su family is thriving and the Xiao family is declining, I look down on the Xiao family. And of course, it's not because Xiao Ran is ugly or has some kind of defect. Li Xianxiao, who was eavesdropping, rubbed his forehead helplessly. If you can't talk properly, just shut that little mouth of yours. Suwon had been building up for quite a while and hadn't noticed that the faces of the Xiao family members in the hall had all turned grim. If you want to call off the engagement, just do it. Why insult everyone while you're at it? Suwon finally got to the point and continued. In short, I want to make it clear that I, Suwon, am not someone who chases power and status. I've simply found the one I hold in my heart. He treats me with 1,000 kindnesses, and I can't let him down. At this moment, Xiao Ran, who had been sitting at the end, finally stood up. The young man stood in anger, glaring at Suwon. Suwon, you've humiliated me too much. Stop making excuses. If you look down on me, just say it outright. I, Xiao Ran, may not be able to cultivate now, but don't forget. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't bully a poor youth. One day, I, Xiao Ran, will return this disgrace in full. Suwon said in a low voice, I already said, it's not because I look down on you. I simply can't fulfill this engagement. If I, Suwon, were trying to use power to pressure others, I wouldn't have come here alone today. Mount Shushan, the Su family. Both were Suwon's backers. Which one could the Xiao family afford to offend? Xiao Ran shouted angrily, so what if your Su family is powerful now, and you, Suwon, have successfully formed a golden core and have Mount Shushan behind you? When I, Xiao Ran, was in the Qi refining stage at 5 years old and reached foundation establishment at 12, why didn't you come to call off the engagement? When I was still a genius, why didn't your Su family come to cancel the marriage? Now it's just clinging to the powerful and abandoning the weak, the way of the world. I, Xiao Ran, may be a tiger fallen to flatlands, bullied by dogs, but I accept it today. Just don't let me live to make a comeback. Suwon wasn't one to take it lying down either. She looked at this young man her own age, veins popping in anger, spouting insults at her. She also slammed the table and stood up, coldly saying, survival of the fittest, that's the law of this world. Your cultivation is destroyed, you're weak, and you blame me? Clearly, it was your own overestimation that led you into a forbidden ground. Good, Suwon. Xiao Ran's expression twisted, the mockery and humiliation he'd endured since losing his cultivation finally reached its peak. One must know, Xiao Ran had once been such a proud person. He'd endured it all until now, when she came personally to call off the engagement. It truly crushed his dignity to the ground. Outside the conference hall, many younger members of the family had already gathered, whispering and discussing. Xiao Ran clenched his teeth so hard it was as if they'd shatter, then suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest and collapsed backward onto the ground. Suwon's face showed a flash of pity. This. Xiao Ran braced one hand on the ground, forcing himself to stand up again. Suwon, today's humiliation, I'll remember it. He suddenly drew the sword hanging in the hall. Suwon's heart tightened, thinking he was about to attack her, and reflexively drew her own sword. Clang! Several elders of the clan turned pale at the same time. Suwon had come to the Xiao family alone, not just relying on her own golden core stage cultivation, but on the forces behind her. If the Xiao family dared to harm her today, they could face total extermination tomorrow. But with Xiao Ran's current cultivation, could he even hurt Suwon? To everyone's shock, Xiao Ran stabbed the sword toward himself. This move stunned everyone present. Suwon's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Xiao Ran. What is he doing? Xiao Ran drove the sword through his chest. It was aimed directly at his heart. He didn't want to live. Suwon was horrified. As the sword pierced his chest, Xiao Ran's eyes filled with hatred. He said to Suwon, Suwon, if heaven spares me today, then one day I will repay this humiliation in full. Watching this scene, Suwon felt a twinge of pity, and at the same time, was shocked by his resolve. She hadn't expected him to be so proud. Suwon, our engagement is off. One day, I will come to challenge Mount Shushan. Suwon's eye twitched slightly. She said in a heavy voice, fine, I'll wait for you at Mount Shushan. Ranner. Xiao Chengshan rushed over and caught Xiao Ran in his arms. His wife had already left him. He couldn't lose his child too. Hurry, get someone here. Xiao Chengshan roared. A few younger family members outside the door were knocked out cold by Xiao Chengshan's overwhelming aura. Xiao Chengshan glared at Suwon with rage. That look made Suwon feel like she might be killed the next second, her face full of tension. One by one, the veins on Xiao Chengshan's forehead bulged like coiled dragons, each vein pulsing wildly, showing the intense fury and emotion within. His hands were clenched so tightly the joints had turned white, as if he could crush the very air in his fists. The marriage is annulled. See the guest out. Suwon felt an overwhelming force rush toward her. She instinctively stepped back half a step and glanced again at Xiao Ran on the ground. She took something from her storage ring. This is a special trauma medicine made by the Su family. Xiao Chengshan didn't hesitate. He reached out and took it. Now wasn't the time to be petty. Who knew whether that stab Xiao Ran gave himself was fatal or not? Unexpectedly, the heavily wounded Xiao Ran reached out and tossed the trauma medicine away. Xiao Ran said with difficulty, I don't need it. Take it away. If I die today, then it's heaven's will. If I don't die, then it means heaven gave me a chance. I, Xiao Ran, am not fated to die one day. I'll return this disgrace 100-fold. After saying this, Xiao Ran passed out. Suan looked at Xiao Ran deeply, then turned and walked away. Fine. I'll be waiting. Underscore 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 underscore. Cough cough cough. Xiao Ran saw his mother. He thought he must be dead. Because he hadn't seen his mother in many years. If his mother saw what he looked like today, she would definitely be disappointed. Ranner, Ranner. Amidst the repeated calls, Xiao Ran opened his eyes. Father. I'm still alive. At this moment, Xiao Chengshan looked so haggard it was as if he had aged 70 or 80 years overnight. He tightly gripped his child's hand, feeling the warmth in his palm, and nodded heavily. Just one more inch and you would have died. Xiao Ran tugged at the corner of his mouth and said softly, since heaven let me live, then I'll prove myself to everyone. Good. Xiao Qinshan's gloom was swept away. This is my son, Xiao Qinshan's son. Xiao Ran had to stay in bed for a while. That sword really almost took his life, but at the same time, it ignited his hope. Xiao Ran, barely supporting his body, secretly went to his mother's grave. He sat in front of the tomb, gazing at the distant horizon. Today's humiliation Xiao Ran will remember it for life. He never wanted to experience it a second time. Mount Shushan, Suan, Su family, like three towering mountains standing in front of Xiao Ran's eyes. Xiao Ran took a deep breath. Now, his cultivation wasn't even at the qi refining stage, while Suan had already successfully formed a golden core. And in the eyes of everyone in the Xiao family, Xiao Ran's words were a joke. Even if Xiao Ran managed to form a golden core in the future, would Suan's cultivation stay frozen and not improve? Would she always remain at golden core stage? What a joke! However, for Xiao Ran to speak like this, he must have some confidence to back it up. Xiao Ran pulled off the pendant hanging around his neck. Soul Elder, are you there? Soul Elder. Soul Elder was a wisp of refined soul hidden in the pendant. 3 years ago, Xiao Ran had accidentally picked up this pendant. Then, unexpectedly, he heard a voice from within. That voice told Xiao Ran that his name was Soul Elder. Once a great ascension stage powerhouse, but unfortunately failed to ascend and perished. In his final moment, he placed a wisp of his soul into this item. And this item just happened to fall into Xiao Ran's hands. Soul Elder decided to train Xiao Ran into a top-tier powerhouse and then have him help rebuild his physical body. But in the past 3 years, Soul Elder hadn't taught Xiao Ran any top-level techniques or cultivation methods. This confused Xiao Ran greatly, and what the other party taught was strange. For example, he once spent a whole month teaching Xiao Ran. After being rejected, I chose to forgive. Misfortune should not touch fellow senior or junior brothers and sisters. Take a step back, and the sea is vast, endure a moment, and the winds come learn to let go. Only after understanding my ex-fiancée did I understand why she called off the engagement. As well as telling him many long stories. Stories where the protagonist sought revenge, annihilated the enemy's family, or destroyed their sect. But in the end, the conclusion was always tragic. Either dying alone, or perishing on the streets. Or being killed by another vengeful protagonist right at a family reunion. On the other hand, the protagonists who chose not to harm the innocent all had fulfilling endings. With 3 wives and 4 concubines, family harmony, and a lifetime of happiness. Xiao Ran really couldn't understand why did great ascension stage cultivators train like this? But Soul Elder had made a promise. As long as Xiao Ran studied earnestly, after 3 years he would begin teaching him the path of cultivation. Now, the 3-year period had come, and it just happened to coincide with Xiao Ran's great humiliation. The first thing Xiao Ran did after recovering was to seek Soul Elder to fulfill the promise. Soul Elder? Soul Elder. After calling several times, Soul Elder's deep voice finally came from the pendant. What's wrong? Little Ran, I just took a nap. How did you end up so injured? So Xiao Ran recounted the events of the day to Soul Elder. After hearing it, Soul Elder said thoughtfully, this matter isn't entirely Suwan's fault. You both have your unspeakable burdens. Xiao Ran clenched his fists. Today's humiliation I will repay it in full. You hate her? No, I just hate myself for being too weak, for being humiliated and looked down upon, for making my father lose face. Soul Elder continued, if the day comes that you truly seek revenge on her, will you kill her? Xiao Ran shook his head, his eyes firm as he said, I won't take her life for this. I just don't want to be trampled on for the rest of my life. I waited 3 years for a chance. I want to fight for my dignity. Not to prove I'm amazing, I just want to show everyone that what I lost, I'll take back. Soul Elder was silent for a moment. Good. A teachable child? From today on, I will teach you the way of cultivation. Xiao Ran was overjoyed. But after I went into the Forbidden Zone, my meridians were destroyed and I can't cultivate anymore. I have a solution. Back when I was alive, I had a treasure stash located right here in Panlong City. If you find it, it can naturally help you restore your meridians. Xiao Ran quickly stood up again. Wait until you're healed, Soul Elder reminded him. No, I can't wait even a moment longer. Xiao Ran's eyes seemed to burn with the fire of hope. Yes, he couldn't wait a moment longer. Ever since his cultivation was crippled, he had waited for many years. In the end, under Xiao Ran's persistence, Soul Elder told him the location of the treasure stash. Xiao Ran, dragging his injured body, made his way there. He recited an incantation and entered the treasure stash. The place was more like an underground cavern, ordinary and unremarkable, and it didn't seem to have been there for long. Xiao Ran didn't pay attention to these details. His gaze was drawn to a box in the cavern. Opening the box revealed a pill. This is... Soul Elder's voice came from the pendant. Don't say I didn't warn you. Taking this pill is 100 deaths with one hope. But if you survive, you'll be able to cultivate again. Are you willing? Xiao Ran answered with action. He swallowed the pill in one gulp without hesitation. Within moments, Xiao Ran felt something wrong with his body. His head became dizzy, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Then, a small head popped up from the ground, looking very sneaky. Li Xianxiao emerged from underground and looked at the unconscious Xiao Ran. That pill was just an ordinary sleeping pill. The one truly treating Xiao Ran's meridians was Li Xianxiao himself. The simplest method. A type of corporate warfare akin to unplugging the enemy's internet cables. After 3 years of detailed research on Xiao Ran's body, Li Xianxiao still wasn't fully confident, maybe about 98%. 3 years ago, upon learning from Suan that the engagement would be cancelled, Li Xianxiao made a trip to Panlong City, quietly observing Xiao Ran and even the entire Xiao family. He set up a little surveillance kit, and left behind a pendant, deliberately letting Xiao Ran pick it up. He then assumed the identity of Soul Elder to guide Xiao Ran. Dear protagonist, do you want to gain power? Walk the path of Medicine Elder so that Medicine Elder has no path left to walk? Underscore 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 underscore. Xiao Ran slowly woke up in the underground cave. He looked around and raised his hand. That familiar power, that familiar sensation, the feeling of spiritual energy flowing smoothly through his body was back. Everything was back. Xiao Ran was overjoyed. He couldn't help but want to roar out loud. Soul Elder truly lived up to being a powerhouse of the Great Ascension stage. This pill was just too miraculous. Even his injured body suddenly felt significantly recovered. Xiao Ran pulled off the pendant, then knelt on both knees and kowtowed to it, speaking solemnly. Soul Elder, such great kindness goes beyond thanks. I, Xiao Ran, am not someone who repays kindness with betrayal. One day, I will repay you. Soul Elder said blandly. What's this about repaying a favor? Just don't go around blabbing about me when you cause trouble in the future. Xiao Ran checked the cave once more and found nothing left except that pill. Then he left the cave. After he departed, the cave collapsed, as if nothing had ever happened there. In the city lord's manor, Li Xianxiao gently exhaled and looked at the chessboard in front of him. Everything that had happened so far was still within his control. Xiao Ran had been an unexpected variable, but luckily, 3 years ago Li Xianxiao had already taken on the identity of Soul Elder and gradually earned Xiao Ran's trust. This move was called walking someone else's path and letting them go wherever they pleased. From now on, call me Shushan's idea king. Actually, this was forced by circumstance. Standing in front of Li Xianxiao was the founder of the abstract realm Suan. An unpredictable, unamiable, unseeable, indescribable, ancient, and evil existence. You could never figure out what she was thinking. Never know what she was going to do next. If you looked her in the eyes, she'd assume you liked her. If you spoke to her, you'd never know which of your words might lead her to some bizarre conclusion. If Suan had become the sword-bearer back then, you think the Trisolarans wouldn't have fled? She's way more intimidating than Luoji. So Li Xianxiao just changed his entire approach. Since Suan couldn't be predicted, then he'd just swap her out. And so he solved the problem at the root, reached out his wicked little hand towards Xiao Ran. Li Xianxiao stared at the chessboard in front of him and placed another piece. The matter of cancelling the engagement had come to an end. As for Xiao Ran seeking a sword duel with Mount Shushan in the future, that was a matter for later, and under his control it wouldn't spiral beyond expectations. Next was the case of the missing Shushan disciples and the citizens of Panlong City. Last time he came to Panlong City, Li Xianxiao had a clear goal and went straight to the Xiao family. So he hadn't noticed the large-scale disappearance of Panlong City's population. This time, the disappearances included 5 Shushan disciples as well. There was clearly more to this. Li Xianxiao conducted a rough investigation and estimation. The Daxia dynasty had over 1,400 counties, each with an average population of 200,000 to 300,000. A prefectural city like Panlong City was even larger, governing 5 counties. Its population had reached 1 million. After several days of investigation, he estimated that about 20% of the population had disappeared, men, women, young, and old alike. That was a full 200,000 people. Even Li Xianxiao himself was stunned when he came up with this number. So many people missing, how could the local authorities in Panlong City ignore it? Why wasn't the imperial court doing anything? Li Xianxiao suddenly felt he had been caught up in the vortex of some grand conspiracy. Just then, a servant from the city lord's manor came to tell Li Xianxiao that Lu Ziyan had found the 5 missing fellow disciples. Li Xianxiao immediately left the manor to find Lu Ziyan. What they found wasn't the 5 Mount Shushan disciples, but their belongings. The Demon Suppression Bureau had found them while raiding a cultist base. Lu Ziyan nodded. It's definitely Shushan stuff. He looked at the cult leader. Where are they? You'll spare my life if I tell. Try me. They were killed. By you. No, I don't have that kind of power. It was the messenger from headquarters. They happened to run into those disciples, and the messenger lured them to a place and killed them all. He also claimed to have some sealing technique that could seal the jade tokens inside Shushan disciples, so he wasn't afraid of being tracked. Where is he? Lu Ziyan asked in a low voice. If I say, the messenger will kill me. If you don't, I can kill you right now, Lu Ziyan said coldly. The man hesitated for a moment, but eventually told the truth. Li Xianxiao glanced at the so-called cult leader. Lu Ziyan grabbed the man and headed straight for the messenger's hideout. Li Xianxiao and the Demon Suppression Bureau quickly followed. But Lu Ziyan was too fast. By the time they caught up, he had already engaged someone. That other person must have been the messenger. The two clashed in a fierce battle in midair. Many citizens looked up to the sky, only to see a dazzling white light streak across the sky like lightning. At the same time, a mysterious green light howled into view. The white and green lights hurtled toward each other with terrifying speed and crashed together in the sky with a thunderous impact. Then came a sharp and piercing sword cry. Finally, Lu Ziyan descended from the sky dragging the blood-spewing messenger. Seeing this, the city lord who had just arrived tugged the corner of his mouth. Shushan's peak master really is something else. The messenger was equal in cultivation to Lu Ziyan. But Lu Ziyan had just turned 40, while the messenger was already over 300 years old. In terms of age, Lu Ziyan wasn't even a fraction of his opponent. Age meant experience, combat knowledge, battle strategies, and depth of cultivation. But in the cultivation world, it's hard for age to keep up with a genius. They fought for just a brief moment, and Lu Ziyan had already secured an overwhelming victory. Lu Ziyan grabbed the man by the neck. You're the one who killed the Shushan disciples. Cough cough, you, who are you? Lu Ziyan, Peak Master of Silver Sword Peak, Mount Shushan. Lu Ziyan said calmly. Mount Shushan. The messenger coughed up more blood. How did you find me? You thought you could kill Shushan disciples and just walk away. Lu Ziyan turned to the city lord. Thank you and everyone for your help this time. We didn't do much, Peak Master Lu. No need to be polite. But what do you plan to do with this person? Of course, take him back to Mount Shushan and let the sect deal with him. Just as he said this, the messenger who had been bound by a magical artifact suddenly burst forth with power and broke free. Trying to run, Lu Ziyan formed a sword finger, and the flying sword at his waist turned into a stream of light, stabbing straight for the man's shoulder. But at that moment, the messenger suddenly turned and slammed his head directly into the flying sword. Lu Ziyan raised a brow. Iron head technique? Interesting. The next second, the messenger's head was pierced by the sword, and his body fell stiffly to the ground. Lu Ziyan, I didn't even use that much force. Have my sword skills really reached this level of mastery? Underscore 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 underscore. The messenger was dead. No doubt about it, he was the one who killed the 5 Mount Shushan disciples. After killing them, he casually rewarded their belongings to a local cult underling. As a result, when this underling was arrested by the Demon Suppression Bureau, the belongings were unexpectedly found on him, which led to the messenger being exposed. After being defeated by Lu Ziyan, the messenger tried to escape, only to be accidentally killed by Lu Ziyan. In the city lord's manor, Lu Ziyan rubbed his chin with his fingertips, deep in thought. Though the killer had been slain by his own hand, it didn't really matter. The matter was satisfactorily resolved. Having become Peak Master of Silver Sword Peak, he had finally completed his first task. Lu Ziyan nodded in satisfaction, then wrote down a complete record of the incident on paper. It was Shushan's rule every time a mission was completed. Every disciple who took part had to submit a detailed report. If 2 disciples completed a mission together but submitted conflicting reports, it indicated something went wrong during execution. This rule was unique to Shushan. Rumor had it that some unnamed Shushan disciple had once proposed it to a former sect leader, which caused every disciple to grumble and curse that disciple's ancestors for 18 generations. Troublesome as it was, it did solve many issues. Lu Ziyan glanced at the report he had written. His handwriting was neat and flawless. He gently blew on the ink to dry it. Li Xianxiao walked in. Senior brother Lu, there's something I need to inform you of. What is it? I went to visit the old sword cultivator we met before, but his home was already abandoned. Lu Ziyan nodded. It's been so many years, perhaps something happened to his family, or maybe they moved away. Did you ask his neighbors? His neighbors disappeared too. In fact, it's not just the neighbors, a lot of people in that area are gone. Oh, disappeared. I only heard about it from the townsfolk, not sure what's going on. Maybe they all moved away, Lu Ziyan said, still lost in admiration of his handwriting. Li Xianxiao kept guiding gently. That's what I thought too. But isn't the street a bit too empty? Plus, I heard a lot of people are out looking for missing family. When they tried to post notices, they were arrested by the local officials. At first, I thought this might be related to the missing Shushan disciples. He muttered just loudly enough for Lu Ziyan to hear as he shook his head and walked off. Lu Ziyan blinked. Large-scale citizen disappearances? Hiss. After giving his senior brother the hint, Li Xianxiao waited by the doorway. When he saw Lu Ziyan leave the city lord's manor, only then did he leave himself. Inside the city lord's manor, the city lord frowned as he watched Lu Ziyan leave through the twin recording stone. meddlesome, twin recording stone. Shushan disciples Lu Ziyan, Li Xianxiao, Suwan, and even Princess Zhao Lu were all within his surveillance range. Although the one he really cared about was Lu Ziyan, he still worried the other disciples might do something unexpected. At present, the most obedient of them all seemed to be that Li Xianxiao. Most of the time he was quietly cultivating in his room, or following behind Lu Ziyan. Whatever Lu Ziyan said, he would do. Then again, what could you expect from a foundation establishment stage disciple? The real problem was this Lu Ziyan. He was truly an anomaly. If he realized what was happening in the city, it would be a real headache. The city lord stared closely at the scene in the twin recording stone, which now only showed Li Xianxiao. He didn't want to watch anymore. Li Xianxiao was currently reclining comfortably in his room, reading a monthly report. At that very moment, the real Li Xianxiao in the shadows was staring at the city lord, who was staring at the projected Li Xianxiao. Deep underground, Li Xianxiao was watching Li Xianxiao watching the city lord watching Li Xianxiao. Spying on me? Too despicable? What kind of shameless person would place a recording stone in someone else's room? As expected, the city lord was hiding something. With such a massive population disappearance, how could the city lord not know? The only one who could cover this up was the city lord himself. Li Sungziao's eyes narrowed slightly. Just a city lord? Or someone above him? Higher still? Maybe even the royal family. Li Xianxiao prepared for the worst. Hiss. Li Xianxiao drew in a sharp breath. Terrifying? Lu Ziyan headed into the city to inquire about the missing civilians. With nearly 200,000 people gone, there was no way to keep it all under wraps. So, it was quite easy for Lu Ziyan to confirm the population loss. He had only planned to ask because of Li Sungziao's reminder. But once he did, he realized the number of missing people in Panlong City was way too high, and that didn't even include those with no relatives or friends to notice their absence. Lu Ziyan quickly realized something was very wrong. He returned to the city lord's manor and happened to run into the city lord. Lu Ziyan got straight to the point and asked about the missing population in Panlong City. The city lord answered calmly, Panlong City has a large transient population. Cults are rampant. Many people were deceived by cults and left the city. Recently there was a forced labor campaign to repair the riverbanks, and some were sent away. There was also a flood not long ago. Many citizens couldn't get enough to eat, and outside the city, ferocious beasts lurk in the deep mountains and forests. Over time, rumors of disappearances spread. But some are real, some are false. Most of it's just hearsay and exaggeration, not as bad as people make it out to be. Lu Ziyan nodded in realization. I see. Since it's so rare for Peak Master Lu to visit, why not stay in Panlong City for a few more days? Let me properly host you. No need, next time perhaps. I'm on a mission and must return to Shushan to report in. I'll leave first thing tomorrow. Then I won't insist. After some polite exchanges, Lu Ziyan returned to his room. The city lord, meanwhile, told Lu Ziyan to remain in the manor that evening, as they planned to hold a banquet to bid farewell to the Shushan group. Back in his room, Lu Ziyan muttered that he had probably overthought things. Street rumors weren't reliable. He walked around the room with his hands behind his back, eyes landing on the bookshelf. He gave it a glance. Nothing looked particularly interesting. Then he noticed a brightly colored book. He wasn't interested at first, but the color caught his eye. It was his favorite color. Then the title grabbed his attention. Only the smartest can guess the ending. Hey, wasn't this written just for me? Lu Ziyan opened the book and started reading. The story wasn't long. It was about a constable solving a case. The murderer, trying to cover up the truth, deliberately fed false clues to the constable, then used a scapegoat, pinning everything on them. The constable killed the scapegoat, thinking it was all over. But in fact, the killer had done all this to cover up an even bigger truth. Lu Ziyan nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, it hit him. Why did this story feel so familiar? Underscore 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 underscore. Looking at that story, Lu Ziyan suddenly understood everything. He went over it again. The Demon Suppression Bureau discovered the belongings of Mount Shushan disciples. Then they successfully tracked down a cult leader here. And then, following the cult leader's lead, they found the true mastermind behind it all. In the end, when this mastermind was about to be subdued by him and tried to flee, he had intended to injure him, but the guy was hellbent on dying. HSS. Lu Ziyan sucked in a breath. Wasn't that story he just read? The true culprit was just a scapegoat, meant to cover up the real truth. And the constable was him. Lu Ziyan suddenly jumped up, eyes wide open. I'm just so smart. The large-scale disappearance of citizens in Panlong City was a cover-up for this very truth. But among the missing, the mastermind didn't know there were Mount Shushan disciples. That's what triggered Mount Shushan's investigation. To deal with Mount Shushan, they immediately pushed out a scapegoat. Lu Ziyan's lips curled, and he murmured to himself. You made your biggest mistake by making me your enemy. Your defeat was decided from the start. I've got to tell the city lord this right away. Li Xianxiao, who was secretly watching Lu Ziyan. Wow, you're a real genius. He had still overestimated senior brother Lu's IQ. The story should have been written even simpler. As soon as Lu Ziyan stepped out and took a few steps, he ran into Li Xianxiao around the corner. Li Xianxiao gave a slight bow. Senior brother, where are you off to in such a hurry? I was just heading to find the city lord. Oh, what's so urgent? A major matter nearly got fooled, but thankfully I'm sharp and alert. Oh, senior brother is sharp and alert. Who in Mount Shushan doesn't know this? Who could possibly fool you? Li Xianxiao put on a look of amazement. His words made Lu Ziyan beam with pride. What exactly did senior brother discover? Lu Ziyan proceeded to explain his discovery truthfully. Li Songxiao's expression slowly froze, then turned into a mix of shock, admiration, and sudden realization. Senior brother, your attention to detail is unmatched. Your junior is truly in awe. Lu Ziyan waved it off. It's nothing. Then who is this mastermind? Still unclear. Li Xianxiao nodded. If this mastermind is operating in Panlong City, he must wield great power. For so many citizens to disappear without drawing the court's attention. Or maybe the court has noticed, but they've got insiders helping him. Most importantly, with so many people gone, even if there were bodies, they'd be piled up into mountains. But Panlong City hasn't found a single corpse. If the mastermind acted within the city lord's mansion should have noticed long ago. Yet not only have they not noticed, it now seems they're helping cover it up. With this level of influence, the mastermind must have an even firmer grip on Panlong City than the city lord. And the most powerful, highest-ranking person in Panlong City is the city lord himself. So, Lu Ziyan had another moment of realization. The mastermind is the city lord's dad. Li Songxiao's heart skipped a beat twice. In Panlong City, only the city lord's dad ranks higher than the city lord. Lu Ziyan smacked his forehead. Li Xianxiao, senior brother, you are indeed clever, but I heard the city lord's father passed away years ago. Then it's his grandpa, his third uncle, second uncle's wife, great-grandfather, younger aunt's husband. Lu Ziyan counted on his fingers, then suddenly raised a brow and said, or maybe, it's the city lord. Li Xianxiao sincerely clapped his little hands. Papa, senior brother, you truly are a genius strategist, wise and courageous, smart and capable, sharp and insightful. DN it, I'm going to confront him right now. Wait, senior brother, don't forget this is the city lord's mansion. Who knows how many people here are loyal to him? We're on his turf and outnumbered. Lu Ziyan snorted, what do I have to fear? Mount Shushan's sword command. As he lifted his hand, a sleeve sword shot from his robe. The sword turned into a stream of light and shot toward the sky. In mere moments, Mount Shushan would receive the signal. The sword command of Mount Shushan. Anyone who sees it, regardless of time or place or reason, must immediately rush to the location. Boom. The sword command exploded in the sky, emitting a strange glow. Everyone in the city saw it. However, Lu Ziyan frowned. The command didn't rise as high as it should have. It was blocked by the city's defensive formation. Li Xianxiao quickly reminded him. Honestly, sometimes, he was just resigned. Why so hasty? Couldn't we just quietly leave Panlong City, return to home base, gather the brothers, and fight him together? Let's go. Where are Suan and Zhao Lu Ziyan asked immediately. Li Xianxiao quickly replied, senior sister Suan is on the street. Junior sister Zhao Lu seems to have been summoned by someone from the palace. Lu Ziyan had no choice but to take Li Xianxiao and vanish from the city lord's mansion in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the city lord was standing just outside the mansion. A dark mass of armored soldiers was rapidly approaching. Peak Master Lu, where are you headed? The city lord asked coldly. Mount Shushan has summoned me. I won't be staying long. A day or two wouldn't make a difference. Why not stay a few more days? All food and drink on me. Lu Ziyan chuckled. No need to trouble you, city lord. No trouble at all, what's the harm? Lu Ziyan pressed one hand on his sword. Enough. Drop the act. Are you going to surrender and accept judgment, or get dragged down in disgrace? I choose to kill you all right here. Arrogant. Lu Ziyan said coldly. Do you think Mount Shushan doesn't exist? Or are you just looking down on me too much? The city lord raised his magical artifact and shouted. Mount Shushan disciples have colluded with the evil cult to plot against Panlong City. All soldiers, obey my command. Kill the traitors. Kill. As the deafening battle cries roared through the skies, a wave of intense vital energy surged like a tsunami, engulfing everything. Brilliant, wind-fluttering battle flags rose high. Military formation? Once a large-scale military formation was successfully assembled on the battlefield, its destructive power was enough to strike fear into any enemy. Those forming this army were not ordinary mortals. They were seasoned body-refining cultivators, forged through countless trials. Unlike those who sought immortality, these cultivators had abandoned the desire for long life, dedicating themselves fully to combat and physical refinement. As a result, although these body cultivators possessed extraordinary strength, their lifespan was short, often not living past 40 due to extreme life force depletion. Clearly, these soldiers were the city lord's death squad. Their armor was engraved with talismans and linked to the city's defensive formation, constantly absorbing true essence. Xianxiao, stay behind me. Lu Ziyan slowly drew his sword. Everyone, if you run now you might still live. Underscore 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 underscore. Everyone, you still have time to retreat. Otherwise, there will be no innocence beneath my sword. The city lord smiled. I've long heard Lu Ziyan of Mount Shushan is the top swordsman of the younger generation. Today, I'll have the honor of learning from you. One last question. Why did you scheme to slaughter so many citizens of Panlong City? For cultivation. Oh, so many people. What did you do with the bodies? The city lord spat out 3 words. 10,000 souls banner. Hearing those words, Li Sungziao's expression changed slightly. As for Lu Ziyan, he had no clue what the 10,000 souls banner was. His expression made that very clear. What is that? An ancient magical artifact. It can refine others' bodies and souls, making them vanish without a trace, the city lord said blandly. In all the records of Central State, there was no magical artifact by that name. Li Xianxiao could understand it because he was a transmigrator. In the novels from his past life, the 10,000 souls banner was a demonic artifact capable of devouring souls. It was also a classic demonic artifact in true cultivation novels, sealing both body and soul into the banner, and then summoning them during battle. Usually, it was stuffed with cultivators' souls and bodies, sometimes with spirits and beasts. The artifact's power would grow as it absorbed more and stronger souls, turning it into a growth-type magical artifact. But in this world, such a treasure didn't exist at all. Li Xianxiao suddenly thought of another transmigrator like himself. Could it be him? But judging by the city lord's behavior, didn't really seem like it. Heretic scum, prepare to die. Lu Ziyan drew his sword. The gloomy sky seemed draped in a massive black curtain. Thick layers of dark clouds gathered like rolling mountains, casting a stifling weight on everything below. A blinding bolt of lightning, like a silver serpent, suddenly tore through the endless black sky, lighting up the heavens like it was midday. In the blink of an eye, the light vanished, but what followed was a thunderous roar loud enough to shake the earth. At that heart-pounding moment, Lu Ziyan suddenly drew the long sword from his waist. With a flash of cold light, the sword left its sheath. In an instant, fierce sword aura erupted from the blade, swirling and coiling around him. The sword aura danced like living flood dragons, weaving together with the lightning that tore through the sky, creating a breathtaking, awe-inspiring sight. At the same time, what had been just a light drizzle suddenly turned into a torrential downpour, as if a massive dam had burst in the sky. Raindrops the size of beans smashed into the ground, kicking up mist and spray, forming white sheets of fog. Lu Ziyan entered the Dao through the sword. From a young age, he wielded a sword, and among his peers, no one could rival his swordsmanship. Countless talisman arrows launched from precision bows shot toward him. Lu Ziyan didn't even bother to look. He walked straight ahead. Sword aura deflected the attacks. He glanced back at Li Xianxiao. Stay behind me. Lu Ziyan scanned his surroundings, left, right, front, back. Then again, and again. Where was Li Xianxiao? Don't worry about me, senior brother, I won't hold you back. Li Sungziao's voice transmission reached his ears. Lu Ziyan was silent for a moment. This kid sure runs fast. But it was the smart move. At the foundation establishment stage, sticking around would only cause trouble. With that thought, Lu Ziyan gripped his sword hilt tightly, suddenly raised it high, and slashed downward with force. Accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, a surge of invisible force burst from the blade. A thin, nearly transparent thread appeared out of nowhere in the open space between him and the enemy, sweeping forward with overwhelming force. Where it passed, dust flew, and the ground tore apart, leaving deep bottomless trenches. This terrifying power was born of Lu Ziyan's sword aura. It roared forward with devastating force, like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, flattening the soldiers ahead. Those warriors in heavy armor, once seemingly indestructible, were defenseless against this fearsome aura. Their armor, engraved with mysterious talismans and forged from the toughest blackstone, shattered like paper. Fragments of armor flew in all directions, and the entire Panlong city trembled from this earth-shaking strike. Call Lu Ziyan foolish if you want, maybe even vain, but never say he's weak. At that moment, a burly man stepped forward, arms crossed in front of his chest to block the sword. Behind him, glowing light flowed. His corporeal manifestation extended its arms. But it only held for a moment. While the death squads were stalling Lu Ziyan, a spell imprint descended from the sky. The city lord had made his move. And not just him, 4 other spirit transformation stage cultivators surrounded Lu Ziyan from 4 directions. Together, they launched a joint assault. A furious shout rang out, "Rise!" In that instant, the ground trembled violently. Thick vines, like beasts awakening from slumber, burst from the earth. They grew and spread at terrifying speed, weaving into a massive net in the blink of an eye. Each vine writhed like a living serpent, swiftly twisting toward Lu Ziyan in the distance. The city lord was at the peak of the spirit transformation stage. Lu Ziyan, at early spirit transformation, faced off against 1 peak stage, 2 mid-stage, and 2 early stage opponents. 5 against 1, and yet, he did not falter. Li Xianxiao watched from the shadows, nodding repeatedly. There was a lot to learn from senior brother Lu's combat techniques. Unfortunately, Lu Ziyan relied too heavily on brute strength, probably dumped all his attribute points into cultivation and left none for intelligence. Originally, plan version 20 involved pretending to cooperate with the city lord, then returning to Mount Shushan to bring reinforcements. The city lord wouldn't touch Mount Shushan people unless absolutely necessary. But who knew Lu Ziyan would fire off the Mount Shushan sword command so impulsively, and it had already been anticipated in advance. Now they were deep in enemy territory, surrounded and attacked. But thankfully, everything was still within controllable bounds. As the 6 spirit transformation cultivators battled it out, no one noticed. All the previously dense mass of soldiers on the ground had collapsed. Lu Ziyan's sword strike had indeed taken out many, but not all. Yet now all of them lay motionless. Once in formation, their defense and combat strength had greatly increased. Their physical resistance stats had spiked. But unfortunately, formations can't detoxify. Li Xianxiao moved quickly through the ground. Panlong City's ley lines were intact. The city's defensive formation still functioned. Including the city lord, the 5 spirit transformation stage cultivators already outnumbered Lu Ziyan and with their access to Panlong City's resources. No matter how gifted you are, when it's 1 against 5, you'll eventually run out of strength. Underscore 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 underscore. Ha ha ha, Lu Ziyan, your swordsmanship is truly exceptional. If you surrender now, I might consider sparing your life. Cut the CRP. Above Panlong City, 6 figures clashed endlessly. Magical artifacts and flying swords collided again and again. Lu Ziyan was holding off 5 opponents on his own without falling behind. And those 5 spirit transformation stage cultivators couldn't gain the upper hand against him. That saying invincible swordsmanship among his peers wasn't just for show. The City Lord took out the City Lord Jade token and activated the city defensive formation. Small formations relied on the spiritual energy stored in the formation core materials. Medium formations usually leveraged mountains and terrain, drawing on natural forces. Large formations didn't just borrow from the land, they linked with ley lines and formed a whole with the earth itself, tapping into the power of heaven and earth. Even more powerful formations drew from the stars. Panlong City's defensive formation was a large-scale one, connected to the ley lines. Its main method of attack was a barrage of sharp flying swords. 80% of the world's defensive formations were modeled after the Mount Shushan sword formation. At this moment, countless flying swords surged out of the sword tower. The city lord controlled the formation to attack Lu Ziyan. Lu Ziyan's gaze sharpened as he watched the swords approach. In circle, thousands of flying swords swarmed like a plague of locusts, surrounding Lu Ziyan in a dense, airtight net. But in the next instant, those swords suddenly seemed to come under some mysterious influence and, like a goddess scattering flowers, they shot off in every direction. They cut through the air in deadly arcs, glowing with lethal brilliance, and surged straight toward the city lord and those around him. Caught off guard, the city lord and his people were stunned. Their faces filled with disbelief as countless sword lights swept toward them, a chill crawling up their spines and making their scalps tingle. City lord? What are you doing? City lord, you hit the wrong people. I don't know, either the swords are out of control, the city lord said, completely baffled. Just dodge for now. Inside the core of Panlong City's defensive formation. Inside the formation core, 2 nascent soul stage defenders lay on the ground, their fate unknown. The cranebeak silver needle was once again withdrawn into Li Songxiao's palm. Panlong City's defensive formation didn't just rely on those 2 nascent soul experts guarding it. In truth, the entire city hid more than 100 seemingly ordinary fake formation cores. These fake cores were scattered throughout the city like stars, each hiding intricate mysteries. Among them were as many as 160 deadly death gates, each a lethal trap waiting to be triggered. Even if one avoided all the fakes and death gates, passing through the formation unscathed was nearly impossible. Why? Because surrounding the one true formation core were numerous deadly formations cleverly arranged. They wove together into a web of killing, illusion, and entrapment. Step into them, and it was like falling into an endless maze. One wrong move and you'd be doomed. Unfortunately for them, standing in their way was Li Xianxiao, the man who had devised 11 known solutions for formations across the world. Li Xianxiao didn't just brute force his way through the formation. If the defensive formation were destroyed, Panlong City would lose its protection, and the fierce beasts hidden in the nearby mountains might attack. Instead, he placed a reverse formation in the core. In simple terms, he rewrote the program. Now, when the city lord used the Jade token to activate the formation would attack the token holder, namely, the city lord himself. With the defensive formation's aid, Lu Ziyan quickly gained the upper hand. Li Xianxiao tracked the time, watching as senior brother Lu swept his sword across the world. Unexpectedly, senior brother Lu was holding up surprisingly well. That meant things were going far better than he had expected. Roughly around 30 cycles in, they hadn't even hit the 50th version yet. Li Xianxiao nodded and continued calculating. The city lord stared at the shattered halves of his defensive artifact, gritting his teeth as he glared at Lu Ziyan. You forced me to do this. One spirit transformation stage cultivator had already fallen to Lu Ziyan's sword. 5 against 1, and they still lost a man. The city lord chanted under his breath, and with every syllable, the air around them began to shudder, a chilling aura spreading out. An overwhelming, sinister energy burst from him. It was bone-chilling, steeped in death, and terrifying to the extreme. A massive banner appeared in the air. It flapped violently in the wind, covered in strange runes and eerie patterns, glowing with a dim light. The moment the banner appeared, cries of tortured souls echoed all around. Mournful wails from the deepest depths of the underworld, piercing straight into the heart. In an instant, the very heavens changed color. Violent winds swept through, trees shook violently, and sand and stone filled the air. Then, the city lord threw out his arms and shouted, 10,000 souls banner manifest. The banner spun rapidly like it had received an order, faster and faster, until it turned into a black tornado that shot into the sky. Countless wraiths poured out of the banner, snarling as they surged in all directions. Their faces were twisted with rage, resentment boiling over. Lu Ziyan's expression changed drastically. What kind of magical artifact is that? With the 10,000 souls banner unleashed, Lucian was instantly put on the defensive. The city lord wielded the banner, forcing Lucian to fall back step by step. The sinister energy corroded his sword hand until it changed color. The city lord laughed maniacally. "You little bastard, die into my 10,000 souls banner with you." Lucian coughed up blood and plummeted from the sky. The evil aura rained down like a dark curtain. Boom. The ground split open in a jagged trench. The city lord frowned. Lucian was nowhere in sight. Deep underground, Li Xianxiao was dragging senior brother Lu's head down with him, burrowing furiously. "Switching out now, senior brother. How dare a mere foundation establishment stage cultivator." The black mist penetrated the ground with ease, but the target had vanished. Fast escape? What kind of magical artifact was that? Li Xianxiao was driving the Windrider cart, speeding underground at a pace beyond belief. Originally designed for fleeing or travel just as the name suggested, riding the wind. But in Li Songxiao's hands, it had a new function. Dirt drilling cart? While the city lord was frozen in shock, he looked around. Several new figures had appeared nearby. All of them were above the spirit transformation stage. A woman in green stood on a crane and snorted coldly. "Still not surrendering? You're no match for these golden armor guards." Zhao Lu crossed her arms smugly. Underscore 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 underscore. Golden armor guards, the imperial guards supported for generations by the Zhao royal family of the Daxia dynasty. They weren't many in number, but each of them was above the spirit transformation stage. The Zhao royal family funded them, and their mission was to protect the royal family. Zhao Lu returned to the palace, and her mother, missing her dearly, couldn't wait and left the palace to greet her daughter. Unexpectedly, Zhao Lu found her first and explained the current crisis in Panlong City. So the Golden Armor Guards, who originally protected the Empress, showed up here instead. As for how Zhao Lu knew all this in advance and had already gone for help several days earlier, well, you'd have to ask old Sect Leader. Not only the palace, but Li Xianxiao also had Zhao Lu send a message to Mount Shushan for support. Li Xianxiao instructed Zhao Lu to describe the situation like this. Known enemy cultivation is at the spirit transformation stage. Cultivation levels: Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, body fusion, tribulation, great ascension. Then it's initially judged the enemy might be stronger than the body fusion stage. Since this is their territory, a powerhouse at the tribulation stage should be enough to resolve the issue. However, for safety, because the number of enemies is unknown, please send great ascension stage powerhouses. And since sending only one might leave openings and risks of being outmaneuvered. After thorough consideration, the final request is for the sect to dispatch 5 great ascension stage powerhouses to Panlong City to handle this matter smoothly. At this moment, the sect leader who had just received Zhao Lu's flying message was stunned. Omega. 5 great ascension stage powerhouses for backup? What is this, the end of the world? The 10,000 souls banner truly had the ability to challenge opponents of a higher cultivation level. And it really was a powerful magical artifact that could upgrade without limits. But for a spirit transformation cultivator to think he could rely on this artifact to fight several body fusion stage cultivators, that was pure delusion. Yu Tiankai, city lord of Panlong City, has committed monstrous crimes. By decree, he is to be arrested and brought to the capital. Do not aid the wicked. Zhao Lu exuded the full majesty of a princess. The spirit transformation stage cultivators who had helped the city lord surround Lucian earlier quickly fled upon seeing the shift in momentum. City lord Yu Tiankai watched the scene, eyes nearly bursting with rage, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. Apparently, using the 10,000 souls banner did come with side effects. Capture him alive. Zhao Lu heard her senior brother's voice transmission. She immediately ordered, capture him alive. Several body fusion stage golden armor guards closed in swiftly. No matter how the city lord struggled with the 10,000 souls banner, it was just a dying gasp. One of them took the opportunity to sever the city lord's arm. Another restrained him with a magical artifact. And another chanted a Buddhist mantra to temporarily suppress the restless 10,000 souls banner. Young one, surrender now and you can live. The city lord struggled with all his might, still trying to control the 10,000 souls banner. I refuse to accept this. A torrent of demonic aura suddenly erupted from his body. The city lord's body suffered unprecedented damage from the impact. His once tall, upright figure now looked like a fragile porcelain doll, shattering instantly into pieces. His limbs, torso, and head flew apart in a grotesque fashion, each part trailing a mist of blood as it crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The whole scene was bloody and bizarre, sending chills down the spine. The 10,000 souls banner had turned on its master. Using an evil artifact always came with the risk of backlash. After devouring its master, the 10,000 souls banner suddenly shot toward the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was about to vanish from Panlong City. Just as the city lord died, a small hand reached out from the ground and grabbed the city lord's jade token. With the token in hand, Li Xianxiao quickly took control of the defensive formation, trying to intercept the 10,000 souls banner. But the banner suddenly vanished mid-air, as if it had entered another dimension. Li Songxiao's expression darkened. The 10,000 souls banner disappeared. Not long after, reinforcements from Mount Shushan also arrived. In Panlong City, city lord Yu Tiankai was dead. The news spread quickly through every street and alley, and eventually reached the court of the Daxia dynasty. The entire imperial court was stunned, unable to believe such a horrifying tragedy had occurred under their governance. Yu Tiankai had long colluded with political allies in secret to pursue personal gain. Worse, he had gone mad and used a mysterious, evil soul artifact to slaughter innocent citizens in Panlong City. According to incomplete statistics, over 200,000 people had gone missing. It was an atrocity that shocked gods and men alike, enraging both heaven and earth. Such crimes utterly unforgivable? The Daxia Emperor immediately issued a decree for harsh punishment. Though Yu Tiankai was already dead, his entire clan would be executed. At the same time, a massive purge swept through the Panlong City bureaucracy. Because Yu Tiankai and his cronies were deeply entangled, over 500 officials were dismissed and investigated, and more than 50,000 people were implicated. In an instant, Panlong City's entire political structure was reshuffled. Those once in power and abusing their positions were now either in prison or fleeing like stray dogs. Newly appointed officials acted with extreme caution, terrified of repeating their predecessors' mistakes. Mount Shushan launched a full investigation into the missing magical artifact known as the 10,000 Souls Banner. For something to eliminate over 200,000 people without a trace, it was simply too terrifying. Suan and Luzian returned to Mount Shushan first. This mission had originally been about resolving the disappearance of disciples. Who would have thought it would uncover the shocking case of over 200,000 missing civilians from Panlong City? After returning to Mount Shushan, Luzian was immediately commended. Senior brother Lu is truly amazing. You must have noticed something was off from the start. Without you, who knows how many innocent people would have died. Senior brother Lu is indeed Mount Shushan's youngest sect leader. Our generation's role model. Totally worthy of being the #1 of our generation. That's right. From now on, I'll use senior brother Lu as my standard. Luzian could barely hold back a smile. During this mission, Luzian had first uncovered the truth that the city lord was the true culprit. Then he fought 5 spirit transformation stage cultivators alone, even killing one, despite lacking the advantage in time, terrain, or support. Later, Yu Tiankai used the 10,000 Souls banner to defeat Luzian. Fortunately, Zhao Lu arrived just in time. But come to think of it, why had Zhao Lu appeared with reinforcements at exactly the right moment? After soaking in the praise, Luzian returned to his cave dwelling to replay the entire chain of events. He felt something was off, though he couldn't say what exactly. It was just a vague sense. Like an unseen hand behind the scenes was moving him like a chess piece. Luzian had asked Zhao Lu about it, but Zhao Lu only said it was a coincidence, nothing intentional. Luzian shook his head and muttered to himself, I'm really overthinking it. How could I doubt my own brilliance? A mastermind behind the scenes? Ridiculous. Who could possibly control me? Underscore 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 underscore. After settling the matters in Panlong City, Zhao Lu returned to the palace with the golden armor guards and her mother. At Zhao Lu's repeated requests, Li Xianxiao finally agreed to accompany her back. The journey was uneventful, and soon, the group arrived at the capital city of Daxia. Zhao Lu secretly let out a smile. Omega finally fell for it. Arriving at the imperial palace in the capital, Li Xianxiao slowly raised his head, the sunlight a little blinding. He couldn't help but squint slightly, gazing into the distance. From afar came the sound of a lively commotion, gongs and drums, Suana blaring. It was bustling. Focusing his gaze, he saw a wedding procession heading this way. The team was dressed in bright red clothing, their steps uniform and orderly. A grand bridal sedan was steadily carried by several burly men, decorated with intricate patterns and silk, looking especially festive. Just then, 2 figures appeared ghost-like out of nowhere, instantly flanking Li Xianxiao on either side. Both were cultivators at the spirit transformation stage, radiating powerful auras, sandwiching Li Xianxiao tightly between them. Meanwhile, looking to the side, Zhao Lu. In less than the blink of an eye, she had already changed outfits. Now she was dressed in a luxurious red robe, like a blooming, radiant flower. Her beauty was absolutely stunning, skin like cream, brows like distant ink, eyes as dazzling as the stars. Senior brother, this is what you taught me. When facing someone stronger, pretend to be weak, don't act rashly, plan before taking action. It's best to lure them to your own turf first, then make your move. Li Xianxiao. She really used all her cleverness on her senior brother. Senior brother, just say yes to me already. Li Xianxiao swept the area with his divine sense. There weren't just the 2 spirit transformation cultivators. There were over 10 golden core stage guards around, and beneath their feet was a large formation laid out by a talisman master. The stone tiles on the ground had been specially treated to prevent earth escape. That was Li Sungziao's most skilled escape technique. Li Xianxiao nodded. Good. Not bad for a student of mine. Li Xianxiao looked at the storage ring on his hand again. That was handed over earlier when entering the palace, as required by the palace guards. Storage rings had to be deposited outside. As expected, those who plot against others are often plotted against. Senior brother, do you hate me that much? Zhao Lu said coyly. Senior brother, if you marry me, you'll be the prince consort. My royal father and mother dote on me so much. When I inherit the throne in the future, I'll pass it on to you. You'll be the emperor, isn't that great? Not great at all. Li Xianxiao refused without hesitation. Zhao Lu puffed up her cheeks. Senior brother, then don't blame your junior sister for being ruthless. A melon forced off the vine isn't sweet, but it quenches thirst. Let's cook the rice now. Bowing to heaven and earth. With a wave of her hand, the two spirit transformation cultivators firmly dragged Li Xianxiao toward the bridal sedan. First, get senior brother changed. Zhao Lu clapped her hands again. A group of palace maids stepped forward gracefully, cautiously carrying a bright red wedding robe. On close inspection, the robe was crafted with fine gold thread embroidery, each thread shimmering like stars in the night sky. Its designs were exquisitely intricate, featuring lifelike phoenixes, mandarin ducks, and other auspicious symbols, representing marital bliss and harmony. From the design and materials, it was obvious this wedding robe had been meticulously planned and crafted over a long time. No doubt countless master artisans poured their efforts and time into making such a magnificent piece. Clearly, this wasn't a sudden whim from Zhao Lu. She had been plotting this for quite a while. Senior brother, pretty, right? As long as you're with me, all of this will be yours. Plus, my inner treasury. Underwear. No, not that. Zhao Lu blushed. I mean my inner treasury. It was prepared for me since I was a child by my mother. It holds countless rare treasures and enough wealth for a lifetime. Li Xianxiao nodded. Senior brother, you agree? I meant let's hurry back to Mount Shushan, don't wander around outside. As he spoke, Li Sungziao's body suddenly began to dissolve. In the end, it turned into an octopus tail. Zhao Lu's eyes widened. It's senior brother's clone. Bad senior brother, smelly senior brother. You promised to go home with me, but sent a clone instead. Crying and whining won't solve anything. Remember what happened today. Write a 10,000-word argumentative essay themed "Those who plot against others are often plotted against," and an 8,000-word post-event summary. Your essay must clearly state the central idea to deepen the message. A voice came from the octopus tail, which then began to dissolve on its own, leaving no trace for the enemy to analyze. After returning to the palace, Zhao Lu went to greet her royal father. When she arrived at the emperor's chambers, a eunuch saw her from afar and hurried to bow. Zhao Lu had always been favored by the emperor, and was often allowed into his chambers since childhood. Now that she was a disciple of Mount Shushan, the eunuchs knew well enough to flatter her. Thus, Zhao Lu followed the eunuch into the chambers. How is my father doing? Zhao Lu asked. The eunuch wiped sweat from his brow. Princess, you're finally back. His Majesty has been in a terrible mood lately. No one can calm him down, only you. Is it because of the Panlong City matter? Zhao Lu asked. We lowly servants didn't dare to ask. As they walked, the eunuch leaned closer. Princess, allow this old servant to report your return. His Majesty will surely be delighted to hear it. Zhao Lu nodded. The eunuch entered, and not long after, the emperor's furious voice echoed from within. Get out. Get out. I won't see anyone. Moments later, the eunuch returned awkwardly. Princess, as you see. Father, it's me, your lure is back, Zhao Lu called. Out? All of you out? I won't see anyone. Zhao Lu frowned. Out? I said out. Zhao Lu stomped her foot in anger and turned to leave. Inside the luxurious royal chambers, the old emperor, with white hair and deep wrinkles, stood seething with rage. His once cloudy eyes now burned with fury and despair, as he violently grabbed whatever was within reach. Delicate porcelain, priceless scrolls, ornate decorations, and smashed them all to the floor without mercy. With every crisp shattering sound, the chamber descended into chaos. The floor was soon littered with shards and debris. D*M it. Where the H*LL am I going to find another spirit transformation stage puppet? And in the end, it was my own daughter, leading the golden armor guards I trained, to destroy my puppet. It's only refined a few people. What good is that? Your Majesty, the exam questions you provided, none of the candidates this year could answer them. Get out. The old emperor roared. They don't even know CAO plus CO2 equals CACO 3. They don't even know the palace jade liquor wine is 181 per cup. They don't even know. Raising my head, I gaze at the bright moon. Lowering it, I think of home. What's the point of taking the imperial exam? Just go sell sweet potatoes instead. Keep looking, find that person for me. The one who knows the next line to the vast horizon is my love. The one who knows what a car is, what a plane is. Yes, Your Majesty. Underscore 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 underscore. Mount Shushan. After Li Xianxiao returned, he received the task reward from the sword-bearing pavilion. The reward for this mission was exceptionally generous. Originally, it was just about finding 5 missing disciples, but they ended up uncovering a shocking truth. And because of that, the reward skyrocketed. Lu Ziyan had already stated in advance that he would not take a single share of this reward. It would all go to Li Xianxiao. Li Xianxiao didn't stand on ceremony with him either. Lu Ziyan gained a sense of accomplishment, as well as fame, and firmly secured his position as Peak Master of Silver Sword Peak. Li Xianxiao gained resources. Both of them had bright futures. Li Xianxiao returned to his straw hut. As usual, he burned incense and meditated inside. With his eyes closed, he went over everything again, from the plan he made for Xiao Ran 3 years ago up to now, reviewing it 7 or 8, 10 times. Don't get it wrong, it wasn't 7 or 8 times or 10 times. It was 70 or 80 times. After a long while, Li Xianxiao wrote down the suspicious points of this matter on paper. Where did the 10,000 souls banner go? Does Yu Tiankai, the city lord of Panlong City, have backing in the court? As a city lord, does he really have the ability to fool everyone? That doesn't seem very likely. This matter requires closer attention. The 10,000 souls banner? Out there now, he had to guard against a major villain or villains who could refine humans at any time using the 10,000 souls banner. One or more transmigrators, Dinu Feng and Lu Qiushui, who wanted him dead, and the many romance-brained people of Mount Shushan. Li Xianxiao rubbed his temples. Why is my life so miserable? The other novels I read aren't like this. Forget it. All problems summed up come down to one thing: my strength is lacking. If I had enough strength, I wouldn't fear the 10,000 souls banner, wouldn't fear Dinu Feng or Lu Qiushui, and I wouldn't have to worry about being snuffed out by other transmigrators. Cultivation. Still the same saying: shed more tears in cultivation, bleed less during tribulations. A few months later, Golden Thunder Sect. Zhang Tianxin took his junior sister on a mission, then left the sect heading to the designated location. Along the way, he couldn't help but boast. Dinu Feng of the Tianxia Hall is nothing special. Senior brother, didn't they say she's one of the most vicious demon lords in the world? That depends on who she's facing. Against me and my brothers, she's no big deal. Zhang Tianxin slapped his chest. Back when we infiltrated Tianxia Hall, we killed from the south to the north, then from the north back to the south, just kept killing, non-stop. Blood flowed like rivers, we even beat Dinu Feng into retreat. Senior brother, you're amazing. Average, third best in the world. Zhang Tianxin waved it off. Just then, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Who goes there? So rude. The junior sister frowned slightly. This person had suddenly landed in front of them. How impolite. Once they saw who it was, Zhang Tianxin's expression darkened like a frost-struck eggplant, ugly beyond words. Dinu Feng. Dinu Feng wore a jet black robe, the sleeves fluttering lightly in the wind. Beneath that black robe, her long, slender, delicate legs could be faintly seen. Her snow-white face was now shrouded in gloom. She's Dinu Feng, so pretty. The junior sister blurted out instinctively. Dinu Feng's expression visibly improved, glancing at her. I was going to kill you, but since you're honest, I'll spare your worthless life. The junior sister pointed her finger at once. Dinu Feng, don't get cocky. My senior brother spared you once, and now you've got the guts to show up in front of him? You really are a sparrow trying to fight an eagle. Don't know your place. She patted Zhang Tianxin's shoulder after speaking. Senior brother, your turn. Zhang Tianxin's mouth twitched slightly. Dinu Feng suddenly smiled, a smile between life and death. Silver Sword Peak. Li Xianxiao looked out at senior sister Sawan strolling around and thought better of going out. Since returning from Panlong City, senior sister Sawan had been hanging around Silver Sword Peak for no reason. Sometimes, Li Xianxiao really felt like calling the cops. It felt like being cornered in class by a school bully girl delinquent. At that moment, Feng Liulai walked in holding a letter. Senior brother, this letter's from your friend down the mountain. Li Xianxiao was a bit surprised. Friend? What a foreign word. Do I even have such a thing? He carefully inspected the letter. Although letters sent to Mount Shushan were screened by disciples, Li Xianxiao still wasn't at ease. There are always treacherous folks trying to harm me. The letter was from Zhang Tianxin, inviting him to a meal, and saying there was something important to discuss. Zhang Tianxin, the Golden Thunder Sect cultivator he had met twice before. Li Xianxiao lit the letter on fire, burning it to ash. He had no intention of going, not even of replying. At the root of it, he simply didn't want trouble. And friends are the biggest trouble. The Great Dao is vast. I walk it alone. Some time later. Slap slap slap. Why hasn't he replied? At the edge of a cliff somewhere, Dinu Feng was hanging Zhang Tianxin up and beating him. D***mn. Dinu Feng stopped pretending and had someone write a threatening letter. Zhang Tianxin is in my hands. If you don't want him to die, come save him. No. Despicable, shameless, vile. Zhang Tianxin shouted. It's over. Caught by Dinu Feng, no way out alive. Last time he only survived thanks to Daoist Xianxiao. Now it was obvious she was targeting Daoist Xianxiao directly, clearly out for revenge. But Daoist Xianxiao walks the righteous path, a man of justice. Knowing I've been captured, he'll definitely come to save me, fearless of danger. Which means he'll definitely fall into Dinu Feng's trap. D***mn. She's taking advantage of Daoist Song Xiao's kindness. Thinking of this, Zhang Tianxin couldn't help but cry. It's my fault. I dragged Daoist Xianxiao down with me. In the herb garden, Li Xianxiao sat on a stone, controlling his flying sword to slice vegetables, no difficult task. He could totally do two things at once: cultivate while cutting veggies. But he never cultivated outside his straw hut, not even in Mount Shushan. Senior brother. Feng Liulai came running from not far off. Senior brother, it's a kidnapping letter. It says your friend Zhang Tianxin has been kidnapped, and they want you to rescue him, or they'll kill him. They kidnapped Zhang Tianxin, so why are they threatening me? Li Xianxiao looked confused. Feng Liulai paused. Senior brother, isn't Zhang Tianxin your friend? Not someone I care about. Li Xianxiao waved his hand. Underscore 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 underscore. Li Xianxiao wrote an anonymous letter to the Golden Thunder Sect, roughly saying that a disciple of their sect, Zhang Tianxin, had been kidnapped. As for Li Xianxiao himself, he had no intention of leaving Mount Shushan. He knew Zhang Tianxin and also considered him an enemy. Li Xianxiao had already figured out who the person was. Other than Din Yufeng, there was no one else. It seemed Din Yufeng really was looking for him, and Li Xianxiao couldn't help but feel anxious. As for Zhang Tianxin, he could only wish him better luck in his next life. He really couldn't think of how to escape from Din Yufeng a second time. More than a month passed. A recording stone was delivered from down the mountain. In the recording stone, Zhang Tianxin was being violently beaten by Din Yufeng. Li Xianxiao, if you don't come soon, I'm going to beat him to death. You'll never see him again, and you'll feel guilty for the rest of your life. Ayok. Zhang Tianxin's miserable screams came through. Fellow deist Xianxiao, don't worry about me, don't come, whatever you do, don't come. GGG. In the scene, Din Yufeng's wicked laugh echoed. Outside the recording stone, Li Xianxiao nodded. Don't worry, I definitely won't go. Demoness, you're despicable? You're actually using me to threaten fellow deist Xianxiao. Din Yufeng snorted coldly. When the time comes, I'll pick a nice grave for the two of you. D*mn it. Now that fellow deist Xianxiao knows I've been caught by Din Yufeng, he must be panicking and rushing over. The thought that fellow deist Xianxiao might fall into danger because of him made Zhang Tianxin clutch his chest in pain. 1 month later. 3 months later. Half a year later. Zhang Tianxin blinked. Fellow deist Xianxiao isn't really not coming, right? Silver Sword Peak. Inside the straw hut. Li Xianxiao faced Li Xianxiao. Li Xianxiao fed 2 pills to the other Li Xianxiao. Number 2 Li Xianxiao activated a spell. The original Li Xianxiao checked him thoroughly, then placed most of his consciousness into the clone. This time, he was going to the capital city of Daxia, which was quite far. It was easy for problems to occur, so it was difficult to act with just a clone. Actually, he had already gone there once before with Zhao Lu, but back then his original body had been just outside the capital not far. This time, Li Xianxiao planned to keep his original body at Mount Shushan and send only the clone to the capital city of Daxia. Li Xianxiao prepared 2 spirit pills and also modified number 2 Li Xianxiao. He gave up most of its combat ability and put all points into control. Number 2 Li Xianxiao was the clone he controlled most deeply. If it couldn't make it to the capital city of Daxia, then the others wouldn't be able to either. All kinds of poisons and powders were ready. In order to maintain control, he had sacrificed much of its combat capacity. If he encountered danger, he could only rely on sneak attacks. He also had 8 scorpion puppets. The original Li Xianxiao went into seclusion for cultivation. Number 2 Li Xianxiao quietly left Mount Shushan, disguised himself, and entered the flying boat of a merchant association he had contacted long ago. The goal of this mission was to investigate the situation in the capital city of Daxia. Li Xianxiao always felt there were bigger players behind the incident of refining 200,000 people in Panlong City. He needed to prepare early. The flying boat sped through the air, the scenery outside constantly changing and always fresh. As his divine sense swept out, he saw a little shepherd boy leisurely herding sheep. The boy looked up, his face full of curiosity as he stared at the flying boat speeding past, his eyes filled with longing and yearning for the unknown world. By the river not far away, a couple was in the middle of a fierce quarrel. Their voices drifted in the wind, breaking the once peaceful atmosphere. Looking even farther, a few chi refining cultivators were engaged in a duel, each showing off their magical skills. The noisy, chaotic mortal world, and the mist-shrouded southern mountains. I keep a peaceful heart. Time passes in a blink, no need to dwell on past glories or sorrows. I only wish to step into the hall of immortality, and find a sense of ease and calm. The scenery along the road is fleeting. Only inner peace and determination follow me like a shadow, accompanying me through every dawn and dusk. 3 days later. Li Xianxiao wore coarse clothes, his face tanned and sporting a scruffy beard. He wore a bamboo hat and traveled with a group of guards headed for the capital. Just one more day of walking if they hurried, they'd reach the capital by midday. This time, he entered the city posing as a merchant with the caravan. Half a year ago, Li Xianxiao had already assumed a false identity as a minor, unnoticeable trader in the caravan. It was his first time taking on a solo mission. With this identity, even if trouble arose, the enemy would never be able to trace it back to him. The snow in the capital was heavy, fitting that saying, yellow dog turns white dog turns swollen. The escort group only went this far. Usually, there was no danger once they reached the outskirts of the capital, so the group prepared to return by the same route. Li Xianxiao glanced once more at the escort group. On their return route, a group of old enemies had already laid an ambush, just waiting for the escorts to come back. They planned to attack them halfway. Both sides were ordinary people, but the ambushers had crossbows and were well prepared. The escort group likely had no chance of making it back alive. For grudges between ordinary people like this, Mount Shushan had a strict rule. If it didn't involve cultivators, disciples must not interfere. If laws were broken, the magistrate's office would handle it. Li Xianxiao didn't want to get entangled in this karma either. The escort group took their leave. The head guard cupped his hands. Fate willing, we'll meet again. The world is vast, and parting in the martial world often means never meeting again in this lifetime. Li Xianxiao cupped his hands back and was about to turn around. Suddenly, a small hand tugged at him. Li Xianxiao turned his head. For you? Li Xianxiao looked at the child, not even as tall as his knee, handing him a piece of candy. Huh? Poisoned me? The guard next to him scratched his head with a silly grin. Did he put the kid up to it? Li Songxiao's expression didn't change. The child was the guard's kid. Word was his mother died early, so the guard had to bring him along on escort missions. That child didn't just give candy to Li Xianxiao. He gave every member of the caravan a piece. Uncles and grandpas, if you need an escort next time, come to our family again. The other caravan members all smiled and agreed. Li Xianxiao looked serious. This was classic bait and switch, only his candy might be poisoned. Or maybe it contained a mini-twin recording stone. To spy on him. Or maybe it had a tiny venomous snake inside, waiting to bite him. Why was Li Xianxiao so familiar with these tricks? Because he had done all of them himself. The escort group left, and Li Xianxiao was still studying the candy with a serious face. 2 days later. Inside an inn. How long did we sleep? No idea. Felt like days. What about the people from Changtong Escort Agency? No clue. My head feels so heavy, like I've been poisoned or something. Stop effing sleeping? If they get away, how are we supposed to explain this when we get back? Everyone hurriedly dressed and grabbed their weapons, rushing to the route the escort group must pass. Big bro, it's the escort people. Get the crossbows ready. Big bro, my legs are jelly. I've got no strength at all. At this point, don't even mention fighting, just running 2 steps was hard. We've been played by the enemy. Underscore 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 underscore. Although Daxia couldn't be called the top dynasty in Central State, it was still a powerful force in its own right. The capital was very prosperous. After entering the capital, Li Xianxiao separated from the merchant caravan. He went alone into a tea house, ordered a pot of tea and a few small snacks. Just sat there drinking tea and eating, acting like an unremarkable passerby. Tea houses were full of gossip and rumors, and many of them had some truth to them. Li Xianxiao cracked melon seeds and perked up his ears. Tea drinker A, did you hear? There's an ill-tempered old man at the private school in Giai Market. Tea drinker B immediately replied, I know about that. Tea drinker A, that old man's in his 60s. Always scolding and hitting students. One time, while beating up a sissy student, the sissy cried so pitifully, the old man got even more excited the more he hit him. Li Xianxiao raised an eyebrow slightly, guessing the plot. Then someone dies, and it turns into a tragedy. He couldn't help shaking his head. Tea drinker A continued, the two just went at it. One hitting, one crying, one asking why me, the other continuing to beat. Tea drinker B, and then the two of them got together, unafraid of society's judgment. Li Xianxiao, Omega. Li Xianxiao was baffled. People in the city sure knew how to play things fashionably. Hey, how do 2 men have a baby? Tea drinker A asked. To avoid drawing attention, Li Xianxiao changed tea houses every couple of days. In a blink, several days passed. And in those days, he reaped a massive harvest. Let's put it this way, now he could sit cross-legged on the Kong bed, crack seeds, and tell stories of the capital's strange tales for 3 days and nights without repeating once. This day, as usual, Li Xianxiao went to a new tea house. The attendant had just set down some seeds. Voices from the next table drifted over. Palace Jade Liquor Wine. Palace Jade Liquor Wine. The boundless horizon is my love. Li Songxiao's face stayed calm, but his heart surged with towering waves. A transmigrator just ran into one that easily? Li Xianxiao took another sip of tea as if nothing happened, not daring to release his divine sense, pretending to glance over casually. Nothing special to look at. Just a few young men dressed like scholars, lying on the table looking like life had no meaning. The boundless horizon is my love. What's the next line? Which ancient scroll is this in? Why can't I find it? Don't even start, someone tell me what comes after getting athlete's foot. Another examinee chuckled. What's the 2nd Battalion commander's weapon? I'll go buy some oranges. Don't move from here, what's our relationship? You're Bayun, I'm. How much for the big hammer? How much for the small one? Rituals collapsed, music ruined? What the hell kind of cursed questions are these? Don't talk nonsense, I heard the current emperor wrote them himself. Loose-lipped, loose-lipped. Li Xianxiao, eavesdropping, furrowed his brows. These questions were made by the Daxia emperor? Was this an imperial exam, or a transmigrator trap? Li Xianxiao hadn't expected it. He'd come to the Daxia dynasty originally just to investigate the 10,000 souls banner. Unexpectedly, he stumbled onto the whereabouts of a transmigrator. So after a few more days of searching and inquiring, Li Xianxiao confirmed that the transmigrator was inside the imperial palace. Maybe the emperor of Daxia himself, maybe a close minister. 10,000 souls banner, transmigrator, Panlong City, Daxia's emperor. All the clues started linking together. Li Xianxiao sucked in a sharp breath. Terrifying? Could it be that the 10,000 souls banner was in the emperor's hands? A transmigrator carrying a bug-level magical artifact that was logical, except for himself. Li Xianxiao gazed off into the distance at the towering imperial palace, his heart already made up. Capital prefecture governor. Under the emperor's nose, managing the capital and surrounding regions. A person of high status and authority. At this moment, this highly ranked Confucian cultivator looked down at the man who claimed he could answer all questions. You know the answers. Of course. Let's hear it. The man below instantly said, Palace Jade Liquor Wine, 181 a cup. How is it? Listen to me blow, 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 check out my mouth, 1 cup will whet your appetite. The prefect's eyes shifted. What's the 2nd Battalion commander's weapon? Italian cannon. Prefect, I'm Bayun, you are. Hey 2, I'm 71, you're 75. I'm a rooster, you're a tiger. Prefect, how much for the big hammer? The small one. Big hammer 80, small hammer 40. The prefect's eyes widened. Spot on. All matched up. Matched the emperor's answers exactly. This was the one the emperor had been looking for. The prefect gave him a once-over. This was the man his majesty longed for day and night. From afar, the man's frame looked a bit thin, skin dark and unhealthy. Closer up, he appeared scrawny, like a gust of wind could blow him over. His face was narrow and long like a goat's, cheekbones jutted out, and his chin was sharp, giving off a shrewd, slightly sly impression. This guy, the prefect pondered. He had someone keep an eye on the man and also report to the emperor. He asked a few more questions and had someone look into his identity. And what they found shocked him. The guy was actually a wanted criminal. Not only that, he was on death row for raping and murdering 8 women. The prefect was even more baffled. This is the man the emperor wants? What's your name? Zhang Goer. Soon, the golden armor guards from the palace arrived to escort Zhang Goer inside. The palace doors shut tightly. Inside the hall, it wasn't bright and resplendent. On the contrary, it was pitch black. You couldn't see a thing. Zhang Goer swallowed hard, leaning his back against the door. Is someone there? Rumble. Thunder rumbled in his ears. Zhang Goer shivered. At that moment, an extremely aged face suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Every wrinkle was deeply etched into the sagging skin like cracks in parched earth. The corners of the eyes drooped severely, eye bags hung heavy like 2 sacks. His eyes were clouded and lifeless, like dried-up wells unable to reflect vitality. His lips were dry, pale, and trembling slightly as he spoke. The boundless horizon is, my love. Zhang Goer went pale, and slowly replied. At the foot of gentle green hills, flowers bloom. What rhythm is the swingeist swing? What singing voice brings the most joy? Old Emperor, the curving river flows from the sky, to a sea of blooming colors. Let us sing and sing with joy. Together, you're the most beautiful cloud on my horizon. Let me hold you in my heart and never let go, never let go. Brother, I finally found you. The old emperor grabbed Zhang Goer's shoulders, crying and laughing, overwhelmed with emotion. Underscore 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 underscore. Zhang Goer thought this old emperor's smile was even scarier than his crying. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Big brother. I finally found you too. From now on, we brothers will live the good life together. Big brother, your hand pressing on my head kinda hurts. The old emperor pressed Zhang Goer's head and laughed maniacally. Ah ha 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 ha. Big brother, see, can you stop laughing? You're scaring me a little. The old emperor grabbed Zhang Goer by the arm and marched straight toward the ascension platform. Then he tossed Zhang Goer onto it with one big swing. Ha ha ha, I did it, I'm gonna make it. Brother, if you wanna blame something, blame your bad luck. The old emperor stared at Zhang Goer, puzzled. Why isn't it lighting up? Why is the ascension platform not reacting? What's going on? Zhang Goer was already trembling like a leaf. The old emperor grabbed him by the collar. What's going on? Why isn't it lighting up? Zhang Goer was about to *SS himself. This was your thing, and you're asking me? Why don't you have any cultivation? Is it because you're not a cultivator? The old emperor asked angrily. Zhang Goer, after transmigrating here, I didn't have any cultivation aptitude. I couldn't cultivate at all. The old emperor roared. Trash. You're the most useless transmigrator I've ever seen. If you can't cultivate, can't you do business? Can't you do something else? Can't you rely on your own efforts, little by little, to survive in this world? Look at me. I climbed step by step, inherited the throne from my father the emperor, and only then did I make it this far. And you? All you do is freeload and wait to die. Garbage? Such a disgrace to transmigrators. Wait a minute. The old emperor suddenly came to a realization. He stared hard at Zhang Goer. You're really a transmigrator. For real? Zhang Goer nodded frantically. The old emperor's eyes darted. Now listen to the question. My grandma walks very fast. So, how many meters can she walk in a minute? A. 800 kilometers per minute. B. 80,000 kilometers per minute. C. 800 million kilometers per minute. Zhang Goer froze. Answer me. How many meters can my grandma walk per minute? Zhang Goer, C. When in doubt, pick C. Zhang Goer remembered what that person had once told him. Smack. The old emperor slapped him across the face. Who the *LL are you? Zhang Goer dropped straight to his knees. Your Majesty, spare me? My name's Zhang Goer. Someone told me if I said that, I'd live a life of glory and riches with no worries for food and drink. Please, Your Majesty, have mercy, Your Majesty. Who was that person? I don't know them. What did they look like? I don't remember. The old emperor slammed his hand onto Zhang Goer's head and began soul-searching for his memories. Amid Zhang Goer's wails, the old emperor saw all of Zhang Goer's memories, but he didn't find anything useful. What's going on? What the *LL is going on? Zhang Goer was dead. Forceful soul-searching even cultivators would either suffer soul damage and turn into vegetables, or have their cultivation foundation shattered and never cultivate again. As for ordinary people, soul-searching equals certain death. B** starred? You dared to scheme against me. Golden armor guards, find him for me. The old emperor suddenly crushed Zhang Goer's skull and reached into his body, pulling out a tiny insect. A goo worm? The old emperor stared at the goo worm. The goo worm stared right back. The old emperor pulled a smile and said to it, I know you can see me right now. Nice trick. Fellow countrymen, we're both from the same world, why don't you come out and have a chat, talk about home. The goo worm began to dissolve on its own. Clearly, the other party had no intention of talking. I will catch you, no matter where you run, even to the ends of the earth, I will catch you. The old emperor roared in fury, a gut-wrenching scream. Mount Shushan, Silver Sword Peak. In the midst of his meditation, Li Xianxiao murmured softly, I'll wait for the day you find me. Inside the straw hut, Li Xianxiao let out a quiet sigh. As expected, the second most complicated thing in this world is the human heart. As for the first, it's obviously math problems. A fellow countryman meeting another from the same world, and he still backstabs you. Good thing he'd kept 70, 80, 90 extra precautions, or else he wouldn't have lived to see tomorrow's sun. The key question was, why was that old emperor so obsessed with finding him? From all the signs, it seemed the old emperor wanted to use him to complete some kind of ritual. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. What surprised Li Xianxiao even more was that his little junior sister Zhao Lu still had half a transmigrator system on her. Thankfully, long ago, he had Zhao Lu swear a great Dao oath never to reveal anything about him to anyone. Still felt a bit unsafe though, might as well add a few more safeguards. Right now, the enemy's in the light, he's in the dark. Advantage, him. Can't be careless, but also can't be scared **+ and mess up his plans. Continue leveling up, and make sure Mount Shushan survives. That way, even if the enemy finds out who he is, they wouldn't dare barge into Mount Shushan to snatch anyone. As long as Mount Shushan backs him, he'll be undefeatable. Li Xianxiao nodded thoughtfully. If only I had senior brother Lu Xian's cultivation talent. Li Xianxiao couldn't help but think. He was already 30 this year, and only just reached the golden core stage. But senior brother Lu hit the spirit transformation stage by 40. Terrifying? But then, thinking about senior brother Lu's IQ, he really has cultivation talent. And IQ? He has cultivation talent. The second this thought started forming, Li Xianxiao chanted the clear heart mantra multiple times. If it turned into an inner demon someday, that'd be a real problem. Just being yourself is enough. These days, Li Xianxiao felt Mount Shushan had gotten much quieter. Let's hope this isn't just the calm before the storm. All day he taught junior brothers and sisters, practiced cultivation, roamed around, checked for any security flaws in Mount Shushan, kept an eye on suspicious individuals. All in all, life was great. At this moment, Li Xianxiao had just left the herb garden. Mist swirled like delicate gauze at times, and like rolling thick smoke at others. A light breeze brushed by, and a sweet, clear birdsong rang through the mountains. A group of immortal cranes danced gracefully in the sky. A fresh breeze blew gently, carrying the unique fragrance of the mountains and a dense aura of spiritual energy. He took a deep breath of the spirit-filled air, feeling all his pores open up and the impurities in his body pushed out. His body and mind felt thoroughly nourished and relaxed. So refreshing. If cultivation wasn't about all that killing, and it stayed like this, wouldn't that be perfect? Li Xianxiao arrived at menial peak, as usual, bringing warmth to the canteen ant. Underscore 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 ant, Silver Sword Peak delivering some warmth. The canteen ant said nothing, only kept piling meat into Li Songxiao's bowl. Looking at the bowl full of meat, Li Xianxiao nodded. He had clearly won the ant's favor. In the future, whether it's you or the janitor uncle who's in love with you that decides to wipe out Mount Shushan, don't forget about me. After finishing his meal, Li Xianxiao took a stroll around Menial Peak, solving people's troubles. Many fantasy novel protagonists started off as disciples on Menial Peak. Helping them today was basically making an investment. And the return huge. Adding flowers to a brocade is never as valuable as sending charcoal in the snow. Who knows, maybe the one he helped today is a future tribulation stage cultivator or even a great ascension powerhouse. He helped a female disciple on Menial Peak find her lost puppy. Gave another disciple some spirit stones to help support their family. Replaced medicine for a disciple who got injured chopping firewood on the mountain. You could say, on Menial Peak, no one had a better reputation than Li Xianxiao. The canteen ant was smiling sweeter than if she'd eaten honey. As she watched Li Songxiao's departing back, the janitor uncle snapped his broom in half. He couldn't hold it in anymore, he had to act. That night, on Silver Sword Peak, inside the straw hut, the janitor uncle originally wanted to appear silently in front of Li Xianxiao, but he quickly realized this brat had actually set up a large formation all around the hut. And there was no way around it, he could only destroy it by force. But if he broke it by force, he would definitely alert Li Xianxiao. The janitor uncle thought for a moment this would make him look too weak. He had to show the kid that there's always someone stronger out there. So the janitor uncle hesitated, then chose to use the earth escape technique. Cough cough cough. This brat even poisoned the dirt. What the H*LL is this? Humph. It can't even break through my body protecting chi. The janitor uncle waved his hand, instantly disabling all the formations Li Xianxiao had carefully set up. There was no helping it, the power gap between them was too big. A trap set by an ant could never kill an elephant. The janitor uncle looked at the final killing formation blocking his path, chuckled lightly, and paid it no mind. Buzz! Sword aura activated. The janitor uncle raised his brows. This was the sword intent from the Mount Shushan sword formation? This brat could actually control the Mount Shushan sword formation? Your gran. In that instant, an extremely pure and overwhelmingly sharp sword intent suddenly exploded forth. It seemed to carry the essence of 1,000 years of swordsmanship, brimming with murderous and resolute will. The janitor uncle's expression turned serious. With a light tap of his foot, he ghosted back several meters. At the same time, he twirled his broom through the air in elegant arcs to counter the tidal wave of sword energy, while the janitor uncle was busy handling the crisis in front of him. Behind him, underground, a sliver of sword aura silently emerged. Inside the hut, Li Xianxiao held his sword, staring at the intruder. Li Songxiao's real body was ready to activate the Mount Shushan sword formation at any moment. The Windrider cart was also fully charged. The janitor uncle crawled out of the ground holding his backside, face full of grievance. The moment Li Xianxiao saw the janitor uncle, he was slightly stunned. Slurp, slurp, slurp. The janitor uncle took several deep breaths. The other party didn't speak, so Li Xianxiao stayed silent too. After a while, the janitor uncle spoke with a sigh. Good kid. Now I get why old Shui took you under his wing to train. You know my grandmaster. The old Shui he mentioned was likely the previous sect leader of Mount Shushan, the old man who had spent the most time with Li Xianxiao. Kid, don't be so on guard. If I wanted to harm you, you'd be dead already. The janitor uncle rubbed his butt and said through gritted teeth. Actually, I'm not some janitor uncle. I'm someone of the same generation as your master's master, a Mount Shushan consecrated elder. Of course, very few know my identity. The janitor uncle said proudly. Li Xianxiao replied blandly with lower than he expected, in both status and strength. Li Xianxiao had imagined this janitor uncle to have at least near immortal level power. Only then would it make sense for him to go on a rampage and destroy Mount Shushan if the canteen ant were ever bullied. The janitor uncle fell silent. This wasn't the reaction he had imagined. Shouldn't he be shocked? The janitor uncle, whom he usually wouldn't even spare a glance, turned out to be a Mount Shushan consecrated elder. Anyone would be stunned, right? But this brat's expression seemed off. Could it be he already guessed? Impossible? The janitor uncle loved playing the hidden identity game. Like pretending to be a regular guy, stopping some bully cultivator, getting mocked, then beating that cultivator up. The bully goes home and calls in the family's ancestor. That ancestor mocks the janitor uncle. Then the janitor uncle reveals his identity and power. The ancestor immediately kneels and grovels. Everyone's shocked. Ancestor, why are you kneeling to him? The ancestor says, do you know who he is? Kneel. That kind of thing was really satisfying. But today, for some reason, it didn't work. Disciple Li Xianxiao greets the consecrated elder. May I ask why elder has come this late at night? Li Xianxiao bowed respectfully. And nothing really. Just saw how diligently you cultivate and thought I'd gift you some cultivation treasures. Do you want them? No. Li Xianxiao refused without hesitation. Why not? Cultivation requires one step at a time, grounded and steady. Mainly, he was worried it was a trap. Then, do you want a wife? Also no. Why not? Li Xianxiao, I'm not considering that right now. The janitor uncle nodded thoughtfully. Let's cut the crap. You've fallen for my girl, haven't you? Li Xianxiao was confused. I'm talking about the canteen ant. Li Xianxiao looked even more confused. I'm telling you, the canteen ant is my woman? You're not allowed to fight me over her, or I'll die right here in front of you. Li Xianxiao was silent for a moment. It was like he saw an older version of senior brother Luzian. Elder misunderstood. I have no such thoughts. If that's the case, I'll just go to menial peak less in the future. The janitor uncle nodded. Didn't expect the kid to be so easygoing. But I do actually have one thing to ask of Elder. What is it? Just now when Elder came in, you destroyed most of my formations. I hope Elder can help me restore them. By the way, what you said earlier about the treasure stash, does that still count? Underscore 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 underscore. Hey yo. Uncle sweeping the floor followed Li Songxiao's suggestion and helped him set up formation bases on Silver Sword Peak. Defensive formation, isolating formation, illusion formation. Why is this kid setting up so many formations? Uncle sweeping the floor looked at the blueprints Li Xianxiao handed him, furrowed his brows, and suddenly felt a headache coming on. But he still had to maintain the dignity of a senior. I specialize in formations across the world. I can crack 8 different types. He mumbled while studying the blueprints carefully. Can't understand it. Young people these days are getting harder and harder to deal with. This formation is too much trouble, and I'm not really good at formations. Actually, I'm better at something else. Yeah, I can tell you like to tell little fibs. Li Xianxiao said, Senior, no need to worry. I may not be talented, but I do have some knowledge of formation setting. It's just that my own strength is weak, so I can't fully bring out the power of this formation. So, let me handle the formation work. Elder, you just need to assist me with your cultivation. Uncle sweeping the floor nodded. That's more like it. I'll help you with the formation, but you're not allowed to get close to my woman again. Li Xianxiao said, Senior, don't worry. I have no ill intent toward the canteen aunt. She just looks kind and reminds me of my mother. Very good. So in the days that followed, Uncle sweeping the floor often came to Silver Sword Peak. Gotta say, with his help, a lot of flaws in Li Sungziao's formations were resolved. Li Sungziao's formations were exquisite, but if he encountered someone too powerful, the formation would lose its deterrent and could be broken directly. No matter how clever a formation is, in the face of overwhelming strength, it's just a flower in the water, the moon in the mirror. But with Uncle sweeping the floor's help, Li Xianxiao could now handle more complex scenarios. This fruit makes people pregnant. Doesn't matter if you're male or female, you'll get pregnant if you eat it. I ground it into powder. Just inhaling a bit won't make you pregnant, but it'll cause unbearable stomach pain. This one's poison. It'll make male cultivators never be able to get it up again. This move is brutal. Any man would be scared. This poison is nasty. To detox, you have to cut off your own, makes it a tough call. This kid is dark, real dark. How did a righteous sect like Mount Shushan produce someone like him? Uncle sweeping the floor muttered. Poison? Uncle sweeping the floor looked at the poison scripture in Li Sungziao's hand and suddenly remembered. You only have half of this poison scripture. Where's the other half? Li Xianxiao said, I got this poison scripture by accident while traveling with the old sect leader. Only found half of it, the rest I recreated from scratch. Elder, you've read the second half before. Yeah, but that was back in the day. I saw the second half in a desert. Which desert? Uncle sweeping the floor said, Thousand Lakes Desert. The poison scripture in Li Sungziao's hands was written by a mysterious poison master, basically their life's work. Back then, Li Xianxiao was only 7. While traveling with the old man, the guy tossed the half-scroll poison scripture at him, obtained by accident. That's when Li Xianxiao stepped onto the path of no return. Too bad it was only half. Since then, he'd studied that half inside out, always looking for the second half. But he'd never found any clues until now. Still, Li Xianxiao didn't let the news go to his head. He'd only just started interacting with Uncle sweeping the floor, not much trust yet. Could be a trap to lure him out of Mount Shushan. So in the days that followed, Li Xianxiao focused on investigating Uncle sweeping the floor. Uncle sweeping the floor was walking toward Menial Peak, drinking and letting out a sigh. An old man like me, falling in love again, it's not easy, you know. At this age, still out here working for others. And this disciple named Li Xianxiao, why does it feel like he's got a screw loose? Oh yeah, I once caught him sneaking into someone else's cave dwelling, thought he had some weird kink. Uncle sweeping the floor's cave dwelling was extremely basic, just a straw mat and a torn quilt. But of course, there was more than met the eye. Inside the hidden space, he lay on his jade bed, still mumbling. He actually likes installing twin recording stones in other people's cave dwellings. This kid's nasty. But honestly, those people had zero awareness. These juniors really have no sense of danger. Back in our day, cultivation was full of danger. We slept with one eye open. Inside the straw hut, Li Xianxiao watched Uncle sweeping the floor through the twin recording stone, jotting down notes in his little notebook. Overall evaluation. Danger level not high. Trustworthy. But just to be safe, still needs a bit more observation. Of course, just a little more time should do it. 2 years later, Li Xianxiao finally made the decision to set out in search of the poison scripture. Over these 2 years, Uncle sweeping the floor had passed every test Li Xianxiao threw at him, earning his trust. Naturally, Li Xianxiao wasn't the type to forget kindness without repaying it. Before heading out to find the poison scripture, Li Xianxiao planned to build an extra hot spring at Menial Peak. The canteen aunt loved hot springs, but Mount Shushan only had one at Tongtian Peak. It was a real hassle for her to get there from Menial Peak. So Li Xianxiao decided to set one up near Uncle sweeping the floor's cave dwelling, so the canteen aunt and Uncle sweeping the floor could soak in it every day. Might help spark something between them. Li Xianxiao took charge of the hot spring project at Menial Peak. He found the underground cavity, opened the spring source, and installed his custom-made miniature filter. The water ran through fire-attributed ley lines, so it was naturally heated. He built wooden steps and a gazebo around the spring, and planted a bamboo grove. Then he tossed in spirit beads to make the spring glow gently, filled with spiritual energy. He arranged exotic rocks along the banks, all personally moved by Uncle sweeping the floor, one by one. Transplanted some flowers and plants. By the time everything was done, 3 months had passed. Uncle sweeping the floor stared in surprise at the hot spring before him. This little hot spring's enough to charm the pants off any girl? Li Xianxiao handed him a blueprint. Uncle sweeping the floor looked confused. What's this? These are technical terms. If the canteen aunt asks how the hot spring was built, you can use these to explain. She'll definitely admire you for it. Uncle sweeping the floor gave Li Xianxiao a firm pat on the shoulder. Good kid. A few days later, Li Xianxiao finally decided to set off in search of the poison scripture. He had already sent out clones to scout out a safe route ahead of time, plus 2 backup paths. Heading into the desert was a big deal. Before leaving, Li Xianxiao summoned his 2 junior sisters, Zhao Lu and Feng Liulai. Raise troops for 1,000 days, use them for a moment. I have to head out. Shushan's life and death is now in your hands. Underscore 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 underscore. Don't worry, senior brother. Strong Shushan has me. Li Xianxiao nodded with satisfaction. Very good. While I'm away, you two must uphold our sect's spirit. Our Silver Sword Peak tradition now recite our updated mantra. The human heart is the most treacherous. Poison and traps come in wicked chains. Be cautious in all things, don't be sloppy, one slip and you'll lose your life. Back and forth, never careless, stay away from crowds to avoid disaster. Heaven and earth disasters strike the top, don't show off or gamble hard. If you sneak a taste of love, your cultivation will waver. If you fall for temptation once, your life will sink into the mud. These are the 3 silk pouches I've left behind. If you run into something at Mount Shushan that's hard to resolve or decide on, open one pouch at a time. Got it. This departure from Mount Shushan was unlike any before. The Thousand Lakes Desert was too far, his clones couldn't reach that location. And searching for the poison scripture was a top priority task for Li Xianxiao. He couldn't afford even a single misstep. This time he might be gone a long while. He could only hope Mount Shushan was still standing when he returned. Li Xianxiao took one deep look at Mount Shushan. After leaving, he followed the backup route he had planned in advance and headed toward the Thousand Lakes Desert. The journey was thrilling but safe, with mountains and rivers by his side, and the sun, moon, and stars as his company. From mountaintops, he saw great rivers surge. Among peaks, he faced the wind head-on, feeling the grandeur of the vast breeze, sitting in the open wild, walking beneath twilight skies. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The Thousand Lakes Desert lay to the northwest of Mount Shushan. Endless yellow sands stretching without limit. Haishui City. This was the strongest power within the Thousand Lakes Desert. And the one who ruled over Haishui City wasn't human, it was an ancient turtle who had cultivated for who knows how many years. Some said this old turtle had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Others claimed it had lived through 3 great eras. No one knew its true cultivation level, nor how long it had really lived. Haishui City housed a divine pearl. They said whoever consumed the pearl would see a massive boost in cultivation, extend their lifespan, and stay youthful forever. The pearl was called the storm-avoiding pearl. It was precisely because of this pearl that Haishui City existed today. At this moment, inside the treasury where the storm-avoiding pearl was kept, a figure descended into the space. GGGG. The storm-avoiding pearl is now mine. Who dares trespass in the forbidden grounds? 2 voices shouted at once. The guards of the treasury emerged from the darkness. Noisy. A slender, fair hand stretched out from the shadows and grasped at the air. The 2 guards' heads popped like balloons. A figure walked out of the dark, striding gracefully. Just as she passed a reflective metal panel, Dinu Feng gently brushed her bangs aside and curled her lips into a faint smile. Truly born beautiful. Then, a voice seemed to echo by her ear. By the way, Lu Qiushui is way prettier than you. Dinu Feng took a deep breath. A deep breath. 2 deep breaths. Don't get mad, getting mad gives you wrinkles. Li Xianxiao, don't let me catch you. Her eyes fell on the black pearl at the center. With this treasure, next time I see him, I'll dig out Li Sungxiao's eyes and let him see for himself who's prettier, me or Lu Qiushui. Just as she was about to reach out and grab the storm-avoiding pearl, suddenly, a phantom appeared before Dinu Feng. It was a hunched old man leaning on a wooden cane. Little one, leave now. For the sake of your master, I'll pretend none of this ever happened, the old man said solemnly. Cut the crap. Either give me the pearl, or I'll turn you into turtle soup. Arrogant child. Old B** starred. Dinu Feng's beautiful eyes widened. Her jade-like hand snapped forward like lightning, lunging for the mysterious divine pearl. In that instant, a terrifying surge of power burst from the storm-avoiding pearl like a breached dam, flooding the entire space. The air around them twisted and warped under the force, letting out an ear-piercing howl. Rumble. The treasury shook. Dinu Feng looked up at the enormous figure overhead. Blazing sunlight, golden sand. A young girl stared in horror at the pack of jackals closing in, her face drained of color. The jackals howled. She screamed and shut her eyes tight. When she opened them again, all the jackals had mysteriously collapsed on the ground. Excuse me, is Haishui City in this direction? The girl instinctively answered. The voice vanished. She looked around, no one in sight. Deep underground in the desert, Li Xianxiao rested in a freshly dug cave. He couldn't keep traveling. He'd already used up too much energy. Traveling in the desert was extremely draining. He could already feel that 3% of his true essence was gone. Too risky. The Thousand Lakes Desert wasn't just any desert, its special ley lines and spiritual vein structure formed a unique terrain. In this desert, nascent soul stage and lower cultivators who went without water for too long would weaken, or even die. Even spirit transformation stage cultivators would be affected. So Li Xianxiao had prepared a tiny bit of water. Just a tiny bit. He gulped down a mouthful of water and resumed studying the map. It was drawn based on Uncle Sweeping the Floor's memories. But since those memories were very old and Uncle Sweeping the Floor was forgetful, Li Xianxiao had to confirm it over many years through repeated questioning, getting him drunk, and leading him on with indirect clues. Eventually, he marked the 3 most suspicious spots. The poison scripture he sought was likely hidden in one of these 3 places. Li Xianxiao took a long gulp of water, stuck a cooling patch to his forehead, and sprayed himself down with another layer of barrier mist before hitting the road again. The dangers along the way went without saying. He had to watch for massive sandstorms and be wary of venomous snakes, scorpions, and all kinds of poisonous creatures. Not to mention the mercenary groups who licked blood off the blade in these parts. Thankfully, Li Xianxiao was fully prepared. Half a month passed like that. This should be the place. Li Xianxiao crawled up from the sand and climbed onto a small dune. Underscore 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 underscore. Li Xianxiao drew a big X over a marked area on the map. This place didn't contain the poison scripture he was looking for. He put away the map and looked toward the sandy slope ahead. Only after confirming the area was safe did he begin to dig. According to the janitor uncle, the poison scripture was located in an underground tomb within the desert. Li Xianxiao set his puppet to start burrowing. Night fell quickly. In the darkness, Li Songxiao's ears suddenly perked up. Something was approaching fast. Once it got close, it revealed its true form. A camel? The camel spoke in a human voice. Which grave-robbing thief dares to act up on my turf? There were many tombs buried beneath the desert, giving rise to cultivators who lived off tomb raiding. They longed to find miraculous spirit pills in those tombs, ones powerful enough to defy fate. Moments later, two figures shot up from the ground. Run! The two figures bolted through the desert at high speed. The camel suddenly raised its head and opened its mouth, letting out a long roar. Roar! In the blink of an eye, an unbelievable sight unfolded. Enormous camels, far larger than normal, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Their bodies were covered in thick fur like impenetrable armor. This herd of giant camels charged at the two tiny figures with terrifying speed. Wherever they passed, fierce winds howled and sand flew wildly, forming a rolling wave of yellow dust. The two unlucky people didn't even have time to react before the stampeding herd swallowed them whole. A few screams rang out but were instantly drowned out by the thunder of pounding hooves, followed by the sickening sounds of bones cracking and flesh being crushed. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had been reduced to indistinguishable piles of bloody mush, scattered grotesquely on the ground. Just like that, the two grave robbers died. The lead camel gave a snort and didn't even glance at the corpses. A while after the camels left, Li Songxiao's head popped out from the ground. He looked toward the brutally killed grave robbers in the distance. The city lord has given strict orders. Grave robbers are to be executed without exception. These guys just never learn. Geez, that was terrifying. Li Xianxiao set up another aura isolating barrier. Then, he turned and resumed his digging. He dug for 2 days and 1 night. Finally, through the underground puppet, Li Xianxiao saw the broken tomb gate. It was the same door the janitor uncle had previously broken. Li Xianxiao couldn't help feeling a flicker of excitement. He'd finally found it. He slipped inside and quickly erased any traces above. The puppet was the first to go through the tomb gate. After the puppet came a clone, then another clone, and only after that did he send in his real body. According to the janitor uncle, there wasn't any danger inside the tomb. It was safe. Of course, Li Xianxiao figured what was safe for the janitor uncle might not be safe for him. Things that were trivial to the janitor uncle could very well be deadly to him. The tomb passage wasn't long, just a little over 5 zhang, yet it took Li Xianxiao over 2 hours to walk it. He moved cautiously, on edge the entire time. Probing again and again, he was more paranoid than someone clearing landmines. At last, Li Xianxiao stood in the main chamber of the tomb. The puppet and clones were all unharmed. His gear, poison-resistant gloves, antidote pills, everything he had prepared was intact. Li Xianxiao looked at the gold, silver, and jewels in the tomb with zero interest. His eyes were locked straight on the ancient book at the center. Surroundings, safe. Ground, safe. Ceiling, safe. Everything was safe. It really did seem to be just as the janitor uncle had said, completely safe, not a single threat. The janitor uncle had said that when he first looked around, he thought it was just an ordinary tomb. So he had casually taken some gold and silver, only to later realize they were anything but ordinary. Li Xianxiao put on his poison-blocking gloves, suited up in protective gear, chanted his body protection mantra, took 2 antidote pills, and wore his poison-repelling jade pendant. He first tested the poison scripture using another object. No reaction, and no trace of poison. Finally, Li Xianxiao cautiously reached out and lifted the poison scripture. In that very instant, his expression changed. From life to death took only a split second. His body stiffened and collapsed to the ground, dead, erased from existence. The end. Li Xianxiao squatted in the corner and drew a period with his pen. Way too dangerous. He looked at his vanished clone. Not even ashes were left. All his anti-poison measures had failed. Killed in just 1 moment. That earlier sense of safety had only existed to lull people into letting their guard down, so they'd miss the real danger. Li Xianxiao had another clone use 2 wooden sticks to lift the poison scripture. That seemed to work just fine. It looked like only direct contact with the human body triggered the poison. Li Xianxiao tried turning a page using the stick. Nothing happened. It was completely blank. After several more tests, Li Xianxiao roughly understood this poison. No storage artifact could contain the poison scripture. Otherwise, not only would the storage ring be destroyed, everything inside it would be corroded by poison. In the end, Li Xianxiao came up with a good solution. He had a clone use chopsticks to keep holding the poison scripture, planning to study it thoroughly once he got back to Mount Shushan. This trip to the Thousand Lakes desert went far smoother than he'd expected. Li Xianxiao stored away the poison scripture, cast a glance at the gold and silver treasures in the cave. Suddenly, he noticed a stone tablet tucked away in a corner. I loved poison all my life, and cultivated through poison. I killed and I saved, and in the end, I was all alone, no one dared come close. All the treasures I've collected in my life, if someone with fate comes upon them, please help me give them all away. I would be eternally grateful. The treasures were truly tempting. Li Xianxiao glanced at them. They weren't ordinary gold and silver, and for cultivators, they were incredibly enticing. No one would give them up just because of a few lines on a stone. Thousand Lakes Desert. The Gu Armor tribe, which had just suffered heavy losses in a sandstorm, stumbled upon a windfall. Huangsha City. The people, waiting in vain for the city lord to send disaster relief grain, welcomed one caravan after another. A cultivator who had saved an entire village woke up to find piles of treasure beside him. Months later, after Li Xianxiao had given away all the treasure, he was surprised to find that the poison on the poison scripture had vanished, and the once blank pages now had words written on them once more. Underscore 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 underscore. Cough 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 cough. Din Yufeng was coughing violently. She gritted her teeth and cursed, that old turtle actually has some skill. Where the HL did he trap me? What did he do to me? Why the HL can't I use any of my power? Let me out or I'll slaughter your whole Haishui city. Din Yufeng didn't exactly have a clean mouth. But no matter how much she cursed, the surroundings remained pitch black. Din Yufeng closed her eyes and focused, and suddenly felt like she'd become a normal person, and all her magical artifacts, it was like they had severed their connection with her. Except for one. Din Yufeng took a deep breath, closed her eyes, sat cross-legged, and tried to summon the last sliver of spiritual energy. That sliver was as weak as a candle in the wind, but for someone in her predicament, it was a vital lifeline. As time ticked by, beads of sweat slowly formed on Din Yufeng's forehead, yet she kept gritting her teeth and pushing forward, not daring to relax for even a second. After a long while, the hairpin on Din Yufeng's head trembled lightly. Success! Din Yufeng was overjoyed. The hairpin glided lightly through the air, tearing open a deep rift in space. It ripped straight into another dimension. Trying to trap me? Not AF King chance. Din Yufeng's body trembled slightly. She was almost out of energy. At last, open. The rift widened, and light began to shine in from the other side. Din Yufeng suddenly froze. At that moment, Li Xianxiao was hurrying through the desert, having just completed the final round of giving away treasure, and he had finally earned the right to access the second half of the poison scripture. Li Xianxiao kept his joy to himself. It wasn't time to celebrate just yet. First, he needed to hurry back to Mount Shushan and properly study the poison scripture. If great joy turned into great sorrow, that would suck. Right then, Li Xianxiao felt a chill on his back, as if something was about to happen. He instinctively turned his head. And then, he saw a face he never wanted to see again, even in his dreams. Din Yufeng? Out of all the outcomes he'd prepared for, Li Xianxiao never imagined he'd run into Din Yufeng here. In that instant, countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Was it a setup by Din Yufeng and the janitor uncle? Had the janitor uncle sold him out? But he quickly dismissed that idea, because he noticed that Din Yufeng looked just as shocked to see him. Their eyes locked. Then one of them didn't hesitate at all, turned and ran. The other didn't hesitate either, reached out and yanked the runner inside. Where do you think you're going? The moment the space opened, Din Yufeng felt her strength return. But clearly, she had made the wrong move. Instead of escaping immediately, the first thing she did was yank Li Xianxiao inside. And just like that, she missed the best chance to escape. The spatial magical artifact she had activated with her last bit of power, the jade hairpin, snapped with a crisp crack. Din Yufeng spat out another mouthful of blood, and the spatial tunnel sealed shut. Li Xianxiao, Omega Omega. Din Yufeng gasped for air, breathing hard and heavy. Li Xianxiao. Li Xianxiao stared at Din Yufeng. He'd prepared for everything, but never expected this. He was just walking along, and out of nowhere, Din Yufeng hijacked him? Could there be some thread of fate tying him and Din Yufeng together? Were they bound by destiny? How else could they keep running into each other like this? No spiritual power, no spiritual energy here. The spiritual energy was completely sealed off. None of his magical artifacts or puppets could be controlled. Li Xianxiao quickly realized something was off about this place. Looking at Din Yufeng, her situation seemed about the same as his. In that case, no need to be polite. Li Xianxiao, Din Yufeng shouted angrily. At that moment, Din Yufeng's jet black hair was pinned with ornate jade and pearl accessories, and she wore a rose-purple immortal staying dress. The dress was stained with blood and looked like tattered burlap. Yet, it gave her a kind of shattered beauty, sexy in all the right ways, covering what should be covered and showing what shouldn't. With that face and that body of hers, Din Yufeng's breathtakingly beautiful face was now full of deep resentment. Her eyes, dark as autumn waters, locked onto Li Xianxiao like she wanted to swallow him whole. Li Xianxiao didn't back down, he stared right back at her. They stared each other down in silence. Even the air seemed to freeze. They were in a sealed space, surrounded by cold, hard walls. There wasn't a single gap or exit to escape through. In that narrow space, just the two of them, a man and a woman. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense, laced with something unclear. One was a righteous disciple of the orthodox path Li Xianxiao, the other, a fearsome and ruthless demon sect leader Dinu Feng. A sealed space, no way out, one man and one woman. Put aside their grudges, get through this crisis together. In the process, feelings arise: love and hate, kill and kiss. Li Xianxiao moved. The sword in his sword case wouldn't come out. He felt like a mortal now. He couldn't even draw his flying sword. So without hesitation, Li Xianxiao charged at Dinu Feng, eyes filled with the desire to fight. Take this kick. His foot landed squarely on Dinu Feng's flawless face. Dinu Feng was sent flying. Li Xianxiao, bring it on. It's come to this. No point cursing fate anymore. Begging for mercy or playing coy was useless now. With Dinu Feng's personality, she wouldn't stop until he was dead. Li Xianxiao quickly accepted reality and chose to strike first. Not a shred of hesitation. It was either her life, or his. Li Xianxiao pinned Dinu Feng down and started pummeling her. It was working. Dinu Feng was seriously injured, and this strange play seemed to affect each cultivator differently. Like some forced balancing mechanism. All of a max-level player's skills had been sealed, their stats nerfed to match Li Xianxiao. Dinu Feng wouldn't take it lying down. She raised her leg and kicked him square in the crotch. Li Xianxiao winced in pain. Dinu Feng pressed the attack. You dare hit my face. Before she could finish, Li Xianxiao punched her right in the teeth. Dinu Feng's fist hit Li Xianxiao on the left cheek. Never in her life had Dinu Feng been humiliated like this. She'd never felt so powerless either. It was like all her strengths had vanished. Li Xianxiao kicked her square in the chest. Dinu Feng gasped from the pain. In terms of spiritual power, physical strength, magical artifacts, cultivation, Li Xianxiao was inferior in every way. But here, none of that mattered. The only thing that counted seemed to be raw hand-to-hand combat skills. And as for that, Dinu Feng had long forgotten how to fight with technique. The Great Dao is simple. Only low-level juniors obsessed over moves and forms. At Dinu Feng's level, it all came down to fists and feet. Underscore 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 underscore. Dinu Feng had long forgotten what it meant to fight. But the old sixth standing opposite her hadn't. Monkey picks peaches. Crow on a plane. Tornado wrecks the parking lot. Divine dragon swings its tail. Li Xianxiao kept unleashing his ultimate moves on Dinu Feng without stopping. Dinu Feng was quickly beaten to the point she couldn't fight back at all. Li Xianxiao grabbed Dinu Feng by the neck, then slammed her head into the ground. Then came a jaw-crushing kick. Finally, he performed the guillotine. Just then, Dinu Feng found her moment. She jabbed both hands hard into Li Xiao's eyes. After taking so many hits, if it had been Li Xianxiao, he would have been dead for sure. But Dinu Feng still had energy left to resist. Both of them were going all out. Li Xianxiao had to kill Dinu Feng before he went blind. Dinu Feng had to blind Li Xianxiao before he killed her. Death. Dinu Feng, go to H*LL. Li Xianxiao quickly noticed that Dinu Feng's strength was getting stronger. No good, it seemed he couldn't kill Dinu Feng. Even though he was dominating her now, her physical strength was way beyond his. Right now, he was only relying on his edge and technique. Once he got tired, he wouldn't be her match. At that thought, Li Xianxiao kicked Dinu Feng away. He rubbed his eyes hard. His instincts told him to use poison. But then he suddenly remembered, last time in the cave. When he used poison, it actually sped up Dinu Feng's healing. Nope, can't use poison. Li Xianxiao tried to draw his sword but it wouldn't come out at all. It was like he'd lost all his spiritual power in that moment. He couldn't even access anything from his storage ring. So, Li Xianxiao reached down and unfastened his belt. His pants dropped. Seeing this, Dinu Feng's expression changed slightly. Beast, what are you trying to do? Li Xianxiao launched a flying kick, slamming Dinu Feng back into the wall. Then he soaked his belt with water from his canteen and tied Dinu Feng up with it. He reached out and started tearing her skirt. This time, Dinu Feng completely panicked, visibly panicked. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness like never before. That stunningly beautiful face flushed red from pure panic, looking just like a ripe apple, irresistibly alluring. Her lovely eyes lost their usual luster, cast downward, full of pleading. It would melt anyone's heart. Don't. What are you doing? Don't do this. Demoness, die. The next moment, Li Xianxiao raised his sword case and smashed it down on her head. Thud thud thud. A series of dull thuds echoed out. Dinu Feng. Her head buzzed like crazy. You bastard, what the hell are you doing? Dinu Feng landed a kick square on Li Xiao's chin. She struggled and got back up. Just then, purely by chance, she glanced at the small water pool on the ground and clearly saw her reflection. Her once luxurious clothes were now completely shredded, but even so, they still couldn't hide her natural, breathtaking beauty. Her exposed skin was delicate and smooth like warm jade. And in this moment, that blushing, shy little face was beyond adorable. Truly a sight that tugs at the heartstrings. It felt like just one look would make your heart melt into a puddle of spring water. Even Dinu Feng couldn't help but want to admire her own beauty for a second. Why only a second? because the next second, Li Xingxiao's flying kick landed square on her face. Die. Din Yufeng felt utterly humiliated. Even though Li Xianxiao hadn't actually humiliated her, this was the greatest insult to her. B****, how dare you disgrace me like this? I swear we're enemies to the death. Li Xianxiao didn't expect Din Yufeng to suddenly fight back so fiercely. She took advantage of her thick-skinned resilience and charged into Li Xingxiao's arms. Then she opened her mouth and bit down. No matter how much he tried to yank her off, nothing worked. So Li Xianxiao gritted his teeth and bit her back. Right in the middle of this deadly duel, several figures started approaching them slowly. Li Xianxiao quickly noticed and tensed up. Crap, does she have backup? Wait, no. When the figures stepped out of the shadows, Li Xianxiao and Din Yufeng instinctively stopped fighting. They were a group of fierce beasts sealed in this place. Now, they were closing in, eyes filled with greed as they locked on to the two of them. A pitch-black wolf with not a single stray hair moved first. It lunged at Li Xianxiao even though it was sealed. That wolf's claws and teeth weren't. If it bit down, he'd probably lose half a leg. Li Xingxiao's eyes lit up. Eat this, Din Yufeng. He grabbed Din Yufeng by the legs and used her to block the wolf's attack. She didn't die? Li Xianxiao couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Sure enough, Din Yufeng's body was still that tough. B****, let go of me? I'll hack you into pieces. I'll kill your whole family. Din Yufeng roared. Li Xianxiao ignored her and kept using her as a weapon to fight off the surrounding beasts. But Din Yufeng wouldn't cooperate. She kept struggling, still trying to kill him. Anyway, these beasts probably couldn't kill her either. Din Yufeng had fully given up at this point. Li Xianxiao hurriedly said. This place is probably something like a demon suppression tower, filled with locked-up fierce beasts. Do you know there's a kind of ape demon that specifically likes women? Likes to. Hearing this, Din Yufeng's face changed dramatically. In that case, she'd rather die. Sure enough, she stopped struggling. Li Xianxiao kept using Din Yufeng as a weapon to fend off more incoming beasts. By now, these beasts weren't much different from normal wild animals. Beast corpses lay everywhere, blood flowing. Li Xianxiao leaned against a corner, panting heavily. Din Yufeng, who had been used as a weapon, had her upper body lodged inside a bear's head. Li Xianxiao looked around. Only now did he really start to take in his surroundings. What the h***ll is this place? Where on earth had Din Yufeng dragged him to? With this kind of abstract plot development, how was he supposed to predict anything? Li Xianxiao suddenly felt mentally exhausted. Din Yufeng shook herself, pulled her head out of the bear's skull, and staggered to her feet. She glared at Li Xianxiao furiously, then started walking toward him. Li Xianxiao glanced at her, his expression a little odd. Your clothes. Din Yufeng looked down. Only now did she realize her clothes had been melted by acid. She immediately ducked behind a stone pillar, poked her head out, and shouted furiously. Just you wait, Li Xianxiao, it's a life and death feud between us now. Underscore 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 underscore. Din Yufeng's beautiful eyes widened, burning with rage as she stared at Li Xianxiao in front of her, as if she was about to breathe fire. That stunningly beautiful face of hers was slightly twisted with fury, her teeth clenched tight, her entire body exuding a chilling murderous aura. The humiliation in her heart surged like a tidal wave, almost suffocating her. Thinking back on all the injustice and torment she'd suffered, it was all thanks to this D****mn Li Xianxiao. If she didn't tear this hateful man to pieces and grind his bones to dust, it would never ease her hatred. This overwhelming emotion filled her entire being, making her tremble uncontrollably. In the next instant, Din Yufeng suddenly seemed to sense something and jerked her head around. But when she saw the scene before her, that gorgeous face immediately stiffened. In the endless darkness, pairs of eyes glowing with eerie red light began to appear. As those eyes became clearer, enormous, thick-furred ape demons slowly stepped out from the shadows. These ape demons emitted a nauseating stench, and their wild eyes were full of bloodlust and killing intent, locking firmly onto Din Yufeng. They hesitated briefly between Li Xianxiao and Din Yufeng, then Din Yufeng lunged straight toward Li Xianxiao. Li Xianxiao didn't hesitate either. He grabbed Din Yufeng by both legs. Supreme Dao Imperial Weapon. Din Yufeng? Take my Supreme Dao Imperial Weapon. Die. Li Xianxiao wielded the Supreme Dao Imperial Weapon as he slashed and retreated. Give me some clothes or we're dying together. Din Yufeng shouted, her face red with shame. Unhurried, Li Xianxiao quickly stripped off his own clothes and wrapped them around Din Yufeng's head. Swish, swish. Li Xianxiao wrapped her up like a mummy. Din Yufeng. After beating back a wave of ape demons, Li Xianxiao ran off at full speed. He ran straight into a white-furred ape demon several times larger than the others. Its body was massive and muscular. A mountain-back ape? The mountain-back ape had made its home among mountains since ancient times, capable of carrying even the heaviest peaks. Judging by this one, it likely had the cultivation of the spirit transformation stage. It could probably slap Li Xianxiao to death in one hit. However, at this moment, Li Xianxiao dodged its strike, stepped on its grounded fist, leapt high into the air, and raised his Supreme Dao Imperial Weapon. He smashed it straight toward the ape's head. So tough its head was seriously hard. Still, the creature had clearly underestimated the power of this Supreme Dao Imperial Weapon. Din Yufeng poked her small head out of the clothes and bit into the ape's neck. Credit where it's due, Din Feng had a seriously strong bite. With just one bite, blood gushed from the white ape's neck like a fountain. Din Feng clung tightly to its neck, biting down hard. Li Xianxiao charged up his strength and kicked the white ape down. Just like that, a spirit transformation stage ape was killed with ease. The moment the white ape died, the rest of the ape demons scattered and fled in all directions. Li Xianxiao slumped against the wall, gasping like an ox. Din Feng wasn't in much better shape. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and glanced at Li Xianxiao. The two exchanged a look and silently agreed to call a truce for now. Cackle cackle cackle. Din Feng sneered coldly in her heart. Gotcha. Just now, when she accidentally drank some of that white ape's blood, she felt a warm current pass through her body, slightly relieving her weakness and restoring a bit of strength. But not enough. She needed time to absorb it. This guy is absolutely no match for me, Din Feng sneered. Xianxiao flying kick. Gotcha. Li Xianxiao launched a flying kick. Hashtag, Sigma. He was already used to hiding his true strength. That gasping was all an act. In truth, Li Xianxiao still had plenty of stamina left. He'd been waiting for the moment Din Feng let her guard down. Din Feng was shameless. War stomp. Who knew how much time had passed? Li Xianxiao lay in a corner, while Din Feng was tightly bound, struggling non-stop on the ground. Li Xianxiao drank the white ape's blood. It reeked and was foul-tasting, but once it entered his stomach, a warm current coursed through him. It felt great. After all, that was a spirit transformation stage beast. Li Xianxiao wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. There was no way to absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth here. Li Xianxiao pulled out a fire striker and water canteen from his chest. Any normal chi refining cultivator wouldn't carry these two things, because they're useless for cultivation. Even if they did bring them, they'd store them in a storage ring. But luckily, Li Xianxiao wasn't normal. His storage ring was completely full, no room left for anything. Li Xianxiao took out his poison bottle, sprinkled it on the white ape's corpse, and lit it with the fire striker. In no time, flames rose and a savory aroma filled the air. Li Xianxiao ate white ape meat and took a big swig of water. He was deep in thought. What should he do now? The real question was, where was he? He didn't even know where this place was. Li Xianxiao suddenly turned his head and saw Din Feng lying on the ground, lips curled slightly, staring at him with a resentful expression. Li Xianxiao ignored her and kept eating meat. This is that old turtle's life-bound magical artifact, a shell it's cultivated for tens of thousands of years. We'll be suppressed here until we die, Din Feng said faintly. Li Xianxiao froze. Old turtle? You mean that divine turtle from Haishui City? Din Feng hummed in response. Li Xianxiao held his forehead. Trouble? The old turtle from Haishui City was a notorious demon king. It had taken countless lives, wiped out entire cities multiple times. The Thousand Lakes Desert had faced near extinction several times because of it. The only reason the righteous sects hadn't wiped it out was, it was too powerful. Killing it would come at too great a cost, and it had allied with multiple forces. Eventually, the old turtle grew tired of all the fighting and killing. It had accumulated too much karmic burden, forcing it to suppress its own cultivation and avoid tribulation. So now the old turtle guarded Haishui City. Those who robbed and killed would chant Amitabha and become instant Buddhas. Those who betrayed kindness lived it up in grand halls. Those with kind hearts died early. Such was the world. What's wrong with you? Why'd you provoke that old beast? Li Xianxiao asked, baffled. For the Haishui Pearl. The Haishui Pearl that keeps you eternally youthful. Yeah, and I was also avenging my subordinate. That old turtle killed one of mine, so I thought I'd steal its treasure. Didn't expect the old turtle to be this powerful. If I could recover my spiritual power, even just for a bit, I could smash this shell to bits. Din Feng said bitterly, not forgetting to shoot a glare at Li Xianxiao. Li Xianxiao was now certain whether she could really break this turtle shell or not was unknown. But if she did get her powers back, she'd definitely kill him. Enhance. Underscore 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 underscore. Li Xianxiao, give me something to eat. I might just have enough strength to break through this heaven and earth. As for the things between us, I'll let them go. At this point, Din Feng let out a sigh. Forget it, I can't keep making stuff up. You're surprisingly honest. Li Xianxiao ignored her, continuing to study the poison scripture. Who knows how much time passed? Li Xianxiao squinted slightly, then suddenly let out a hiss. Looks like there's hope? He looked at Din Feng. Din Feng couldn't help turning into a stubborn fish, trying to make a break for it. What kind of dirty trick did Li Xianxiao think up again to deal with her? Li Xianxiao dragged Din Feng back. Let me go, you beast. Din Feng struggled wildly, but she quickly realized it was useless. She shouted angrily, can you not hit my face? I have a way for both of us to get out. Oh. Din Feng raised her pretty eyebrows. I have a way to help you temporarily recover your strength. Can you break open this place? You. Din Feng looked at Li Xianxiao with disdain. You? A little foundation establishment stage cultivator? But seeing Li Sungziao's serious expression, Din Feng hesitated, then nodded slightly. I can do it. I'll help you regain your strength, and you'll break us out. But first, you need to make a great Dao oath that you won't kill me. Din Feng gritted her silver teeth. Fine. Anyway, leaving here comes first. Not kill you? Then I'll just cripple you. Heal you, cripple you again. Then heal you again, then cripple you again. Li Xianxiao cleared his throat. Now please remember the following oath. First, you may not, in any form or method, harm Mount Shushan disciple Li Xianxiao, that is, me. Din Yufeng raised her eyebrows. No harming at all? Then I'll just tie you up and have my subordinates beat you. Second, you may not act in any way that goes against Li Sungziao's will. Din Yufeng frowned again, her little face puffing up slightly. D***mn it. He saw through that one. But it's fine, I still have other ways. There's always a loophole. Li Xianxiao continued. Third, you may not incite others to harm Li Xianxiao. Fourth, you may not use the lives of friends or family to threaten Li Xianxiao. Fifth, you may not curse Li Xianxiao. 1356th, you may not stand by and watch Li Xianxiao die without helping. Din Yufeng, oh. Li Xianxiao took a deep breath, still feeling uneasy. Forget it, that'll do. Please swear the Great Dao oath. Din Yufeng roared, I can't remember all that. So Li Xianxiao repeated the whole thing again, word for word. He said one sentence, and Din Yufeng followed with one. Finally, he recited, if I break this oath, may heaven smite me, may I die a miserable death. Let the Great Dao witness, and heaven and earth be proof. All right, now what do we do? Li Xianxiao picked up Din Yufeng the Supreme Dao Imperial weapon and said solemnly, gather materials? If the materials we need aren't here, we're just going to die in this place. Now all they could do was pray for the blessing of the heavenly Dao. This space was vast and boundless, as if it had no end. Its sheer size far exceeded Li Sungziao's previous expectations. Even more astonishing, this space had 9 full layers. Upon closer inspection, Li Xianxiao discovered that this turtle shell refined by the old turtle bore an uncanny resemblance to Mount Shushan's 9-layer demon suppression tower. Each layer was separated by a mysterious and powerful force, forming individual, isolated zones. Within these zones, countless living beings were sealed. Spirit beasts, fierce beasts, the old turtle's enemies, foes. They were trapped here, unable to escape the turtle's restraints. Back in the day, when the old turtle was at its most bloodthirsty, this turtle shell was so packed with life that every corner overflowed with vitality and seething resentment. Tei fine gold, profound eye soul, millennium copper essence, 100 jong silkworm silk, 3-star stone, water spirit pearl flower. Originally, Li Xianxiao was worried about collecting all the needed materials. But after walking around for a bit, he realized he'd been overthinking it. Who knew how many years the old turtle had lived, and how many living beings it had sealed in this life-bound magical artifact. As these beings perished within the shell, countless magical artifacts and spirit pills were left behind. In just a few days, Li Xianxiao had already gathered more than half of what he needed. He even packed a few extra things he personally wanted. If only the storage ring still worked, then he could have stuffed everything into his pocket. Now, the only thing left was the starflower. But this flower was incredibly rare. Even after wandering inside the turtle shell for over half a month with Din Yufeng, he still hadn't found it. Watching Din Yufeng gulp down a huge mouthful of water, Li Xianxiao snatched the water pouch back, distressed. Drink less, we only have a little left. Before setting off for the Thousand Lakes Desert, Li Xianxiao had specially geared up. That hat on his head that looked ordinary, full of hidden tricks. Its inside was cleverly designed as a water pouch, seamlessly integrated with the hat, nearly impossible to detect without close inspection. His clothes, underlayers, even the shoes on his feet, every piece had massive water storage capacity. Not only did it look completely normal, but it also offered plenty of hydration. When water was needed, just twist a hidden valve. Cool water would start flowing out non-stop. Such an ingenious design let him navigate long journeys or water shortages with ease. And that wasn't even counting the water-storing talismans in his storage ring. But since those couldn't be used now, he had to rely solely on the water he carried. It might last him about half a year. Cheapskate. Din Yufeng muttered. The starflower, which grows by absorbing the light of the stars, was extremely rare. 2 more months passed. Din Yufeng was almost out of patience. In these 2 months, they first encountered 2 body fusion stage cultivators. Nearly got backstabbed. Luckily, Li Xianxiao backstabbed them first. Then they ran into dozens of spirit transformation stage spider demons. Fought a duel with the flesh-eating clan. Got chased by a bloodfang boar. Bad news, still no starflower. Good news, Li Xianxiao and Din Yufeng were getting more and more in sync. They had achieved the realm of unity between man and sword. That day, Li Xianxiao was once again fighting through enemies. Fighting while retreating. Eat my axe. Li Xianxiao swung the Supreme Dao Imperial weapon in defense. Under the tattered wrapping of the supreme weapon, a stunning face was revealed. Din Yufeng bit through the enemy's weapon in one chomp. The cultivator holding the stone axe was dumbfounded. What the H**LL? Isn't magic forbidden in here? Why does your weapon have a human form? Li Xianxiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes narrowed, catching sight of a strangely colored flower by the cliff. The starflower, found. Underscore 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 underscore. Starflower? Li Sungziao's eyes lit up. Found it. He quickly calmed the excitement in his heart, turned back to wield the Supreme Dao Imperial weapon, and fought the enemy. Here, the weapons these cultivators could use were nothing more than stone axes made of rock, or the claws, fangs, and bones of fierce beasts. In this place, all beings had reverted to their most primitive combat states. However, these weapons were no match at all against Li Sungxiao's Supreme Dao Imperial weapon. A dimensional suppression? No less than earthlings facing the Trisolaran's water droplets. With the Supreme Dao Imperial weapon in hand, Li Xianxiao swiftly eliminated the enemy. He dashed toward the cliff where the starflower was. There was no danger nearby, so Li Xianxiao immediately tossed out Dinu Feng. Off you go. Though he no longer had clones or puppets to test for danger, Li Xianxiao had found a better substitute. Dinu Feng. As Dinu Feng approached the starflower and was about to reach for it, suddenly, the cliff beneath her gave a loud rumble. Immediately after, the entire cliffside collapsed. Now that she had no powers, Dinu Feng could only watch herself slide helplessly into the abyss. Li Xianxiao reacted fast, quickly catching her. Grab my hand. Li Xianxiao shouted. Dinu Feng looked at Li Sungxiao's anxious face. Didn't look like he was faking it. Her slender jade hand slowly slipping. I can't. I'm losing my grip. Don't talk nonsense, give me your other hand too. Li Xianxiao was also near his limit. He had just fought a battle and was drained. And because he had rushed earlier and didn't find proper footing, he could very well fall with Dinu Feng. I can't, forget it. This is my fate, don't worry about me. Dinu Feng suddenly sighed. Don't be stupid, give me the other hand. Those words seemed to be squeezed out from between Li Sungxiao's teeth. He was truly at his limit. Dinu Feng raised her other hand. Li Sungxiao's body swayed on the edge at the last second. He finally grabbed the starflower from Dinu Feng's hand. Li Xianxiao plopped onto the ground, gasping hard. That was close. Dinu Feng, Li Xianxiao wiped the sweat from his forehead and checked that the starflower was intact. Really close call. Hey, where's Dinu Feng? Li Xianxiao glanced down too deep. Could Dinu Feng have died from the fall? If Dinu Feng was dead, Li Xianxiao could still find other high-level qi refining cultivators trapped here to work with. But if the starflower was gone, it might never be found again. Which one matters more? Obvious. Bottom of the cliff. Li Xianxiao ran over. Dinu Feng? Dinu Feng. Dinu Feng was lying stiffly on the ground. Li Xianxiao picked up a stick and poked her. I'll bite you to death. Dinu Feng suddenly jumped up. First, roast the bones of fierce beasts over blazing flames until they soften and begin to melt. Then, reshape and knead these melted bones to form a unique and durable cauldron. Besides that, there were all kinds of makeshift experimental tools crafted from local materials. There were distillers for separating liquid mixtures, and calcining pots for high-temperature smelting. The theme was all about improvisation. Dinu Feng sat on a chair made of a human skeleton, eyes glinting as she stared at Li Xianxiao. This little guy sure knows a lot. Following the proportions in the poison scripture, Li Xianxiao carefully controlled the whole process. Making poison had this one perk unlike pill refining, it didn't require endless spiritual energy. Li Xianxiao pulled out silver needles, inserting them one by one into Dinu Feng's corresponding acupoints. A long time later, everything was finally done. By now, Dinu Feng's body was nearly covered in silver needles, positioned upside down. You sure you're not messing with me? Li Xianxiao didn't answer, just poured the potion into Dinu Feng's mouth. Li Xianxiao took a deep breath. Here we go. Guide this power along the meridian paths I told you. Dinu Feng closed her eyes, guiding the energy into the right places and unlocking the blockages inside her body, letting it flow smoothly. Time ticked by. Li Xianxiao clenched his fists nervously. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At first, the air around them only trembled slightly. But soon, the shaking grew more intense and obvious. Dinu Feng slowly opened her eyes, within them flickered fire-red flames. The familiar power had returned. Without hesitation, Dinu Feng clapped her hands together. A dazzling lotus bloomed beneath her, activated by true fire. Though her power quickly faded again in the next instant. The lotus had already been summoned. It spun continuously, and the true fire grew larger and larger. The scorching true fire swept across the surroundings. At the same time, the old turtle outside also sensed the violent tremor within his life-bound magical artifact. He looked alarmed, suddenly feeling unbearably hot. Soon, the old turtle couldn't help but scream. He frantically focused his energy to suppress the turtle shell. But it only held up for a short while. By now, the entire turtle shell had turned red hot. Even the once indestructible turtle shell couldn't endure the intense shock and heat, and cracks began to form and spread rapidly. As the true fire continued to rage, the cracks grew bigger. The old turtle shouted, I'll let you out, just stop the fire. Dinu Feng sneered, too late. Just as her voice fell, a deafening explosion rang out. Boom! The entire turtle shell shattered into countless fragments, flying everywhere. The old turtle coughed up a mouthful of blood. Back to the light of day. They had returned. Everything had returned. Dinu Feng's delicate body trembled. She wore only a few thin threads, her barely covered skin glowing seductively. A mass of blazing crimson flame, like a living creature, surged toward Dinu Feng and wrapped tightly around her alluring body. In a flash, the flame transformed into a stunning garment, hugging Dinu Feng's graceful curves and radiating dazzling brilliance. Months' worth of filth vanished under the scorching fire. Then, Dinu Feng slightly parted her red lips and gently exhaled a breath of hot flame. That flame breath roared like a fire dragon, shooting skyward. The air it passed twisted and exploded with crackling bursts. She looked toward Li Xianxiao in the distance, the corner of her eye twitching. Li Xianxiao was already sprinting away, glancing back at her as he ran. The two exchanged a long-distance stare. Din Yufeng turned her head. Old turtle, time to die. Underscore 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 underscore. You're not going to kill me? Li Xianxiao was rather confused. He had thought that with Din Yufeng's personality, even if she made a great Dao oath, she'd still kill him first to vent her anger. Whatever came after could be dealt with later. Compared to Lu Qiushui, Din Yufeng wasn't exactly scheming. She was more straightforward and impulsive, never thinking about the consequences. Li Xianxiao recalled every little moment of their recent interactions, and Din Yufeng's face inevitably floated back into his mind. Even though she was from the demon sect, she was still genuinely adorable. Li Xianxiao was, after all, a normal man. It was only natural to be attracted to women. He never formed a Dao companion simply because it was too much of a hassle, too many risks to bear. A moment of pleasure, so what? After the pleasure came all kinds of potential trouble. At the very least, he needed to achieve immortality and live as long as the heavens and the earth, that great and ultimate goal, until there were no longer any enemies in the world who could threaten him. Fulfill the old man's wish, peace in the world, a prosperous and happy populace. By then, Li Xianxiao wouldn't mind enjoying some pleasures. Clearly, now wasn't the time to think about such things. But at this moment, Li Xianxiao finally understood. No wonder in novels and dramas, those protagonists fall in love with enemies from opposing factions. Could it be, he really had some kind of karmic tie with Din Yufeng? His heart was racing, not from the adrenaline of escaping death. Have I fallen for her? I really think I have. Thinking this, Li Xianxiao took out a black, mysterious pill and gently crushed it. At the exact same moment, Din Yufeng, who was fiercely battling a massive old turtle, suddenly went pale and felt a sweetness rise in her throat. She spat out a mouthful of bright crimson blood. The bloody mist spread through the air, blooming and withering like a tragic flower in an instant. Her originally beautiful face now turned deathly pale, completely devoid of color. Soon, the meridians in Din Yufeng's body seemed to reverse under some invisible force, causing her vital energy to surge upward and violently strike her fragile meridians and acupoints. The pain was like thousands of ants gnawing at her heart, so excruciating she let out a shrill scream and trembled uncontrollably. What the h*ll? Am I poisoned? How's that possible? Or rather, how could it not be? Din Yufeng suddenly thought of a certain old sixth. Li Xianxiao, you schemed against me again. Din Yufeng roared toward the sky. The old turtle, though confused, quickly sensed that Din Yufeng was severely injured. Seeing a golden opportunity, it didn't hesitate and launched an attack. Its massive body lunged forward, and its thick legs like pillars holding up the sky lifted high and then came crashing down on Din Yufeng with thunderous force. At the same time, an overwhelming oppressive aura burst out from the old turtle, seemingly aiming to crush everything around it. This pressure was so tangible it warped the space as it spread outward. Li Xianxiao, who was fleeing at full speed, didn't slow down one bit. If anything, he ran faster, never once looking back. Yet his mind was racing. I think I really have fallen for her. Fallen for Din Yufeng? She's just pretty, but I like more than just her looks. Now that he thought about it, the only one who could match Din Yufeng's looks was Lu Qiushui. Objectively comparing Din Yufeng and Lu Qiushui, they were neck and neck. But in his eyes, Din Yufeng seemed a bit more beautiful. Compared to the cunning and calculating Lu Qiushui, the straightforward and brash Din Yufeng made Li Xianxiao feel more at ease. Seems my Dao heart isn't that firm after all. With that thought, Li Xianxiao crushed another black pill. From somewhere far, far away came the sound of Din Yufeng loudly cursing his mother. Li Xianxiao calmly ignored it. He had prepared this while concocting the poison. He'd anticipated that once Din Yufeng regained her strength, she'd stop at nothing to kill him. So he added something extra to her poison. It was a bit of a hassle, but it worked like a charm. Especially with Din Yufeng letting her guard down and leaving her internal defenses wide open. Thus, everything went smoothly. Whether it would kill Din Yufeng, though, that was another matter. After all, Din Yufeng's cultivation was at least in the tribulation stage, maybe even the great ascension stage. Terrifying? Li Xianxiao let out a silent sigh. He had to admit it, he maybe, probably, definitely had fallen for her. Could this be the tribulation heaven sent me? Or a test? Haven't I had enough tests already? He stared into the distance, as if looking at something no one else could see, and crushed another black pill offhandedly. Just now, if I crushed all three at once, would the result have been better? The river of fate. It flows not in the past, not in the present, not in the future, not in the sea of consciousness, not in the eyes. Boundless in all directions, traceable to neither origin nor destination. It floats in and out of sight, hazy, illusory, neither real nor false. The river of fate governs the operation of the heavenly Dao. Every drop in the river contains one person's destiny from birth to death, all encompassed within. Countless drops represent countless lives. And every drop is bound to others by threads of karma. These droplets, these fates interweaving, this is fate. At this very moment, a thread of karma connected two droplets. As the saying goes, everything has a beginning and an end, and you reap what you sow. This entangled karmic thread doomed the two to a lifetime of entanglement. Yet right now, one of the droplets was mercilessly beating the other. The drop turned into a little person, throwing punch after punch in a brutal beatdown. The other drop couldn't take it anymore and began to fight back. Soon enough, the two droplets were locked in mutual combat. This droplet was clearly an anomaly. Because of it, many karmic threads were altered, pulling countless other droplets off course. Some droplets that were meant to exist even vanished from the river of fate altogether. And with such interference in karma, Li Xianxiao managed to save Mount Shushan, himself, and the lives of the people. But what he didn't know was that he had also drawn the mockery of the heavenly Dao. Underscore 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 underscore. Mount Shushan, Silver Sword Peak. Zhao Lu anxiously paced back and forth. Something had happened at Silver Sword Peak. A junior elder of Silver Sword Peak had fallen in love with a horse demon today and had been caught. Although it hadn't led to any real disaster, and the junior elder had come to his senses in time, the incident was still causing an uproar. The junior elder had locked himself up in his cave dwelling, clearly depressed. This must be the emergency senior brother mentioned. So, Zhao Lu decided to go comfort this junior elder. As the most doted-on junior sister of senior brother, and also the one who'd spent the most time by his side, Zhao Lu believed she had already mastered his essence. For someone like this junior elder, no medicine, no pills, just sit down and chat. Talk therapy was the cure. Very soon, Zhao Lu arrived at the junior elder's cave dwelling, carrying comfort gifts. Right now, the junior elder looked like his soul had been sucked out, his whole person in a state of utter despair. His beard and hair were in complete disarray, drooping lifelessly over his face and shoulders. His back was no longer straight, hunched over slightly as if carrying a burden of 1,000 caddies, struggling under immense pressure. From a distance, he looked like he had aged a dozen years overnight. The once bright eyes had lost all luster, now dull and full of exhaustion. Looked like the gossip had hurt him badly. I feel like everyone in Mount Shushan is talking about me, laughing at me, mocking me behind my back. I can't face anyone anymore. They're whispering behind me. Honestly, I don't even want to live. What's the point of living? Zhao Lu comforted him. Elder, don't worry. Everyone's busy living their own lives. No disciple has the time to meddle in someone else's business. Really? Of course it's true. Zhao Lu assured him. The junior elder nodded, seemed to be working a bit. Zhao Lu cleared her throat softly, ready to begin her talk therapy. I just wanted to ask purely to satisfy my curiosity, if you two had a child, would it have a horse head and human body, or horse body and human head? Zhao Lu pictured the image in her head. I only heard people talking, and I really couldn't help wondering, do you eat horse meat? Don't take offense, sorry, just one last question. When you ride her and go galloping, is that considered flirting? If another man rides her, is that cheating? If you ride another mare, would she get jealous? If you ride a stallion, would she think you're into men? If you had a kid, would you ride your own child? When you hug her from behind, does she kick you? Junior elder. Normally when you two, what position do you use? Could you describe it for me? Elder, calm down. Elder, don't hit me, violence isn't encouraged. It's over. This was serious now. After her talk therapy, the junior elder looked even more depressed. Zhao Lu frantically grabbed at her own hair. If senior brother returned and saw this, he'd surely blame her for messing up, and he wouldn't dote on her anymore. Thinking of that, Zhao Lu had no choice but to pull out the emergency silk pouch her senior brother left behind. Opening one of the notes inside, when I left, the junior elder of Silver Sword Peak had already fallen in love with a horse demon. This won't stay hidden for long. This horse demon is kind-hearted, hasn't done any evil. One man and one horse getting together hasn't caused any real trouble. But people's words are scary, and the junior elder is very concerned with his reputation. So you can create a bigger news story to distract Mount Shushan's attention. Zhao Lu's mouth fell slightly open. Senior brother truly planned for everything. But what kind of bigger story could cover up the gossip around the junior elder? Zhao Lu flipped the note to the back. She saw 9 large characters. When in doubt, frame senior brother Lu. Silver Sword Peak. The night was dark and the wind was high. Lu Ziyan quietly entered the herb garden at the back of Silver Sword Peak. He was there to select herbs for himself. Honestly, it was strange. He, a dignified spirit transformation stage cultivator, had somehow gotten hemorrhoids. It was from a fight years ago, tricked by an enemy, and it left behind a lasting injury. It still flared up now and then, never fully healed. If others found out this secret, would he still have any dignity as the peak master of Silver Sword Peak? Lu Ziyan squatted in the herb garden, his expression showing pain. The next day, Lu Ziyan was walking the path toward Tongtian Peak, and on the way, he felt like the disciples of Mount Shushan were looking at him strangely. What's going on? Did I get something on my face? Some disciples even let out quiet chuckles. Lu Ziyan felt confused. Could it be someone found out about his hemorrhoids? The farther he walked, the more convinced he became. D***mn. Someone must have exposed his secret. Why else would people point at his butt? Lu Ziyan clenched his fists. Who the H***ll did this? He kept thinking, then bought a copy of the Mount Shushan tabloid. Right on the front page was a photo of Lu Ziyan himself. In the image, Lu Ziyan was squatting in the back of Silver Sword Peak, looking pained. For privacy, his eyes were covered in the photo. The headline read, "A certain peak master of Mount Shushan's Silver Sword Peak caught doing his business out in the open?" For the sake of privacy, we won't name names here. We hope the elders and peak masters of Mount Shushan, as well as all disciples, maintain proper conduct. Everyone is responsible for protecting our section. Lucian. Good news, the hemorrhoids weren't discovered. Bad news, a bigger rumor was spread. The sky collapsed. For privacy, no names? A certain Silver Sword Peak Master? Who else but me is Peak Master of Silver Sword Peak? This is total bull's tea. Feng Liulai walked toward him from the opposite direction. Lucian lifted his head. Feng Liulai saw him, smoothly turned around, and said deliberately to herself, "Oh no, I forgot I had something else to deal with." Lucian's mouth twitched. She was obviously avoiding him. Lucian could hear his own heart shatter. Truthfully, he had a slightly impure affection toward Feng Liulai. He didn't know why, but he always wanted to be near her. Thinking of her would send his mind into chaos. But something unexpected always happened. Lucian clenched his butt and headed back to his cave. Ever since coming to Silver Sword Peak, aside from his cultivation improving, he hadn't had a single good day. Maybe I should just resign from this peak master position. Underscore 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 underscore. I wonder how Mount Shushan is doing after being away for so long. Counting the days, it's been more than a year since I left Mount Shushan. As Li Xianxiao walked, he pondered, how is Mount Shushan doing? Is anyone still alive? Little junior sister, master, and senior brother Lu. After all, at Mount Shushan, just surviving already takes everything you've got. Li Xianxiao flew on his flying sword, parting the mist before him, and saw Mount Shushan. Li Xianxiao suddenly stopped midair, eyes wide with disbelief, his body trembling slightly. Mount Shushan. Mount Shushan. That once towering mountain shrouded in mist was now engulfed in raging flames. The once majestic 7 peaks were now unrecognizable. Some had even collapsed, reduced to ruins. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, blotting out the sun like the end of days. And within the sea of fire and smoke, the figures of Mount Shushan disciples kept falling from the sky. Their bodies drifted down helplessly like broken kites, crashing hard into the ground. Some of these Mount Shushan disciples still held the pose of battle, gripping their long swords or magical artifacts tightly. Others wore expressions of horror and despair, seemingly caught off guard by the sudden catastrophe. Blood stained the earth, weaving with the flames into an unspeakably tragic scene. What is this? Although Li Xianxiao had imagined Mount Shushan might be destroyed, he had never thought that day would come so soon, so suddenly. Senior brother. Li Xianxiao looked at the charred figure before him, stunned for a moment before realizing it was his lively, sweet, and ever affordable little junior sister, Zhao Lu. Senior brother, help me. Li Xianxiao lifted his head. Who the H*LL destroyed Mount Shushan? Li Xianxiao suddenly jolted awake, panting heavily. He clutched his head. A nightmare? He had another nightmare again. This nightmare of Mount Shushan's destruction had haunted Li Songxiao's dreams countless times over the years. Even during cultivation, it once made him suspect it was his inner demon. He sat in the cave, chanting the clear heart mantra several times. Then he rubbed a pinch of his homemade clear mind incense under his nose, took a deep breath, and let out a long exhale. Only then did he start to feel better. After resting for a bit, he felt his strength return to its peak. Li Xianxiao resumed his journey. He swept his divine sense around, deliberately avoiding other presences. Then suddenly, Li Xianxiao paused. His divine sense detected a familiar aura. Li Xianxiao halted mid-flight. Zhang Tianxin? Li Xianxiao was genuinely surprised to see Zhang Tianxin still alive. Zhang Tianxin should have already been reincarnated by now. At this moment, Zhang Tianxin was flying alongside several cultivators in the same direction. Escaped from Dinu Feng's hands a second time? Li Xianxiao couldn't believe it. You guys take this path. I'll go the other way. Zhang Tianxin told the other cultivators. They cupped their hands and said, as you command. Hall Master. Hall Master? Li Xianxiao raised an eyebrow in confusion. Wasn't Zhang Tianxin a disciple of the Golden Thunder sect? Since when did he become a Hall Master? Sounds more like a gang leader title. Seeing he was still alive, Li Xianxiao initially wanted to walk away, but after some thought, he felt uneasy. After the other cultivators left, Li Xianxiao sent a voice transmission to Zhang Tianxin. Deist Zhang, Deist Zhang. Zhang Tianxin paused, looking around. Who's there? It's me. Oh, it's Deist Xianxiao. Zhang Tianxin realized, where are you? I can't show myself right now. I already know you were captured by Dinu Feng, and I notified the Golden Thunder sect. Was it them who rescued you? Zhang Tianxin said, no, I'm now under the command of Honored Lord Dinu Feng of Tianxia Hall. Li Xianxiao. Huh? Li Songxiao's brain froze for a second. He said, Deist Zhang, did you get poisoned by Dinu Feng? Is that why you're forced to serve her? Zhang Tianxin angrily said, how dare you? How could you address our honored lord by name so directly? Li Xianxiao, confused face, Deist Xianxiao, you needn't worry about me anymore. I've realized how mistaken my former self was. Now, I've found a new path. I will follow our honored lord to the death, and carve a new future for all human qi refining cultivators. Zhang Tianxin declared with grand passion. Deist Xianxiao? Deist Xianxiao. Zhang Tianxin called out a few times but got no response. After waiting a while longer, he confirmed that Li Xianxiao had already left. Zhang Tiang's inside. He was planning to persuade Daoist Xianxiao to abandon the light and embrace the dark. Li Xianxiao returned all the way to Mount Shushan. Thankfully, Mount Shushan was still there, not like the vision in his dream. Li Xianxiao was seriously overdue this time. According to sect rules, he had to write a detailed written report with a complete route map describing everything he saw and heard along the way. Mount Shushan had a special department that would randomly select disciple reports for review. They'd retrace the described path, and if they found discrepancies, they'd immediately begin further investigation. Just as Li Xianxiao was about to complain about this annoying rule, he remembered it was actually his own suggestion to the sect leader. Finally landing on Silver Sword Peak, standing before his own straw hut, Li Xianxiao clasped his hands behind his back and let out a deep breath. He could finally relax a bit. This trip to the Thousand Lakes desert felt like it lasted a lifetime. He turned his head and saw junior sister Zhao Lu, little junior sister Feng Liulai, senior sister Suan, and Zhang Luoshui. The four sisters stood side by side. Each of the four had a unique charm. To put it bluntly, there was the lowly, the cool big sis type, the sweet one, the sultry one, and the ice queen. Li Xianxiao smiled awkwardly, wanting nothing more than to slam his head into the wall. If this were some other novel, these four girls would all be part of his harem. This would be his forever gentle haven. He'd sleep with a different wife each day, kids running all over the place. Even though he was a playboy, even though he had lots of women, none of them would mind, and they'd all only ever love him. And every one of them would have impressive status and power, all revolving around him as their center. But reality was the grand stage of Mount Shushan. Come if you've got the guts. Still the same old line, crossing over isn't a safe haven, and if you fear darkness, don't set foot in Mount Shushan. Underscore 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 underscore. This trip to the Thousand Lakes desert, though full of dangers and setbacks, ended up being extremely rewarding for Li Xianxiao. Inside Old Turtle's shell, Li Xianxiao had already stored a ton of treasure-grade materials. As soon as Dinu Feng cracked the shell and they could use spiritual power again, Li Xianxiao quickly swept all the surrounding rare items into his storage ring. What was stored in Old Turtle's shell weren't ordinary characters. The weakest among them were at the nascent soul stage. Still, this kind of high-risk excitement didn't suit Li Xianxiao baby's constitution. Too scary, better not go for a round two. Li Xianxiao sorted through the treasures he brought back, organizing them one by one. These riches had big future uses. Then Li Xianxiao pulled out the poison scripture. The greatest gain this time was obtaining the second half of the poison scripture. His understanding of the Dao of poison could now advance significantly. This feeling of gradually becoming stronger, it really put his mind at ease. Li Xianxiao allowed himself a moment of quiet joy, but soon, his expression turned serious again. It's not that Li Xianxiao wanted to keep himself tense all the time, it was just that the situation left him no choice. First, there was that transmigrator hidden deep within the imperial palace of Daxia, the old emperor. He harbored sinister intentions toward Li Xianxiao, who was also a transmigrator. Note, the 10,000 souls banner is highly likely in this person's hands. Second, was the lurking threat within Mount Shushan itself. Feng Liulai, Lu Ziyan, Suan, Zhang Luoshui, and the missing first senior brother, and so on. Any of them could become the culprit behind Mount Shushan's destruction at any moment. That dream he had of Mount Shushan's fall, it definitely wasn't for no reason. Then there was the strange fact that Dinu Feng's face kept randomly popping into his mind. And worse, he kept imagining scenes of Dinu Feng snuggling into his arms. What the H*LL is wrong with me? Li Xianxiao was totally baffled. He started chanting the clear heart mantra, but even after several rounds, it had no effect. Li Xianxiao shook his head hard. It felt like he was possessed. No, time to bring out the trump card. He pulled out a gold brick. It was a Buddhist artifact, clear heart and desire-quelling brick. He smacked himself in the forehead with it. Thud. Ah, sweet relief. Mind cleared, desires suppressed. All those Dinu Feng fantasies vanished in an instant. Li Xianxiao, ruthless to others, even more ruthless to himself? In the river of fate, the threads of karma were getting tighter and tighter, almost impossible to untangle. They even began to spread outward, reaching for other water droplets, as if trying to tie their fates all together. That droplet, upon sensing this, started self-harming, madly punching itself. Only then did the karmic threads finally slow down their spread. I might really be sick. Li Xianxiao sat before the alchemy furnace, controlling the flame while reviewing his junior sister's assignments. Every time he left Mount Shushan for an extended period, Li Xianxiao would check their Dao hearts to make sure there were no errors that could ruin his efforts. His real body was focused on alchemy and cultivation, while a clone reviewed surveillance system footage, making sure none of his key subjects faced any danger during his absence. He also learned that Zhao Lu had used one of her emergency silk pouches, successfully resolving the mess caused by gossip about the junior elder. Then Li Xianxiao had a tabloid publish a follow-up report that Peak Master Lu of Silver Sword Peak had supposedly been relieving himself in the middle of the night. But the actual truth? Silver Sword Peak's Peak Master was out late, tirelessly searching for spiritual medicine to help a disciple who had failed a breakthrough. That pained expression on his face was just worry for the injured disciple. Headline, shocking. The truth behind Silver Sword Peak's Peak Master pooping in public is actually this. 99% of Mount Shushan disciples cried after reading this. Consider it reputation repair for Lu Ziyan, and a preventive measure against him descending into darkness. After hearing Li Xianxiao had returned, the janitor uncle came by to visit him. He even helped tweak one of his formations. Clearly, his relationship with the canteen ant had progressed rapidly. Since coming back from the Thousand Lakes desert, Li Xianxiao had been holed up studying the poison scripture. Didn't leave his house at all. The poison scripture was vast and profound. It wasn't something that could be mastered in a short time. Once he reached the limit of what he could currently comprehend, Li Xianxiao stopped reading and started internalizing and applying what he had already learned. Once he fully absorbed everything, he'd continue his studies again. Balancing cultivation and poison studies, he'd stroll Silver Sword Peak when free. T's little junior sister, pet octopus Xiao Ba life was bliss. This was the immortal cultivation life Li Xianxiao dreamed of. Too much backstabbing and drama in reality, too many stupid headaches. Exhausting? Li Xianxiao half laid in a rocking chair, gently fanning himself. A cup of tea sat beside him. He was reviewing little junior sister Zhao Lu's homework. Zhao Lu tilted her head slightly, staring at her senior brother. She didn't know why he wasn't better looking than many others, and was actually kinda plain looking. But he had this strange charm that pulled people in. She had no resistance at all. Hey, Li Xianxiao tapped her on the head with his fan. 20 copies of Too Fragile and Love for sale as punishment. Ugh, got it, senior brother. After Zhao Lu left, Li Xianxiao picked up a cultivation manual and continued his insights for the day. Why does little junior sister keep trying to romance me? Tough stuff? Just then, a voice entered his ears. Soul Elder, are you there? It was Xiaoran's voice. What? That guy thinks he's worthy of senior sister Sowan? And he wants to come to Mount Shushan to challenge her. Zhang Luoshui had just learned about Xiaoran, and heard he'd vowed that once his cultivation improved, he'd come to Mount Shushan to challenge Sowan and reclaim his honor. Zhang Luoshui was furious. Who the H*LL does he think he is? If he comes to challenge Sowan, what does that make me in her eyes? He'd become her most hated enemy? And me? No way. That guy must not be allowed to live. I'll go down the mountain right now and kill him. Zhang Luoshui paced her cave dwelling, muttering non-stop. Eventually, she came up with a good idea. But where would she even find Xiaoran? Got it? I'll just kidnap his family and spread the word he'll show up for sure. Li Xianxiao sat in front of the twin recording stone, hands crossed under his chin. That girl really hasn't changed, still twisted as ever. No wonder she's the only one who can hold her own against someone as abstract as Sowan. What exactly are her feelings towards Sowan? It's a total mystery. Though the Xiao family's in decline, with Zhang Luoshui's cultivation, she still can't pose much threat to them. Seriously, where's she getting the courage to go up against them solo? She'll probably just get beaten up by the Xiao clan. But it could damage Mount Shushan's reputation. And if Xiaoran found out a Mount Shushan disciple went to his home and tried something. Li Xianxiao hesitated for a moment but finally decided to send a clone to trail her.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.